Asina never thought she would face death under the scorching sun in a foreign land. A sword is pointing directly at her. It is the familiar weapon that Bidad uses. He looked at her with murderous intent and questioned, "Do you have any last words?" Asina, on the verge of death, could only silently complain, "This is so unfair. The Cromwell Empire is known as the ruler of the North. There I had a life of luxury, vast estates, silks and brocades, gold, silver and jewels, but those are not the things that interest me. What I want is to explore the world where I was born and breathe the air of that place. Every time I set foot in a new land, the passion inside me surges. My journey started like that. I explored everywhere from prehistoric sites in the north to the Finnish colonies in Siberia. Before I knew it, I had traveled through all the countries of the northern continent. Then I began to move south, crossing the desert to Croatia, a country in the south, but under the scorching sun. I had to explore it with extreme difficulty. I have been lost here for a week. I can't determine the direction because it is all sand around here. Above all, my water is running out." But just as she began to worry, she found a glimmer of hope when she spotted 3 people approaching. Asina then tried to call out loudly, "Excuse me. Please wait a moment." After confirming that they were real people, she was overjoyed. This is not a hallucination. Thank goodness. After a moment of catching her breath in that hot weather, Asina continued, "Do you know the way to Croatia?" But the reality was cruel when the person asked remained silent without a word. Then he pointed his sword straight at Asina, making her secretly wonder, "Does he have enemies in Croatia? Why is he pointing a sword at my neck, unexpectedly?" He deliberately inquired, "Any last words, if not, farewell." As the man was about to strike, a thought appeared in her mind. This is not fair, really not fair. At that moment, she regained her composure and spoke, "Wait, I have not said anything yet. Please lower your sword. You can't kill me." The man was also surprised and questioned further, "Why not?" Causing Asina to quickly have a plan. "Do I have to use this method? There is no other way." She slowly removed her cloak with a bold declaration, "Because I am the most beautiful woman on the continent," while Asina was secretly thinking, "I will use a beauty trap to seduce him." The man replied with an indifferent attitude, "So." But she did not give up and patiently explained, "According to me, every country has an obligation to protect beautiful women. Protecting beauty is natural. Isn't that right?" The man immediately gave a sly smile. "You are so funny. Are those your last words?" Seeing the sword coming coldly, Asina was not afraid at all. "Damn it. I have to dodge it." After dodging the first sword strike, she felt a sigh of relief in her heart. "I almost got chopped into pieces. Is he crazy?" Then she angrily shouted, "You can't just swing your sword like that. It is against the law." The man smiled smugly. "The law? Do you need a law to kill someone? At the end of the day, one of us will die, and the other will live. That is all." Asina at this moment also began to feel a little worried. His eyes, so scary like the summer sun. While she was sitting still, not knowing what to do next, she noticed his footsteps getting closer. This action made her wonder, why is he getting so close? Is he going to kill me? Why is he looking at me like that? Is my beauty working? The man silently observed for a long time, then suddenly asked, "Exactly how beautiful are you?" Seeing Asina's wide eyes in surprise, he quickly added, "I was going to kill you immediately, but now I have changed my mind." Asina's heart wanted to jump out of her chest with excitement. Then, her eyes widened in surprise when she heard the next sentence, "So, be grateful that I spared your life, girl." At this time, Asina was suddenly taken to a large prison. She woke up and was confused by the scenes around her. "Where am I? Why is it so hot? So thirsty? Is anyone there?" A large bucket of water was immediately brought by a guard. He coldly splashed it directly on her, along with a provocative question. "Here's your requested water. Be grateful for this water. Let us see how long you can withstand the scorching heat." Asina could only respond with a bitter smile at this time. "Damn, at least it feels a little better. Thanks to this water, I am awake again. Now I should see where this place is and what the situation is." This prison is built in the center of the city, where the sun shines the most intensely. Looking at how they treat prisoners here, and the people outside, this is probably the desert king of Pisa. Her homeland, Cromwell, dominates the north, while Pisa dominates the south. This is a country that occupies most of the southern desert, and also has a long-standing feud with Crowell. That is why she avoided Pisa when traveling in the southern continent. It is troublesome to have everyone here recognize her. Who knew Asina would come here while getting lost in the desert? Then she reminded herself, but now is not the time to complain. This prison was built to torture prisoners with deadly heat. I am not used to the weather here, Sooner or later, my body won't be able to handle it. So, first I have to get out of here. After trying to observe the area, Asina felt extremely resentful when she suddenly recognized a familiar figure. Unbelievable, it is that bastard, what is he doing here? So, Asina immediately started breaking the lock of the prison cell. She inherited her beauty from her mother, with platinum blonde hair like her moonlight. She wanted her to grow up to be a noble lady. Every time Asina ran away, she would fly into a rage and lock her up, but she is not the type to sit there and endure. She will successfully unlock it. The lock was quickly opened right after, along with the gratitude she had for her strict mother. Thank you, Mom, for helping me become a master of escape. Constantly being captured and escaping has made her stronger, helping her a lot in her adventure, exercising while being locked up, learning 100 different escape tricks. After escaping from prison, she breathed a sigh of relief. I did it. Prison is not a place for a beautiful girl like me. First I have to change my clothes like the people here if I do not want to be noticed. Women here have to cover their faces so they do not seduce men, a strange custom. But this will help me escape. After arriving at an extremely luxurious and magnificent place, Asina was amazed by the beauty of the place. I have read books about Pisa. It is a majestic superpower built from sand. Although it has a feud with Cromwell, I still want to try to set foot here once. Of course, who would have thought I would be arrested here, but it does not matter. The air here is really hot. The buildings are built of sand, and the people here are also of different ethnicity. But this place is even more interesting than in books, like stepping into a new world. That is why I like to travel. Thank you, Lemesha people. The feeling of joy made her unable to restrain herself from jumping up. Then she shrunk back with worry. I am too excited, I have to be careful or I will be caught again. What to do first? Find a room. But before that I have to find something to fill my stomach, I am so hungry. She was holding a delicious skewer of meat and kept praising, the meat is so juicy, so delicious. Thank you for the meal. But just a few seconds later she was startled, causing the skewer of grilled meat in her hand to fall out of her hand unconsciously. Asina could not believe her eyes when she saw the figure of the man she met in the desert. That bastard, what is he doing here? Just one glance from him made her startled. Then she hurriedly calmed herself. I have to calm down, I have covered my face and it is crowded here. He won't recognize me surely. After regaining her composure, she secretly realized, wait, is that him? The man then approached Asina, making her whole body tremble with fear. Her body began to shrink, then turned to a void with the thought, I am dead. The silent atmosphere then made her curious. Then Asina boldly looked back to check. The fear almost made her fall backwards. The man quickly supported Asina with a whisper. I saw you escape from prison like a little rat. Tell me quickly, how did you escape? Asina was still stunned for a long time because she did not know how to answer. Then she heard a loud call from afar, Bidad. What is the matter? He turned his head to look back. While making an announcement, I will be back first. I will leave this woman to you, Nasir. You better not disappoint me. Asina was immediately dragged away, making her feel worried. What the hell, what will happen to me? Will he kill me? Someone help me. Nasir, while talking to Bidad, deliberately inquired, she escaped from prison. I thought about this in the desert, but she is not like ordinary women at all. He suddenly paused for a moment when he remembered Asina's beauty. Then he asked with a question, why do not you take advantage of her, Bidad? Standing in front of his question, deliberately emphasizing, take advantage of her. Nasir gave very convincing reasons. She acts rough, but her way of speaking and appearance are unusual. I think she is a northern aristocratic daughter. Bidad, hearing this information, also felt very curious and emphasized once again, northern aristocrat. Umar immediately nodded in confirmation. Yes, my intuition tells me so. Why do not you try to seduce her to get information from Cromwell? Who knows, you may find out more about the relationship between Cromwell and Kratia. Shia also became interested and continued to ask, then what about this? Making Umar hold his breath and listen carefully. Unexpectedly, Shia seriously ordered, I will make her my concubine. Then Asina was quickly taken to the castle. The servant here also hurriedly suggested, Miss, follow me. She glanced around, secretly wondering, where am I? This place is too big. After taking her to stand in front of a large door, the maid said, please come in. The door just opened, making Asina's eyes wide with surprise. Who are these women? One of the girls, seeing her, began to act rudely, making Asina feel very panicked. Why are you grabbing my collar? She began to scream, don't touch me, why are you doing this to me? Please stop. Asina was quickly draped in a thin towel, then taken to a very large bathroom. Another hand pushed her shoulder decisively, making Asina go straight into the warm water. She enjoyed the special care while feeling warm and resentful. At least tell me before you push me. Never mind, what can I expect when I am brought here? After finishing the bath, Asina wiped her hair and breathed a sigh of relief. The maid then came to remind her, put it on. Seeing the outfit, Asina questioned, you want me to wear this? At the same time in Bidad's palace. He was also leaning back on the long chair. Shia, remembering Asina's beautiful face, involuntarily smiled contentedly. At the same time, his subordinate spoke to explore. It seems that you have something happy, Bidad. He did not hesitate to nod and confirm, yes, that is right, I just caught a mouse, or rather a cat. Asina was struggling with the dress she had just put on, really. Why is there such an outfit for women? My stomach is all exposed. I wear it because those people look like they will knock me out and put me in if I refuse, but thinking about it, where are my things? Those people stole it while changing clothes. No, my map, money, clothes, and even the photos of the handsome guys. Most importantly, my notebook is also in it. I can't go anywhere without it. It is what proves my identity in case of emergency when traveling. Damn it, how can I find my things in this huge place? Then she unconsciously reached out to check her earrings and breathed a sigh of relief. At least there's one important thing left. I am wearing magical earrings. It turns my eyes red and my hair platinum. Instead of colored hair, thanks to these earrings, I can go everywhere without fear of exposure. Then the maid kept urging, Miss, what are you waiting for? Please follow me. She took Asina through a long corridor, then carefully reminded, this way. Asina just continued to move and felt something strange. What is this uncomfortable feeling? She is leading me deeper and deeper inside. Where the hell are we going? Then the two came to a garden. Then the maid took her to the bedroom next to it with the instructions. This is where you will be in the harem. Asina just glanced around and praised. This room looks so beautiful. Wait, the harem? She just said harem. She also quickly confirmed with Asina, yes. When she deliberately inquired more, this is where a man has as many women as he likes. The maid also immediately confirmed, yes, exactly. This information was like lightning across her ears, causing Asina to fall to the ground. They threw me into the harem. Are they crazy? I would rather be locked up in prison. It is all him, that jerk. His handsome appearance is wasted, that damn bastard. The maid, seeing her appearance, panicked and suggested, get up, miss, the floor is cold. Being in the harem is an honor, you should be happy. But Asina still sat still because she could not believe this. Then she angrily retorted, are you kidding me? Wake up, a man should only have one woman. I was brought to a place where that stupid man marries multiple women. What is so honorable about that? You will be treated like a toy, it is so unfair, wake up. But the maid still blindly believed. How is it unfair? I would be very happy if Lord Bidad treated me like his toy. That sentence made Asina shake her head in exasperation. It is useless to argue with her. It is like talking to a wall. These people here are all brainwashed. In the end, she could only pray in helplessness. Please save me, Lamesha. Asina then carefully observed for a long time, and realized something was strange. But why is it so quiet here? Where are the other women? The maid quickly answered, it is because you are the only heira in the harem. This information made Asina stunned for a moment. Then calmly wanting to confirm, I am the only woman in the harem. At the same time, Bidad received a notification. Bidad, the supreme leader of Dara, is here. As soon as he heard it, he ordered, let him come down. The leader of Dara appeared with a respectful greeting. Greetings, my lord. I am Jalil of Dara. Bidad just asked a question. What brings you here, Leader Jalil? He confidently replied. I heard you returned from the Ishamal Oasis, so I came to greet you. Thinking back, I heard you recently took a white woman into the harem. I know that slaves used to be allowed into the harem, but I heard that you do not know the background of this lowly woman. So why did you put her in such an important position as the harem? You do not know how surprised I was. I am afraid the rumors about your incompetence are true. As soon as he finished speaking, he was startled and panicked. When he saw Bidad's blood-stained hand, he glared at Jalil, while saying loudly, how dare you insult me like that, Jalil? He was silent for a moment in fear. His murderous aura is too strong. He will kill me. Faced with Jalil's explanation, I said it out of concern, Bidad loudly rebuked. I do not need your concern, get out. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw him quickly run away. After regaining his composure, Bidad secretly said to himself, you will know what happens if you dare to challenge me again. It was late at night. Asina was still lying face down on the large pillow. Along with the thought, this time I am really facing a life or death situation. I just wanted to take a look at the desert, it is not fair. Get a grip, lying there complaining is not my personality. I have to find a way to escape. I can't become the wife of that disgusting man. I do not even know what he looks like. I even escaped from the notorious Fen prison in the north without breaking a sweat. Then escaping from this place is as easy as pie. But there are two problems. First, my belongings are lost. Even if I escape from here, I will die in the desert without luggage. Especially my notebook, the level 999 notebook representing the power of my parents, allowing me to travel on important routes while traveling. Without it, I can't freely travel in the north, let alone this south. I have to find it back. Second, my earrings. The disguise magic can't last forever. I have to dispel the magic and let the earrings rest for a week, otherwise they will be damaged. According to my calculations, they will only last for another week. So I only have 1 week to escape. What I need to do now is explore this place and the surrounding layout. Okay, it is time to go out. The scenery at this time was still extremely peaceful and quiet, making Asina feel fluttery as soon as she saw it. The moon in Persian shines with a white light, while in the north it is yellow. Why is this place so wide as a royal palace? The buildings here are systematically connected. It is impossible to break in, and impossible to escape. The place where I am standing is the deepest inside. Escaping will be more difficult than I thought. Why does he live in a place like this? Who exactly is he? First, I have to find out what that building is. After avoiding the attention of the guards, she crossed the fence and went inside to explore. It seems like there is no one here. I do not know what this place is used for. Looking at the eye-catching design, this place must belong to someone with great power. Let us go see the garden. The scene before her made her stunned for a moment. It was the man bare-chested wading in the water, making Asina feel curious and approach to investigate. There is someone here. It is so late, what are they doing in the garden? Who is it? Then her eyes suddenly lit up when she discovered that the man was none other than Bidad. It is that crazy guy. Damn it, I encountered him not just once but twice. The tremor speed of her body can be estimated at 100 times per second. She hunched down to the ground and secretly said to herself, "Get out of here." Then she was discovered by Bidad and teased, acting like a mouse again. Asina only had time to shout, "Wait," then realized she was falling into the water. Bidad quickly put on his cloak and calmly questioned, "What are you doing here? Do you have a habit of peeping at others, or are you a spy?" Asina was also trying to get up. "I did not peek and I am not a spy. Besides, who exactly are you? Why do you kidnap women in broad daylight without saying anything?" Bidad patiently replied, "In this place, I can do whatever I want." This information made Asina feel even more incredulous and continued to probe. "Who are you, God or the emperor of this place?" Unexpectedly, Bidad asked her a question in return. "If I am the emperor of this country, will you be obedient and keep silent?" While Asina was still bewildered and asked again, "What?" she was suddenly whispered in the ear, "My name is Bidad Zain Bidad, the ruler of Persian." Asina tried to confirm when she heard this. "Wait, you are Arekun, the living god of Persian." Bidad immediately expressed satisfaction and added, "I am glad that at least you know the meaning of Arekun." The two remained silent for a while. Then Asina suddenly shouted loudly, "What the hell are you doing? Let me down, please let me down. How can you treat a beautiful girl so rudely? You will be punished." After moving closer to a room, a feeling of anxiety enveloped Asina's mind. What is going on? Where is he taking me? Bidad put her on a large bed, then questioned, "Are you a spy from Cromwell?" His suspicious eyes made her constantly say to herself, "At any cost, I must hide my affairs in Cromwell." Then Asina quickly gave an answer, "I come from the northern continent, but not Cromwell, and I am not a spy." When Bidad asked again suspiciously, "Then why did you come to Croatia?" Asina gave a reasonable reason, "Just traveling, nothing more. I am just an innocent traveler. Please believe me." Bidad was silent for a long time and then suddenly spoke. "Okay, but are you trying to seduce me?" The sentence and the smirk made her ask again, "What do you mean?" Asina's mind began to feel extremely anxious at this time. Why is he staring like that? What is he looking at? Realizing she was wearing that flimsy outfit, she panicked and said loudly, "What are you looking at?" Bidad pushed her down on the bed and gave a meaningful sentence. "Didn't you say you were beautiful before?" Making Asina startled and panicked when she remembered. "That is right at that time. But did not you laugh at me then, saying I was not beautiful?" Asina's voice suddenly became urgent. "Please get out of the way." But Bidad gently corrected, "Let me add to what I said then. I do not know if you are beautiful or not, but you have very beautiful eyes." He just held her tight and did not let go. Then he quickly forcibly kissed Asina. The two continued to touch lips like that. Asina could not resist at this time. Bidad's grip made her feel a little scared. Why is he so strong? If I do not do something, I will be in danger. Asina's voice could not be clearly said, let me go. Unexpectedly, Bidad took the initiative to stop the forced kiss. He just sat up and looked at her intently, then smiled meaningfully, making Asina feel nervous while waiting. Bidad did not let her wait long and took the initiative to say, welcome to my harem, you who came from outside. Early the next morning, a maid was busy cleaning right next to Asina. The collision of objects made her quickly wake up. Asina looked around and curiously asked, who are you? She was happy to exclaim when she heard it. You are awake. I am Nur, from today I will be your maid. It is an honor to meet you, Era. Asina quickly and politely replied, I understand, hello. In her mind, the thought appeared. Did Bidad send a maid to monitor me because of what happened yesterday when I secretly went out? Nur then took the initiative to ask, I heard that your skin is very white. Seems like you are not Persian. Asina quickly replied, no, but why does everyone call me Era? What does it mean? Nur smiled and explained, it means the woman of Kuan, the one who has become a noble woman and is served by Lord Bidad. Congratulations. The information just now made her weak in the legs. Nur saw her respectful attitude and quickly made a suggestion. Can I ask you a question? I am your maid. You do not need to talk to me so politely. Asina happily agreed at this time. Okay, I won't. So does that mean wherever I go, you will follow? Asina began to feel uneasy in her heart, but I still have to think of a plan to escape. She can't be following me all the time. Unexpectedly, Nur gave a very helpful answer. No, I am simply here to help you. If you feel uncomfortable, you can send me away. The information just now made Asina breathe a sigh of relief and enjoy the cup of tea in her hand. Before leaving, Nur carefully instructed, call me if you need anything. Now please rest, Era. After confirming that she was the only one left in the room, Asina secretly pondered, I never thought I would become the woman of Ra Kuan. Unlike in Cromwell, people believe in the invisible god Lamesha. While in Persian, their god is also the ruler of the country. That god brings water to barren places, deserts, helping plants to bloom and bear fruit. And that person is called Kuan. In Persian, Kuan is not simply a king. Kuan grasps all aspects of the country from economy, politics to socio-culture. That person is worshipped as the living god of the country. After sighing helplessly, Asina sank into thought. I did not know he was Kuan. The kiss last night made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. So what if he is a king? He can't just do whatever he wants. This really makes me worried. Not to mention it was my first kiss. Kuan, may he stumble and fall on his face. He is really a bastard. At the same time, Bidad was listening to Nasir's report. In short, Jahid has no unusual behavior at all. He does not know that we control his every move. What do you want us to do, Ra Kuan? He calmly made a suggestion, just leave him alone. It is interesting to see how arrogant he can be. At the same time, the subordinate behind him kept signaling. He began to whisper, women, ask him about the woman who recently joined the harem. Unexpectedly, Nasir took the initiative to follow the request and continued to probe, Bidad, about the woman who recently entered the harem. In my opinion, it was a hasty decision. Pleasure is only temporary, but this change is permanent. Nasir was silent for a long time and then continued to speak. And after the event that year, the harem has. Bidad's eyes suddenly changed, making Nasir panic and beg for forgiveness. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. He misspoke. The subordinate standing behind quickly spoke up. The entire mistake is not his fault. The Grand Chancellor is not happy about this. He always wants his daughter to step into the harem. In addition, there are 6 high-ranking leaders, as well as 48 other generals. They are all competing to put their daughters into the harem. Unexpectedly, Bidad took the initiative to suggest, I want to investigate that woman. Bring her here. At this time, Asina was startled with worry when she heard the news that she was being summoned. What? Nur deliberately emphasized again. Ra Kuan summons you, Era. Hearing that Asina was still hesitating to make excuses, but I am eating, Nur continued to urge, you must go. Otherwise I am afraid that. After moving to the corridor, Asina still felt very resentful in her heart. I was relaxing and eating, but why did he suddenly call me to meet him? Why do I have to meet him every time he summons me? What am I? Very well, Your Majesty, I am coming, you bastard. In a flash, Nur notified Bidad, we have arrived, Era. I have escorted Era here, Lord Bidad. While Asina was still feeling lost and disoriented, Nur took the initiative to say goodbye. I will take my leave, making Asina feel very scared. Wait, why are you leaving me here alone? Don't go, Nur. Who knows what he will do to me this time? Now I am here, but I am ashamed to look him in the eye. Bidad took the initiative to ask, How long are you going to avoid me? Also, the first night in the harem, how was it? His naive question made her feel embarrassed. Shameless bastard. Okay, honey, you want to play, then I will play. Then she confidently explained, I am not avoiding you, just preparing a little. And thanks to you I had a wonderful night and you are a Kuan. Faced with that answer, Bidad happily replied, if you like staying in the harem so much, I will let you live there for the rest of your life. What do you think? This sentence made Asina feel very worried in her heart. Is this the emperor's joke? Then she could only laugh it off. I am very grateful for your suggestion, but I must refuse. Bidad approached her and teased. Yesterday you were like a wild cat. Today you are unusually obedient. What are you plotting? He also took the initiative to hold her hand, and kept praising in his heart. Her hands are so soft. Nasir is right, she behaves rudely, but her way of speaking and appearance as well as her temperament are unusual. She is very likely the daughter of a northern aristocrat. Then Bidad continued to probe. Why did you come to Croatia? Asina deliberately emphasized again. Didn't I say, just traveling? Making him astonished at that unreasonable information. Traveling, if you dare to say that word one more time, I will seal your mouth forever. Asina immediately stood stunned for a moment. It is that look again. Every time he looks at me like that, he seems to see through my heart. The way he looks at me from head to toe creates a feeling I have never experienced before. But in this state of confusion, there is a definite truth that my intuition tells me to stay away from this man. Then she continued to correct her answer. I heard that the dates here are very delicious. Dates are a famous specialty of Croatia, so I want to come here. I also want to see desert houses like this. And then Asina hesitated and could not say any more. The thought of panic also appeared in her heart. Damn it, I have a million reasons but now I can't remember any of them. Even so, Bidad still denied. Nonsense, you crossed the desert of death for that reason. No one in this world does that. This information made her shocked. Desert of death. So that is the name of that desert. At the same time, another voice rang out. Sorry for interrupting, Lord Sakun, but your secretary has arrived. Asina looked towards the door, secretly saying to herself, I recognize him. It is the person I saw at that time. The savior has arrived, but then Nasir looked very embarrassed. I came because you summoned me, but should I step down? Bidad quickly replied, no, come in. Quickly greet him. This is my secretary Nasir. Then he did not forget to introduce Asina, and this is. Then Bidad suddenly looked very embarrassed. What is your name? Making Asina feel very uncomfortable. Now you are willing to ask my name, you bastard. Even so, she happily replied, my name is Asina. Nasir looked very polite. It is an honor to meet you, Miss Asina. I did not recognize you because you are wearing a new outfit today. You are very beautiful. Kun must be very satisfied. Asina showed a very confident look at this time. Of course, I am a beautiful woman. Bidad shook his head in exasperation. I did not expect that you can still talk like that in this situation. Take her away. That sentence made Asina feel very uncomfortable. Why do you keep ordering me to go here and there? While Nasir was escorting Asina away, Bidad could not take his eyes off them and followed them. Nasir also immediately communicated with him with his eyes. Nasir remembered Bidad's instructions. Perhaps that woman is afraid of me. She would not talk when I questioned her. But then again, she is not the type to talk if threatened. So perhaps you should coax the truth out of her. Investigate her identity. After they both moved to the reading room, Nasir took the initiative and invited her to sit. Lady Asina, you said you were not from Cromwell, so, may I ask where you are from? Asina quickly confessed, I am from Sigrin, a small kingdom on the southeastern border of Cromwell. This information greatly surprised him. Really, I did not know such a kingdom existed. She enthusiastically explained, it is so small that few people know about it. She was so fluent because she had already prepared for this. Actually, when I left Cromwell, I did pass through Sigrin, so this is not exactly a lie. He asked me from the beginning. Then she made a request, may I ask you a question? About the place where I was captured, why is it called the Desert of Death? Nasir happily elaborated. Ah, you want to talk about the Jarda Desert of Death. It is because the sand can't retain even a drop of water, even when it rains, so you won't be able to find any water source anywhere. And because the wind is constantly blowing, the terrain is always changing, so it is very easy to get lost. Many explorers have perished there, and many exiled families have also died in Jarda. That is why it is called the Desert of Death. This information cleared up Asina's doubts. I see, no wonder I did not see anyone in the desert. Nasir added, besides, there are many rumors that the place is cursed. I do not believe in these rumors. He began to feel a little wary. I really do not know if this woman is telling the truth or not. Seems I have to test her. As soon as he finished his thought, Nasir seriously replied, but Lady Asina, do you know that Kratia and Pija are currently enemies? Asina replied with an innocent look, no, I did not know. I only knew that Kratia was built by people who opposed Pija, but I did not know the relationship between the two countries was so bad. Still, he did not give up and decided to probe further. Recently, there was a conflict between Pija and Kratia, which is why relations with Kratia are becoming increasingly tense. So, Lady Asina here is not aware of the situation. She immediately gave a very convincing explanation. The situation in the south, the north, is always a few years behind in updates. I understand why I was treated like a prisoner. Out of so many people, I went to ask the emperor of a country for directions to their enemy's place. And I even broke out of prison. I understand why people here are suspicious of me. I should be grateful that they only threw me in jail. Nasir then continued to ask, now let me ask you something. Speaking of the desert, should not the guide have advised you to go around it instead of crossing it? All northerners follow that route to Kratia. Asina confidently replied to his question, I know they showed me that way but I refused. Nasir still expressed his suspicion. If so, I can't understand it even more. Choosing to cross the desert, risking your life. From what she has said so far, I can guess whether she is lying or not. But I will find out the reason for her crossing the desert. Now show me what you are hiding behind that beautiful mask. Asina sat still, motionless. Then she began to describe a very beautiful scene. In the northern continent, the colors of the mountains change with each season, and the green meadows are always lush. But what we do not have is an ocean made of sand. Therefore I wanted to admire the desert. He began to believe her. Being born in Pija, I grew up in the desert, but I have never felt that way before. To verify it once more, Nasir deliberately inquired further, so what did you think after seeing the desert? Asina replied with an enthusiastic attitude, the desert is more majestic than I imagined. In fact, it was so beautiful that I forgot I was standing under the scorching sun. So I was surprised to hear that such a majestic place is called the Desert of Death. Finally, Nasir nodded in agreement. This woman has told the truth. He immediately ended the interrogation. Understand. I think only you in this world would praise the desert's beauty, Asina. No one could deny that when looking into her eyes. Nasir boldly made a suggestion. Would you like to take a look at this, Lady Asina? She quickly admitted after looking at it, this is my bag. He then announced, we have checked the belongings and will return the non-suspicious items. I am afraid I have to keep the rest. Asina breathed a sigh of relief. Then it is okay. The book is the most important thing and it has been protected by magic. Nasir then said goodbye. Today's investigation has come to an end. I am afraid we will be meeting often from today onwards, Lady Asina. I am looking forward to it. She happily replied immediately afterwards, that would be great. I can't stay in one place for too long. While he was working in the study, he saw the appearance of a character who had been summoned earlier. Karim had just arrived and received the order. From now on, I want you to protect the harem. A new woman has entered the palace. Unexpectedly, he received a fierce reaction from him. What are you saying? I am the Kuan's bodyguard. The mighty desert warriors, because they have no other way to survive in this barren land. Among those warriors, some have the task of serving the Kuan, regardless of any family affiliation. Those warriors are called the Emperor's bodyguards, and Karim is the strongest among them. Then he questioned further, don't tell me you are implying that foreign woman. Nasir did not hesitate to say directly, I see you do not seem very happy, which made him even more upset and continued to speak loudly. Who is she and why is she so important that she needs a bodyguard? To reassure him, Nasir deliberately announced, there are many suspicious things related to her. The reason she came to the desert is still unclear. The luggage she brought is also suspicious. It is absurd if she went on a trip alone. The more Karim heard, the more confused he felt. I can't understand. If she is suspicious, why do not you just kill her? Nasir calmly explained, well, I do not think she is a spy. Strange, is not it? Besides, this is not only my order but also Mr. Heads. Have my reasons. He just took her into the harem. Are you defying Mr. Sihad's order? Asina returned to her room and lay down on the large bed. She kept thinking about the secretary from before. That man is Nasir. He seems like a good person. But does he believe I am an explorer? Looking at how I have behaved so far, it would be strange if he did not think I was a spy. Cromwell and Kratia are allies. But both are enemies of Pija. If my identity is exposed after admitting that I went to Kratia, my family will suffer severe consequences, as will Cromwell. Of course, I know my parents won't be easily defeated by such a conflict. But either way, Dad always supports my adventures, and Mom loves me even if she is a bit strict. I do not want to cause them trouble. I have made them sad enough already. What should I do? Nur suddenly appeared with a call. May I come in, Lady Asina? His Majesty's bodyguard will come to protect you. This information surprised her greatly. Isn't that the person who works for R.A. Kuan? Let him in. But Kareem suddenly rushed into the room, despite Nur's efforts to stop him. Wait, you can't barge in like that. He immediately approached Asina. After observing for a while, he secretly thought, how did someone worthless like her end up here? That face says it all. In her heart, Asina felt a little embarrassed. I am used to this kind of reaction. Many places do not welcome outsiders. In this situation, I have to be polite. Then she friendly said, hello, nice to meet you. Please forgive me, but I do not have time to cover my face. I am afraid I am not familiar with the etiquette here. I hope you understand. Her friendly smile made Kareem stunned for a moment. What is going on? I heard she broke out of prison, so I thought she would look stronger. How could she escape Jahannam with that weak body? She came here from the northern continent. Maybe I was wrong to stare at this woman. Then he lowered his voice. Please forgive my rudeness. I am Kareem. She happily replied immediately afterwards. I am Asina. If possible, I hope you will call me by my name instead of Era. He immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, Lady Asina. I will stand guard outside. If there is anything, just call me. After Kareem left the room, Asina began to feel more worried. Besides Nur, now there is another person watching me. It will be harder to escape from this place now. Too tense. I should take a walk. Sitting here won't change anything. Go see what the palace layout is like. But while she was walking in the hallway, she heard Bidad's greeting. Where are you going? Asina hastily turned around to look, and saw him staring intently at her. He was at the bottom of the list of people she wanted to meet, but now she met him here. Then Asina frankly reminded, don't stare at me like that. I know I am suspicious. Bidad instead joked, you just found out, unbelievable. Faced with her question, why are you here? Bidad enthusiastically questioned, do I need a reason to come to my harem? Which made Asina feel uncomfortable and go straight to the main point. That is not what I meant. What is your real reason? If it is to investigate, Nasir must have already reported to you. Unexpectedly, he gave another very domineering reason, perhaps because I wanted to see you. That question made Asina confused for a moment. Then she boldly shouted, look here, I mean Arekun, have you lost your mind? In Bidad's heart, a fleeting thought appeared. Every time I am next to this woman, I do not feel bored at all. Usually, in the eyes of those who look at me, there is only one of two emotions, respect or fear. But this woman has neither of those. She looks at me as exactly what is reflected from her eyes. She looks without fear, amazing. Bidad took the initiative to stroke Asina's hair. Then he diligently inquired further, is it comfortable in the harem? His actions made her feel extremely panicked. You are. Then Bidad was attracted by that look. In that moment she frantically probed, how much longer do you intend to do this? The angry reaction she was showing made Bidad feel a little sad. Does she feel uncomfortable next to me? Or could it be because I am a man? At that time I wanted to test her. She seems inexperienced with men, interesting. Then Asina frankly shared, if I had known you were R.A. Kuan, I would not have run over to ask for directions. But Bidad still maintained his personal point of view. A woman traveling alone in the desert of death, and asking for directions to the enemy's country, is suspicious enough on its own. But I am curious about something else. I really want to know how to escape Jahannam. At this time, Asina suddenly remembered Jahannam. Is he talking about the prison? The atmosphere inside the room suddenly became very stuffy. Because of Bidad's next questions, no one can escape Jahannam except you. Is it just a coincidence that you were able to do that, tourist? She could only respond with an embarrassed smile. I saw the gate open at the time, so I just went out. Although she felt very proud in her heart, the lock was not difficult to open. But she was warned by Bidad, you should think about the consequences before saying such nonsense. Asina went straight to the main point. I think you are right. What do I have to do for you to let me go? He put his hand to her lips as she suggested, prove it. Quickly provide evidence to prove you are innocent, then I will let you go. After he let go, Asina immediately felt very uncomfortable. Quickly give me evidence, my ass, running away is faster. Besides that, I do not know if he will stay in the harem all night. Thanks to that I could not sleep at all. Please leave, you bastard. I hope he does not appear today. While walking with Nur, Asina suddenly realized. So the harem is inside the palace. Is the harem usually this big? Nur began to confirm as soon as she heard her master's question, yes. Her next question, why is the harem so large? Nur diligently inquired, do you want to know why? This is where the emperor's wives live. However, the harem inside the palace is not only where the Kuan's women live, but also the home of young girls without families, so it is so large. This made Asina hurriedly ask again, don't tell me that the Kuan will take them as concubines when they grow up. Nur inadvertently reminded, there have been a few cases like that, but usually the Kuan will marry them off to powerful people in Pija. There are a total of 6 high-ranking leaders and 48 generals in Pija. The Kuan orders them to marry the women in the harem to curb the expansion of their power through marriage. This information made Asina realize everything, so that is it. Is there anyone here that I should be wary of? Then she secretly thought, the most dangerous person here is the one who is suspicious of me. If possible, I should avoid making enemies with people. Nur was silent for a long time. Then she decided to add after Mr. Sahad, the most powerful person in this palace is probably Grand Vizier Gedik. At the same time, he was also having a conversation with Bidad. Forgive me for not meeting you sooner. Politics have been a bit busy lately. Bidad happily recited the words immediately afterwards. I know it was difficult for you to take care of Pija on your own while I was away. But in reality, he was very wary of him. Lies, I know you deliberately avoided me, you cunning snake. Then Gedik offered, I think we should hold a welcome party for your safe return, Sahad. Faced with Bidad's question, a party, is that necessary? He still firmly affirmed, of course, Mr. Sahad. You have returned from a pilgrimage to the Ishamil Oasis, which is famous for its numerous dangers. The people of Pija have been fasting to pray for your safe journey, so it would be reasonable for us to hold a party. The pilgrimage to the Ishamil Oasis is full of obstacles, so every few years the Kuan will go once. The people of Pija have been fasting to pray for his safety. They pray that he will not encounter any danger, and will not abandon them forever. When the Kuan safely returns, there will be a week-long party, and everyone will celebrate together that the gods have not abandoned them. Bidad only responded with an indifferent sentence. I did not know that. It seems you have another reason. Gedik immediately denied, not entirely, Mr. Sahad. Bidad smiled meaningfully and continued the story. Very good, I look forward to your party. But as he said the last words to excuse himself, thank you, Mr. Sahad. He was questioned further by Bidad, is that all? Which suddenly changed Gedik's face. Then he made a suggestion, Mr. Sahad, can I offer you my daughter? I believe you still remember my daughter, Jakia. You previously said you had no interest in women and rejected her. But it seems you have changed your mind. The thought immediately appeared in Bidad's mind. He does not even intend to hide the fact that he is investigating. Then he happily replied, Gedik, I understand your good intentions. But I will not take anyone else into the harem. Even though Gedik deliberately inquired further, do you mean? Bidad still insisted on cutting off the story, enough. But as he was about to leave, he heard the voice calling, wait, Mr. Sahad. A tense atmosphere suddenly enveloped the conversation between the two. While Asina was still leisurely admiring the scenery, she glanced around. Then noticed that in a nearby hallway, someone was watching her. They are hiding their presence, so ordinary people cannot detect them, but I know they are there. While she was thinking, she suddenly heard Nur's voice, Lady Asina. She quickly noticed that there was a male figure nearby. It was the knight that Nasir had sent to follow her a few days ago. Asina was astonished by that appearance. Then she took the initiative to inquire, Kareem, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be outside the harem? But he remained still, not willing to leave the spot where she was walking. That action made Asina think. He is probably monitoring what I am doing here. He is still suspicious of me. Unfortunately for him, he was caught in the act. I should tease him a little. Then she continued to speak. But Kareem, looking closely at your face, I discovered that you are also quite handsome. Do you have someone you like? Women must like you, right? You must be very popular with the ladies. In her heart, Asina was secretly planning. I will ramble on until he gives up. Is that a great sword or a shamshir? Cool, can I touch it? Kareem was startled by that action and said loudly, wait, Kareem is good at training men but bad at talking to women. A series of questions continued to be asked. When did you become a bodyguard? Did you have to pass a test or something? When was the first time you tested? 3 years old or 4? At the same time, Bidad's inquiry appeared. When did you two become close? He quickly approached her with a searching look. Nasir, who was following behind, anxiously inquired, Sihad, why are you suddenly running so hastily? But the tense atmosphere between the three made him stop for a moment. Bidad continued to question, Do you like my bodyguard, which made Nasir in the back only pray? Be careful, Lady Asina. Please do not say anything provocative to the Kuan. She quickly replied with a happy attitude. Why not? Of course all women like knights, not to mention that Kareem is very handsome. Bidad calmly replied, I understand. She continued to question, so you ran here just to ask that about my taste in men? He was confused by that statement and did not know how to respond. Nasir hurriedly spoke up, yes, Mr. Sahad. Actually, I was the one who wanted to talk to her, Lady Asina. I want to ask you about the northern continent. I really want to know more about that place. Unexpectedly, Asina held out her hand towards Nasir. Along with the announcement, you do not think I will answer those questions for free, do you? Nasir immediately understood and continued to inquire, I am sorry, but what do you want me to exchange? This statement made Asina secretly happy in her stomach. He took the bait. Then she quickly went straight to the main point. Return my bag to me. Her proposal was questioned by Bidad. Why do you want it back so badly? Is there something inside? I heard it was even protected by magic. That question made Asina stunned with worry. Damn it, how do I explain now? I have to try. A slightly sensitive reason was given by her. It is my underwear. So I cast a protective spell on the bag so no one could see it. Bidad immediately covered his mouth to keep from laughing out loud. This made Asina so ashamed and angry that she kept scolding him. Why are you laughing? I am being serious. Unexpectedly, he immediately gave an order, return it to her. Then she was invited to another location. This way, Miss Asina. Please enjoy the dates. She immediately showed an excited attitude. What do you want to know about the north? But she suddenly paused for a moment when she heard Nasir's question. I have some questions about Cromwell. Could you tell me everything? Just tell me what you know. The thought immediately appeared in Asina's head. Just tell him the common knowledge. Then she also expressed her consent. Okay. I told Nasir about the nature, religion, and politics of Cromwell, with its friendly people. Since I was born, I have been extremely proud of my country. After traveling around, I love it even more. It is my precious homeland. There are two powerful families in Cromwell. The Cardians are strong in the military, while the Astatias are famous for their knowledge and learning. That is how people refer to them. With the protection of two powerful families, the royal family has become invincible, and no one can overthrow them, so the political situation in Cromwell is very stable. In fact, there has never been a riot there. After recording all the information, Nasir seemed very satisfied. I understand. Thank you for giving me so much interesting information. In my opinion, it seems that Miss Asina knows a lot about Cromwell. She hastily corrected, no, this is just common knowledge. I am sure anyone in the north would say the same. His eyes continued to scrutinize her. Really? That is enough for today. Next time tell me more about Cromwell. Seeing him hastily leaving, Asina spoke to probe, wait, when are you going to return my bag to me? Nasir also calmly gave an answer. I will return it when I have asked all the questions. This made her feel extremely resentful. What the hell, I was deceived. While he was feeling very pleased, this bag is mine now. I will return it when appropriate. At this time, Asina could only sigh in helplessness. It seems that I have to return to this place again. The security there is lax, and the number of patrol soldiers and the timing are fixed. When I understand every structure of the palace, escaping from here will be easier than eating cake. The problem is getting to Surt after escaping. Surt, a small country located between the north and south. Worry about that later. For now, I have to escape this palace first. The image of a dark shadow continued to appear. This made Asina feel extremely panicked. Someone is watching me. How do they know I am here? The place I am standing is very high, so it is hard for anyone to notice. At the same time, Gedik was probing Varine. What is wrong? Then a quick sound was made, causing the conversation to be immediately interrupted. Varine saw that he was silent and did not answer, so he hastily called out his name, Great Leader. He also hurriedly reassured him, no, I thought I saw someone here, but I did not know it was Asina standing hidden in a corner. Then Varine also immediately agreed. It must be some kind of animal. After returning to the bathroom, Asina took a deep breath while soaking in the tub. I almost got caught by him. It has only been a month, but I have a bad feeling about him. The eyes of the Persian emperor are completely overwhelming, while the eyes of this man are like a snake, tightening its grip on my body. I do not want to see him again. After silently contemplating for a while, she quickly discovered something. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Wait, my earrings have changed color. I knew they did not have much energy left, but I did not expect them to change color so soon. She continued to look at them. Then she quickly made a decision. There is no other way. I have to dissolve the magic spell. The very next morning, while being groomed by Nur, Asina sighed softly while looking in the mirror. Thanks to this method, the spell can be extended a little longer. The colors on my eyes do not change much. It seems that Nur did not notice. She quickly made an announcement. It is done. I have something to say to Miss Asina. Arekuan had been waiting for her since early morning. This information made her extremely panicked. Asina immediately complained upon meeting him. Why do you come here so often these days? Do you have buried treasure here or something? Bidad still confidently gave an excuse. Do I need a reason to visit my beloved concubine? This made Asina angry and decided to ignore him. Then just do what you want. Then Bidad asked a naive question. I have always wondered about this. Why is your hair so long? Doesn't it bother you when you travel? Asina answered honestly at this time. I originally intended to cut it, but my relatives would be angry if I did. From my parents to my siblings, relatives, and friends. I thought it was better to just let it grow long and avoid trouble, so I just left it like that. This information made him even more curious. Are you an only child? I have not heard you talk about siblings. Asina immediately nodded in confirmation. Yes, but I have cousins. They are like my own siblings. She just sat down on the large bed. When she heard Bidad's call, Sina, is that your name? She nodded in confirmation immediately after. Yes, why are you asking like that? He tried to inquire again. Is that your real name? A thought appeared in his mind. There are many things I still do not know about this woman, but I think I can guess a few things. This woman, her nature is not difficult to guess or melancholic at all. It can be recognized through her talking about her parents. Asina happily told the history of her name. My father had everyone in the family vote for 3 months to name me. It means breakfast and blessing in ancient Sahanian. Then he continued to reach out towards her. Well, in my opinion, you were raised in love. And not like me. He continued to look at her with gentle eyes. Then he lowered his voice. Now I am even more curious. Why a girl who grew up in a loving family would choose to leave it and walk on a difficult path. But Asina quickly spoke up in rebuttal. Then let me ask you this question, sir. Why are you always just hanging around the house? Bidad's silence made her start to feel worried. Was I too rude to the emperor? She immediately corrected herself after that. What I mean is, Your Majesty Arekuan, you want me to call you that, right? Bidad declared loudly no. Which made Asina continue to change her way of addressing him. Then is it Sihad? What does it mean? Nasir often calls me that, does not he? He patiently explained further. Sihad is the name of a god. It means my god. This made her even more confused and ask again. Then what do I call you? Sihad Zain Bidad. Sihad means god, and Arekuan means king, so Bidad is your name. Behai, can I call you that? That suggestion made Bidad smile unconsciously. Then he immediately agreed. That sounds good. Asina was also stunned by that appearance. This is the first time I have seen him smile. Then she regained her composure and continued to question him. But why do you ask me so many questions, Behai? Does not Kun have a lot of other things to do? Bidad's voice suddenly became warmer than ever. It is because I have fallen for you. Unexpectedly, Asina expressed her avoidance. Don't say something you do not mean. But Bidad still held her hand tightly. Along with a whisper, what makes you think I do not mean it? Asina turned her head to look back. She was immediately surprised when he placed a sweet kiss on her lips. His fierce attack made her constantly wonder, why is he suddenly doing this? At this time, the kiss had reached its climax, making Asina feel extremely uneasy. This is too dangerous. I have to resist. But before she could do anything, Bidad took the initiative to stop. This made Asina inevitably wonder. He retreated on his own. Bidad was also feeling very confused. For a moment I almost lost control. But why is that? What is this woman to me? Bidad also mentioned very frankly, you do not seem to have experience with men. Asina retorted with a cold statement, why do I need to have experience? He also gave her a hidden reason, because that way I won't need to stop simply at kissing. Asina immediately bit her lip in anger. Why did you do that to me? Bidad did not hesitate to emphasize again. I said it already, I have fallen for you, so I do not want to force you. And pretended not to see that her eyes had changed color. Asina could not hide her anxiety when facing Bidad directly at this time. Being caught red-handed by Bidad made Asina speechless. She did not think someone like him would pay attention to such small things. How did he know her eyes had changed color? Asina's eye color only changed slightly. No one would notice if they did not look closely. Even Nur, who was by her side day and night, did not realize it. But she could not admit it. Asina hesitated and asked Bidad, "What do you mean my eye color changed?" She pushed him aside, pretending to want to avoid him to look in the mirror. Asina reassured herself that she had to stay calm. Maybe Bidad was just testing her. Asina went to the mirror, looking at herself in it. Then she pretended to act. "Are you sure you did not see it wrong? I do not see anything different." Asina's face could not hide her restlessness and anxiety. Bidad said nothing, just silently looking at the woman in front of him. His bloodshot eyes seemed to see through Asina's heart. There was no way he would not recognize the change, because Bidad always looked into Asina's eyes. When learning something about this woman, Bidad was curious to know other things. She was always on high alert every time Bidad approached. The closer he got, Asina was so scared that she backed away. Despite being on high alert, Asina had no intention of pushing him away. Bidad assessed that Asina did not seem to be deceiving him, but she was hiding many things at the same time. Bidad's inner thoughts were truly complex. Asina was so scared that she was sweating profusely. Who is this woman really, and why does he always feel so out of control when he is near her? Not allowing his emotions to go any deeper, Bidad spoke. "I saw it wrong." He could not let himself fall into Asina's tricks. Thus, Asina escaped the scythe of death, under the bright and romantic moonlight, in the same room. But the atmosphere had changed completely. There was no more fear, just a gentle conversation. "Asina. Yes. You have not told me why you want to travel." Speaking of this favorite topic, Asina gently began the story. "Is it not normal for me to travel? The world we live in is truly beautiful. It would be a shame to myself if I just lived in one place until I died." "You think so, right?" Hearing Asina say those things, Bidad felt very strange. He never had any intention of leaving this place. Asina suddenly sighed. "I understand. Many people think I am very strange." Asina's face was a little unnatural. "But Beihai, when are you going to leave?" It turned out that Bidad was lying next to her, and even turned to stare at her, so it was no wonder Asina was so stiff. He took advantage of the situation and teased the female lead. "What is wrong? Is there a problem with being with me?" Asina smiled awkwardly. "Yes, I can't sleep if you keep being here like this." Bidad pretended to be innocent. "Why can't you sleep?" Asina was ashamed and angry. "Do I need to explain it to you?" Suddenly, Bidad hugged Asina without saying a word, making her blush with embarrassment. "What are you doing?" Bidad gently told Asina to go to sleep. "Or do you want to go back to where we were before?" It was truly a combination of a slap and a caress. His words also reminded Asina of the passionate and slightly wet kiss that Bidad had given her earlier. So that night, Asina went to bed in a fit of pique. In the morning, the sunlight shone into the room, and the birds had already sung, signaling a new day full of life. But looking at the female lead's face, she did not look like she was alive. She sat still, letting Nur comb her long hair, her face pale. "Is this a new kind of torture? Thanks to him, I could not sleep all night. Nighttime will be convenient for me to move around, because no one will see me, but I won't have time to leave the harem if he keeps coming to see me in the evening. No, I have to calm down, Asina. If nighttime does not work, I have to take advantage of the daytime. Otherwise, I will never escape from here." Asina kept shaking her head to calm herself down. Nur had just finished doing her hair for her. Seeing this, she was indignant. "Miss Asina, you will ruin the hair decorations." The two of them started to go outside for a walk. In the harem grounds, the maids were being assigned work. Everyone was working extremely hard. Asina was a little surprised to see everyone busy working. Are people usually this busy, or am I the only one who is free? Nur looked at the progress of everyone's work and guessed that they were preparing for the upcoming banquet. Asina naturally would not understand these parties. Nur explained to her mistress, "We are holding a banquet to celebrate Lord Sahad's safe return. There will be a large festival both inside and outside palace." This information made Asina both surprised and a little excited. "It seems like escaping is easier than I thought. With a crowd of people flocking to the festival, no one will notice that I have disappeared. Good, I will retrieve my things and escape after the banquet." Asina could not help but be happy, clenching her fists. Asina did not notice that, in the distance, there was a woman paying attention to her. Asina calculated the things she needed to do. "I also have to cut off the people who are monitoring me, for example." Kareem was walking by over there. Seeing her target, Asina started to approach him. "Kareem, where are you going?" Being caught, Kareem was as if he had met Chow Chow. His face was as pale as a sick person. "Miss Asina." He wanted to slip away, but was grabbed by Asina's fair hands. Where are you going? Don't treat me like I am invisible. Kareem had been avoiding Asina since he was glared at by Bedad, so seeing this person, he just wanted to run for his life. This woman is really annoying. Is she going to babble about heaven and earth again? Asina did not care about his attitude and started to speak to herself. I have noticed that the guards around me all like quiet and treat women politely. You too, right, Kareem? The two words sly were clearly written on Asina's face. I will bother him until he gives up on following me. Kareem was extremely tired of this woman's tricks. Why are you asking me such questions, Miss Asina? Are you interested in me? If so, you should save that feeling for another guard. Asina did not deny it and admitted, yes, I am extremely interested in knowing about you. Kareem did not want to get into trouble, so he politely refused. I know you like the guards, but according to the rules, we are not even allowed to talk to each other. At this time, a sweet female voice also chimed in. Kareem is right. Why is an era like you flirting with a guard? What will you do if Sahad finds out about this? Hearing the voice, Nur paid attention to it and was surprised when the woman was Miss Jakia. Jakia came to talk to Asina. I heard that Sahad has returned, so I came here to say hello. Are you the new era? Nice to meet you. I am the eldest daughter of the Grand Vizier, Jakia. Looking at the shrewd woman in front of her, Asina even had to exclaim, she is so beautiful, completely different from the women of the north. Red curly hair, emerald green eyes, delicate features and tan skin. Her beauty makes me think of bright red buttercups full of vitality. But why? Kareem, the guard, stepped forward, blocking half of Asina's body. She was very confused. Why is he wary of such a beautiful woman? Kareem's eyes were extremely cold. You came to greet Sahad, so why are you here, Era, and you do not know each other at all? Jakia also maintained a very gentle attitude in response. I happened to see you two passing by, and noticed your unusual behavior. Although she spoke gently, her words were very pointed. Maybe you are from the north, so you are not familiar with the rules of Persian, but Era is not allowed to meet or talk to other men. However, it seems that the two of you are secretly dating like a couple. Jakia's way of speaking was as if Asina really had a lover outside. Kareem was very dissatisfied with being slandered like that. How dare you slander us like that? At this time, Asina quickly stepped forward to respond to the woman in front of her. Jakia, right? It had been a long time since anyone had looked at Asina with such envious eyes. She found it interesting. Asina walked towards Jakia very confidently. So you think I am flirting with Kareem? At times like this, the best way to deal with this is to pretend not to know anything. So Asina started her act again. Actually, he seems a little nervous, so I just said a few jokes. But I can understand why you suspect that we are secretly dating. Thank you for reminding me. Jakia could not maintain her calm attitude. Her lips were tightly pursed. Lying, why did Sahad take her into the harem? Not letting her speak, Asina continued to be dominant. But did not you say you came here to see Beihai? Instead of standing here chatting with me, go see him quickly, or in other words, get out of here when you are done. That intimate name Beihai made Jakia extremely jealous. How dare she say his given name? But Jakia did not dare overstep any further, gently bowed her head, apologizing for interrupting her. I will take my leave now. Jakia walked away, still dissatisfied with this Era woman. Asina still had that bright smile, looking cute but very teasing. It seems like I just made an enemy. She does not like me, does she, Kareem? That is not true. When the palace maids saw Jakia, they respectfully greeted her, Miss Jakia. It has been a long time since you have been in the palace. Jakia was extremely noble and elegant, replying, yes, it has been a long time, have a good day. As soon as Jakia turned away, the two maids immediately whispered, Era is here now, Miss Jakia, be quiet, she will hear you now. Miss Jakia will become the next Era, right? I think so. Although she has no title, everyone here treats her like a Persian princess. All of that fell into Jakia's ears. I have seen many women become arrogant because they are favored by Kuan or the nobles. But this woman has the confidence of a true aristocrat. Who is she? Jakia went to the gate to see Bedad. She said to the gatekeeper, I am here to see Sahad, but he replied dismissively, Sahad is meeting someone else. Jakia was surprised to hear that. Who is it? I sent a request to see him first, but Bedad is talking to the great chieftain Varain. She did not cause a scene when she heard that. Greetings, Varain. Greetings to the Almighty of Persian. I represent Sharza. I hope you had a smooth pilgrimage. The conversation was normal but filled with the smell of gunpowder between the two forces. Bedad also had to be vigilant when talking to this guy, Varain. Those who dare to threaten the power of Kuan and plot rebellion, this guy is the mastermind of everything, secretly pulling the strings in the dark. He is a venomous snake in human form. Bedad replied to Varn, as usual, how is Sharza? Conflicts occur constantly, you must be under a lot of pressure. Tension between Kratia and us is gradually escalating, but this often happens at this time of year, so everything will be fine. If you need any help, just tell me, my secretary will take care of everything. Varine bowed respectfully. I thank you for your kindness, Sahad. He allowed him to sit down so they could have a deeper conversation. The two of them stayed in the room, and a lot of time passed. Nasir stood guard outside the door, feeling extremely restless. They have been in there for a while, probably an hour. The other chieftains have left, only the great chieftain Varine is left. He is really resilient. He can withstand Sahad's pressure. In Nasir's imagination, Bidad would radiate a dark energy, like a dictator. But in that room filled with the smell of gunpowder, Bidad was feeling a little tense. His hand unconsciously tapped on the wooden surface. I am putting so much pressure on him. But he is not even flinching. There is nothing more to squeeze out of him. So Bidad spoke up for Varine to leave, using the excuse that he had someone to meet. Varine added some challenging words before leaving. While I am here, I will visit you often. Bidad still had that cold face. Make yourself at home, Varine. After that conversation, Bidad stood on the balcony looking down. He watched Varine very carefully. I spent an hour trying to get information out of him, but he did not show any signs of fatigue. He is truly a member of the prestigious Sahim family. Unlike the other chieftains, it is impossible to know what he is planning. I have to investigate him. Varine came out and ran into Nasir standing outside the door. The two of them were like old friends meeting after a long time. Var, did you just meet Sahad? Varine also honestly replied, even after a harsh pilgrimage. His health is very good. Oh, and I heard some good news. Nasir tried to smile naturally when he heard him say that. His tone was as if he hoped Sahad was injured. Nasir asked Varine what the good news he was talking about was. I heard that Sahad recently took a woman into the harem. Because he is young, people do not dare to say it, but everyone is worried that his bloodline won't have an heir. Nasir still spoke cheerfully. Is that so? You are right, that is really good news, but his heart was in turmoil. Then, he started to mention the reason Sahad sealed off the harem. Not wanting to say more, Nasir had to take his leave first. Excuse me, but I have to go. Varine, Sahad is waiting, sorry for keeping you. Varine continued to stroll around. This place is more tense than ever. After all, I do not belong to Al-Pijan. Al-Pijan is the capital of Pijan. Unlike the late Emperor Sekuan, Arekuan, the current emperor is formidable. He is the one who ended the bloodshed and seized control of Pijan. But he is a little different from what I saw a few years ago. Back then, he looked like someone entering the final stage of life, but now he is full of life. It is strange that he broke the rules he set and took a woman into the harem. Maybe this is related to his change. Varine stood lost in thought. Suddenly, someone in front caught his attention. Kareem and Asina were walking in front. Kareem and Asina were also walking in Varine's direction. Varine spoke first. Long time no see, Kareem. Kareem saw him as if he had seen evil. He was still as easy to see through as ever. Kareem still stood in front of Asina. Although my name is Kareem, I do not think we are close enough to use first names. Great chieftain, Varine replied without hesitation. Still as difficult as ever. His attention turned to the woman behind. By the way, who is this young lady? Kareem increased his vigilance. His eyes sharpened. Please respect Era. Era, Varine was extremely surprised to see the female lead. So this is the woman in Kuan's rumors. Asina listened to him talking and felt a little familiar. Where have I heard this voice before? There is no doubt it is the man from yesterday. Compared to this voice, he is quite handsome. Varine put his hand on his chest, respectfully saying, Excuse me, Era, I am the great chieftain of Sharza. Varine, it is a pleasure to meet you. Asina felt that there was something about him that made her uncomfortable, but Asina still replied politely, I forgive you. He smiled slyly. How interesting. The woman that R.A. Kuan brought back is no ordinary woman. Unlike Pijan women who listen obediently, she has the aura of an aristocrat, exuding elegance. This is interesting. Varine seized the opportunity to flatter her. Thank you, you are not only beautiful but also kind. No wonder R.A. Kuan is infatuated with you. Kareem was afraid that Asina would get excited when she heard such compliments. No, if you keep saying that, this woman will again. As expected, Asina became excited. Beihai fell in love with me at first sight. So much so that he had to bring me to the harem. Being too beautiful is also tiring. Kareem felt a chill down his spine listening from behind. That is a bit much. Yet Varine believed these words. Really, Sihad fell in love with her at first sight. Him, Varine could hardly believe his ears. You must have faced many difficulties. How do you find the Pijan palace? Is it comfortable? Asina also replied. Everyone here is very nice. You said you are the great chieftain. Call me Varine, mister. Varine is also very kind. The two of them talked very naturally. Varine did not expect Arekuan to be so infatuated with her just because of her appearance. At this moment, Asina poked Kareem's arm and asked loudly, By the way, Kareem, did not you say Era is not allowed to talk to other men? Kareem finally relaxed his face. You finally remembered. After Kareem confirmed that, Asina turned to look at Varine with an expression like, "You heard that." Varine was not thick-skinned either. He smiled lightly. "My fault, I did not mean to be disrespectful," but he was a little annoyed. Who does this woman think she is acting high and mighty with? Asina also reminded, "Beihai won't like this, we should keep this a secret, otherwise he will be upset." Varine agreed with her. "I understand, see you later." Asina also continued on with Kareem. Although a little worried, "Why do I feel so happy? This is the price to pay for daring to stop me the other day." Varine stood still watching the two of them disappear. In a large room, Nasir had arranged for Asina to come. He greeted respectfully. "Hello Miss Asina." "Hello Nasir, what do you want to ask me today?" Asina's bag was hanging behind. Nasir smiled kindly. "Why do not we talk while having some tea?" So the two of them sat down at the table to talk. "Can I ask you something, Nasir? What is it?" That man claimed to be the great chieftain, but Asina suddenly thought, "I have to speak indirectly, I can't ask Nasir directly." So the female lead asked him, "What kind of land is Sharza?" Nasir was silent for a moment, then replied, "Sharza, I do not understand why you are suddenly asking about this. But it is the smallest of Pigeon's 6 autonomous regions. However, to this day, it is the area that causes the most concern for the Khans. It is a fertile land, so although it is the smallest, Sharza pays the most taxes and tributes. The leader of Sharza naturally has a great influence in Pigeon, because it is located on the border. Sharza has built a powerful army to resist conflicts. Moreover, the current great chieftain." Suddenly mentioning that, Nasir hesitated and did not continue. "Nothing, I should not mention him." Just then there was a knock on the door. A servant came to report something to Nasir. "Excuse me, Mr. Nasir." Nasir went out to talk to him. Something seemed to have happened that made Nasir excitedly shout, "What?" Then he awkwardly said to Asina, "Excuse me, Miss Asina, but there is suddenly an emergency." The female lead also replied understandingly, "It is okay, go ahead. I hope nothing serious happened." "It is nothing, excuse me." Asina suddenly noticed her bag hanging behind. She secretly approached it. Nasir was still talking outside the door. Inside, Asina had taken another step closer to her bag. Nasir heard a noise behind him and turned around. Asina was still sitting quietly on the chair, leisurely drinking tea. Nasir felt that something had just happened, or maybe it was just his imagination. He finally let it go. "I am sorry for inviting you here, but maybe we should end our conversation here today." "It is okay, Nasir, if you want to ask anything, just come see me." "Have a good evening, Miss Asina." On the other side, Varine was walking alone in the night. Many thoughts surrounded his head. He remembered the scene when his father was on his deathbed. "Varine, please fulfill Sharza's long-held wish. You must maintain Sharza's independence." At that time he was just a young man. And now he is so big. Varine's heart was extremely complicated. "My mood has not been good since morning. Maybe it is because of that woman. Me and R.A. Kuan used to be close. But now he has a woman, his face also has more life. It seems like only I am standing still. It is so uncomfortable, everything in Pigeon is still so boring. When will I escape it, this feeling of emptiness?" At this moment a light step came. Varine still did not realize there was someone in front of him. But then the light radiating from the white hair attracted him. A girl with white hair like silk. Skin as white as snow, eyes as red as velvet. It was as if a fairy had descended to earth. At Asina's private room, there was a knock on the door by Nur. "Miss Asina, I brought dinner." "You must have talked to Nasir for a long time. The food is getting cold. Let me heat it up, it should be fine." Nur made a steak that looked very delicious. Asina did not want to bother Nur anymore because the food still looked delicious. So Nur let Asina eat her meal. She would come back later to clean up. When Nur had just left the room, Asina turned back towards her bed. She rummaged through her personal bag. "When will I be alone here?" The female lead pulled out the bag she had taken from Nasir's room. "I do not understand why they confiscated this old bag. There is nothing special in it if I do not undo the magic. It is just a pile of normal things. Besides the protection spell, I also cast many spells. This bag was created by a master magician, so only I can take things out of it. Moreover, it can hold even very large items." Not only that, Asina rummaged around even more. She also pulled out a few fake bags. They help her a lot. These fake bags are used to deceive others. Asina often used them to deceive her mother. I did not expect that one day she would use them. Back to the afternoon, when Nasir was embarrassed because he could not continue talking to Asina. "Sorry, Miss Asina. I have an emergency to attend to." The female lead noticed her bag hanging behind. While Nasir was looking away, I swapped the two bags. The items in Asina's bag were still intact. The female lead felt relieved. "Good, nothing is missing." But Nasir is very perceptive, so he might discover the swap. "But it is okay, the banquet is coming soon. So soon I will run away from here. Today I will go explore the place with the weakest security." So Asina walked alone at night. She also carried a map. I have almost finished drawing the palace map, so it will be easy to escape, but I still do not know where it is. What Asina was curious about was the highest tower over there. I have asked many people, but no one is willing to answer. The more they hide it, the more curious I become. Asina held her breath, tiptoed, walking very gently so as not to disturb the guards. What secret are they trying to hide? Is there a cursed object in here, or is Kuan hiding his son or brother in here? Asina grabbed the window, looking through the bars. Let us see what they are hiding. Asina's face suddenly froze. Wait, is this a treasure room? Inside are all kinds of jewels and jewelry, nothing is missing. Asina took a fancy to the diamond-studded bracelet. That jewelry is so beautiful. I thought they were hiding some earth-shattering secret. How disappointing. After observing enough, Asina landed, wanting to go back to her room. Nur is coming back soon, I have to hurry back. Suddenly at this moment, her earrings emitted a signal. That omen made Asina have a premonition that something bad was about to happen. The earring is vibrating, there is still some energy left, why is not it working? Immediately, Asina's hazel brown hair was gradually being replaced by white hair. Asina was extremely panicked. My hair, the earrings are broken. Did I store them incorrectly? I remember keeping them carefully, why? Thanks to the power of the earrings, Asina returned to her original form. Blood-red eyes were extremely prominent on her snow-white skin. Unfortunately, Varine was the first to witness that scene. Looking at the gorgeous and elegant girl in front of him, he stood rooted to the spot. Her beauty made him freeze, unable to believe his eyes. Is she a fairy? Just then, a servant ran up, interrupting the event. Great chieftain, I was ordered to serve you. Is something the matter? At this time Varine suddenly noticed. When he turned back, the fairy had disappeared without a trace. The corridor was empty. Varine was bewildered. She disappeared. Am I sleepwalking? No, it was not a dream. She was clearly there. How strange, I still remember that look clearly. Hair shimmering like moonlight, blood-red eyes exuding coldness. Our eyes met only for a moment, but it made me unable to breathe. What did I see? Varine suddenly trembled. His heart was beating wildly. The maid did not understand what was happening to him. Varine's cheeks were also flushed red, as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt of love. It was not until the maid spoke, "Is something the matter, great chieftain?" that he regained his composure. Do not worry, it is nothing. Asina had managed to run back to her room at that time. She was extremely confused. I am definitely dead. Why did the earring run out of energy at that moment? She was so angry that she threw the damn earring away. Hopefully the people in the south do not know what I look like. My mother might be very powerful, but I do not think that power will affect this far south. Asina's mother posted wanted posters for her daughter all over the northern continent. It should be fine. Nasir does not seem to have much information about the north, so Varine won't recognize my appearance, hopefully. Although Asina vented her anger on the earrings earlier, it was the only thing that helped her hide, so she had to go find it again. Asina looked at it with a tangled heart. What to do now? If they are broken, then I am finished. Think, Asina. Right at that moment, Nur came back and was knocking on the door wanting to come in. Miss Asina, can I come in? Nur heard a noise in the room and was very worried. Miss, are you okay? Asina had to make up something else. I am fine, I am changing clothes after eating such a hearty dinner. I suddenly feel like my clothes are too tight. Nur wanted to come in and help even more. At this moment, the familiar figure of a man reappeared. Seeing someone behind her, Nur turned her head and was shocked to see Bidad standing behind her. Hearing Nur call Sihad's name, Asina's heart almost stopped beating. What's Sihad? Asina's face turned pale when she heard Nur standing outside the door with Sihad. He coldly asked Nur, why are you standing there? Open the door. His cold, murderous eyes made everyone tremble. Asina panicked, walking around in circles in the room. What should I do? She looked at the earrings in her palm and wanted to collapse. But there was no other way. Asina put the earrings back on, deciding to risk it anyway. Luckily, her hair was brown again, and her eye color had changed back. Asina was so frustrated she wanted to swear. These damn earrings, now they are working fine. What the hell was the problem earlier? The door opened and Bidad walked in, asking how Asina was. Her complexion did not look too good. Is something wrong? Asina avoided his gaze. No, nothing. Seeing her strange behavior, Bidad moved closer to Asina, pointing directly at her. Liar. At that moment, Asina looked up at him. The sparkle of the earrings caught Bidad's attention. Wait a minute. What are those? I have been noticing your earrings for a while now. Are they magical? Asina froze, caught red-handed. How was this guy so perceptive? Did he have amazing observation skills, or was he just going on intuition? There was no point in denying it. She would have to lie. So Asina admitted it, but in a different way. Yes, there is a protective spell on them. It only works when in contact with fire and water. That is why I always take them with me when I travel, because I never know when I will be in danger. I just made that up. I can't believe he bought it. Suddenly, Bidad looked at her with a strange expression. Asina became even more wary of this beast-morphing guy. What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? But instead, Bidad said sweet words. I am looking because you are beautiful. She would rather he just act normal. Praising Asina like this made her freeze like a statue. Don't lie. I know you do not mean that. Bidad moved even closer. Why do you say that? You always say you are beautiful, so why would you think I am lying? Asina explained her reasoning. Because if it were true, you would not look at me like that. Many men have fallen for me, but none of them have looked at me like you do. Other men are head over heels for the female lead. Their eyes radiate passionate love. That is right, this guy said he loves me and praised my beauty, but his eyes do not show it. It is not the look a man gives a woman he likes. It is more like a look of curiosity, as if I am a toy that caught his eye. Asina clenched her fist, trying to suppress her emotions. I do not know what you are thinking. What are you planning to do with me? If that curiosity fades away, what will you do? Will you kill me? Bidad was still patient enough to listen to her speculation. Are you dangerous enough that I need to get rid of you? Asina looked straight at him and replied, maybe. So, would you kill me? The two stood so close, yet it felt like they were miles apart. Bidad suddenly chuckled. Not yet. I am still interested in you. And there is still a lot I do not know about you. Bidad casually sat down on the bed. So, tell me about yourself. Maybe after hearing it, I will spare your life. He said, tapping the bed, signaling Asina to sit down. For example, how was your trip? Where have you been all this time? I am curious to know. Asina also had her price. She crossed her arms and looked at him. You want to know? Fine, there is no reason to hide it anyway. Bidad had no choice but to indulge Asina to get more information. He wanted to hear and learn many things from her. Now Bidad understood why leaders liked keeping birds as pets. Asina sat down next to him, beginning her lecture. To start, I explored every nook and cranny of the north. My proudest achievement is visiting all 10 tourist attractions in Cromwell. Listening to the female lead ramble on about trivial things, Bidad found it strangely enjoyable. Isn't traveling across the continent too dangerous? Bidad asked Asina. Asina flexed her arm, showing Bidad the rat on her bicep. You might think I am delicate, but I am actually very strong. It is hereditary. Bidad had to admit, right, you broke out of prison. Maybe I am worrying too much. Suddenly, Asina became serious. But there was one time I almost died. Bidad was a little surprised. You almost died. Asina recounted her unpleasant experience. While visiting historical sites in the northern continent. These places are relics of past civilizations, and I heard there were ancient legends preserved inside. Because they were all well hidden, it was difficult to find any traces, but in the end I found it. The historical site was called Rothwill. Asina was extremely curious about it. It seemed quite large inside. I do not have a map of the inside. Should I mark it? But I do not want to damage this place. As Asina went deeper inside, the ground began to shake. It seemed to collapse right before Asina's eyes. Suddenly, a wall appeared, blocking the exit. I was trapped inside for a whole month. Until then, I simply enjoyed traveling. I never thought it would be so dangerous, but when I was locked in there, Bidad silently listened to Asina's confession. You must have been terrified. I am not sure terrified accurately describes how I felt at the time. The endless night, the 4 solid walls around me. No matter how hard I hammered, it would not even leave a scratch. Asina was extremely panicked at that time. She banged hard on the wall. Hello, is anyone out there? I am trapped in here. Above all, the most unbearable thing was the loneliness. Asina's words went unanswered. In the pitch-black space, there was only Asina alone. If I had not comforted myself by thinking about the people I had met during my journey, I probably would have gone crazy. First, I thought about the beautiful scenery I had conquered. Then I recalled old memories. I thought about my family. Asina faced the flickering flame alone. I am really stupid. Mom was always cold and strict with me. But now, I only remember the warm moments with her. Mom, I am sorry. That is what happened. Bidad was curious. So how are you here now? Asina gave a mischievous smile. Are you curious? I do not tell stories for free. Bidad was at a loss for words. What do you want to trade this time? Back in the room, Beihai curiously asked her. What do you want in return? Asina's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. She thought for a moment, what I want is a bowl of dates. Beihai was surprised, not expecting her wish to be so simple. Doesn't she want to exchange for something bigger? Asina smiled and said, the more dates the better. She remembered the full plate of dates from last time. They were really delicious. Beihai asked, do you want a forest of dates or something? It is not too difficult, just give the order. Asina insisted, no, I just want to eat dates. A full bowl is enough. And she told herself in her head, I have to be careful what I say when I am with him. Be exactly what he wants. Beihai patiently asked her, now, tell me, how did you escape from that place? Asina flopped down on the bed, looking up at the ceiling at everything around her. Her eyes shone brightly. Asina felt like what happened was like a miracle. She told Beihai, at first I strained myself to find an exit, but after a while I had no will to escape anymore, and then my food and water started to run out. To be exact, I gave up and lay there waiting to die. Because Asina was too tired, she just wanted to lie still. Beihai worriedly asked, you gave up on escaping? Yes, something like that. Anyway, while I was staring at the ceiling, I noticed something. She suddenly realized there was some kind of pattern on the ceiling. Beihai looked up and saw strange symbols. He was very curious about them. Asina looked more closely, imagining they were writing. That is ancient language. There is only one path led by truth. She picked up each stone and said to herself, how did I not notice this until now? In the ancient language, truth and light mean the same thing. So if I create light, she rubbed 2 stones together to create fire, hoping to find the truth. If I do that, I can see more of those writings. Asina lit up the whole room, hoping to find clues from the ancient instructions. Please give me some clues on how to escape from here. She translated the inscription. There must always be a sacrifice on the path to finding the truth. Beihai crossed his arms, not understanding why there had to be a sacrifice. She explained it is human blood, but the amount required is not enough to be life-threatening. Anyway, what happened next was even more surprising. She remembered when she was reading the clue, there must always be a sacrifice on the path to finding the truth. Starting from, she thought for a moment, Asina looked down at her feet and mumbled, starting from the lowest place in front of me. Asina fiddled with everything herself. She said, so the exit is right under the floor where I have been lying for 3 months. In her mind, she remembered the instruction. There must always be a sacrifice. She bravely stepped into that gate, not caring about the dangers and challenges ahead. And then, I finally escaped from that place, when I saw the clear night sky before my eyes. Miss Asina looked up at the sky, admiring the magical night, feeling so peaceful and comfortable in her heart. She sat on the grass, feeling the peaceful air. She said, it reminds me of what it feels like to exist. After hearing everything, Beihai understood more about this girl. He guessed, that is why you always avoid life-threatening places while traveling ever since then, yes. Beihai stared at her, unblinking, his eyes full of affection. Why are you looking at me like that? Beihai awkwardly explained, it is just that I find it strange. Based on what I know about your personality, I thought you were the type to stick your head into dangerous places like people who enjoy scary things. She jokingly said, oh, how scary such a new experience. Traveling is number 1. She also wondered, how do you know, are you a fortune teller? If so, why do you avoid dangerous places so much? She hesitated. She touched his hand, it is a personal reason, it is a bit embarrassing to say. She remembered what happened before. When I returned home after 3 months, it was the first time I saw my mother cry. She was usually very cold to me, so much so that I sometimes thought she was not my real mother, but at that time she said, Asina, I won't interfere in your life. Her mother hugged her and said, but can't you spare just a few months of the year? To be with the mother who loves you, her mother sobbed, wanting to express her wish to her daughter. You are the child that God has given us, Asina. I do not know what I would do if something bad happened to you. She hugged the pillow, sobbing, I never thought I would see my mother cry like that. I can't be a good daughter, but I do not want to be evil either. My mother gave me this life, so I must cherish it as much as possible. So I promised myself I would never get involved in dangerous places. She sat silently, thinking. And now I am being held hostage by an enemy nation, being watched day and night. I never expected this. Beihai turned to look at her and saw that she was already asleep. He gently asked, are you tired? Yes, I am going to sleep. She pulled up the blanket but could not fall asleep. But Beihai, please do not kill me, she thought in her head. Wondering, am I so sleepy because I am too tired? She fell into sleep. Beihai quietly looked at her. He whispered into her ear, daring to sleep so soundly in front of a man who could kill you. What exactly are you hiding behind that innocent face? He reached out and touched her cheek, leaning closer to her lips, gently stroking her cheek. I kiss you now. Beihai said to himself, do I have the courage to control myself and not do anything worse? Somehow, I always feel uneasy. That once I crave this woman, I won't be able to stop myself. More surprisingly, I am restraining my own desires. Beihai always followed her closely as she fell into a deep sleep. He deliberately touched her hand. Beihai whispered all the feelings for this woman. Night fell. The palace was brightly lit. Ragui walked step by step to meet the minister. You called for me, minister. The minister was already sitting and waiting for him. He requested, find me a person, Ragui. Please tell me and I will bring that person to you. He wanted to find a woman with silver hair and deep red eyes. Ragui was surprised by the minister's request. He wondered, a woman. He asked for more information about her. Besides that, does she have any other notable features? Varine sat thinking, trying to remember her image. Notable features. She is extremely beautiful. The next morning at the palace, Asina woke up. She shouted, my eyes are getting redder and redder. She looked at herself in the mirror and was very worried. The magic of the earrings has reached its limit. There is not much time left, Asina said to herself. She went downstairs and saw everyone busy preparing for the banquet, which was scheduled to be held tomorrow. Asina had already planned it. I have sketched out a map of the escape route and learned the guard shifts. Even though it is a bit earlier than planned, I have to leave here. She walked in the garden and started planning. Tomorrow is when I will escape from this place. Limar came to see Sihad to discuss work. He sighed and Sihad asked, why are you in such a hurry? Limar said that Varine had summoned one of his men last night. Sihad eagerly asked, has he made any moves? I'm not sure, but it seems he gave some orders to his subordinates. Sihad was surprised. Orders that happened. According to the child I sent to serve Varine. He saw something while he was taking a walk. Sihad questioned him. He saw what? Continued to monitor him. Yes, sir. Sihad thought in his head. He remembered Asina's words. What I want is a plate of dates. I tasted them last time and they were very delicious. That is what Sihad had promised her last night. Scene changed. Sihad found Limar. He ordered him to bring something to the harem. Scene changed to evening. The maid Nur called Miss Asina. The sun has set, miss. The guard was surprised. Could she still be sleeping? Nur said, yes, I think so. He recalled Asina's normal daily schedule, and he was suspicious because she usually woke up early and wandered around the palace. Nur said she did not eat breakfast or lunch, so I brought her some snacks, but I am worried something might have happened. She was very anxious and worried about Miss Asina. The guard said, just leave her alone. If she is hungry, she will wake up and eat. He was about to leave when he suddenly saw a group of people bringing a lot of valuable items here, each of them carrying a chest of treasure. The leader asked, is this Era's room? While everyone was worried about Asina, she was still in the room. She was curled up in the blanket. I am pretending to be sick now. She thought, I need to save as much magic as possible, so I am hiding under this pile of blankets to cover my red eyes. Stay here until the banquet starts. Suddenly she heard Nur knocking on the door, calling her. Miss Asina, are you in there? Asina hoarsely faked a sick voice saying, Nur, I am fine, just a little tired. Nur worriedly said, but it is evening and you have not eaten anything. At least eat some of these snacks. Let me bring them in. Nur opened the door and walked in. Asina carefully activated the magic earrings. Her eyes changed to red and looked very tired. Nur gently approached and asked, are you sick, Miss? Asina said, I told you I am fine. The guard carried a lot of food. He wondered, why do I have to do this? Nur looked worried and told Asina, I brought some kaga, it will help you recover quickly. Suddenly, the door unexpectedly opened again. The army brought gifts. The leader respectfully said, greetings, Asina. We have brought gifts from Sihad for you. Each person in this army carried a valuable item. Seeing the dates, Asina suddenly sat up. The leader relayed the message, Sihad. He wants to reward you for last night. Nur and the guard were so surprised they choked on their water, not understanding what they did last night. Nur curiously asked, what happened last night? Miss Asina was worried. It is not what you think. She thought, this must be the reward for escaping from the historical ruins. A memory flashed back like it was being fast-forwarded. The army came to deliver the gifts and finished their work. They knew and said, Miss, we will leave you to rest. Nur could not hide her excitement and happiness and hurriedly asked, Miss, what should we do with the things Sihad sent? Should I put them away? Asina gently told her. No need, I will take care of it myself, thank you, Nur. I am a little tired, so I want to sleep a little more. Nur kept teasing, of course now I understand why you are tired. The young lady just wanted to scream, I told you it is not like that. Before leaving, Nur told her, but if you are hungry, call me. Then she left, returning peace to Asina. Asina breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the valuable items with sad eyes. She wondered seriously, what is with these things? I really can't tell what that man is thinking. Scene changed to Sihad's office. Sihad and Secretary Nasir are busy reading documents and handling work. Suddenly there was a knock on the door calling Sihad. He immediately let him in. A girl covered her face and said respectfully, "Greetings, Sihad. I am Jakia, here to see you. I hope I am not disturbing you while you work." Secretary Nasir answered for Sihad, "It is all right." Jakia began to explain her issue. "I do not think it will take long." Sihad suddenly asked her, "What are you doing in Alpesian when you should be in Dara?" Jakia began to feel a little worried because his words seemed colder than before, and she replied to him, "My father summoned me here." Sihad looked at her with a disdainful gaze, the Grand Vizier. Jakia continued, "He said he wants to discuss my marriage." Sihad was very surprised to hear the word marriage. He asked Jakia, "Are you old enough to marry?" She did not quite understand, sadly thinking to herself, "What does he mean? If I were born into a different, more powerful family, I could have been married off long ago." Sihad's expression remained as cold as before. He had already guessed it. "I am sure her father is pressuring her to do this. I should not give her any hope." Then Sihad coldly asked her, "Is this all you wanted to say?" Jakia felt a little sad inside. She froze, not knowing what to say. She told Sihad, "I accidentally met Era on the way to the palace." Then she shouted at him, "Is it true that you took her into the harem just because of love at first sight?" Before this question, Sihad remained calm. He simply asked her in return, "Why should I answer you?" Jakia froze, stiff as a board, her eyes full of despair. She had to say, "I think I misspoke. Please forgive me. I beg your leave. Sihad, please forgive me for wasting your precious time." After that, Jakia quickly and quietly left. Secretary Nasir, while rearranging the documents, said, thinking about it, "I suddenly remembered a few things about Miss Asina." Sihad was a little curious to hear that. Nasir recounted, "On the day I went to the harem because I wanted to ask her something, I heard that she would not eat anything and just stayed in her room all the time. She usually likes to wander around the palace, so it was surprising to hear that." Sihad did not seem to care much when he heard that. Is that so? He only focused on reading the documents. Scene changed to the next day. Nasir went to see Asina's guard privately. The guard said, "I heard she stays in her room and sleeps all day." In fact, he was guarding outside because he wanted to avoid Asina. Nasir was quite worried after hearing that. "Is she sick? Maybe she needs some time to adjust to the food here, since she is a foreigner after all." Then he asked Nasir, "Are you here again because you want to ask something?" Nasir smiled shyly and replied, "Yes, but it seems like this trip is in vain. I wonder what is wrong with her. Is she homesick perhaps?" Scene changed to Asina's room. This is the second day she has been in bed. She had been planning in secret. When the sun sets, the banquet begins. "Today will be the day I officially escape from here. Yesterday, I hid under the blanket to rest my earrings. Today I will sleep to recharge my energy." Suddenly, someone entered the room. Someone stroked her head while she was sleeping. Asina woke up unexpectedly. She quickly sat up, horrified to see Sihad had come. Sihad gently asked her, "Do you feel unwell anywhere?" Asina thought to herself in confusion. "He scared me to death. Why scare people with that handsome face? What a waste." Then she stammered, "I thought you were busy preparing for the banquet." Sihad said, "Not really. I am not the one planning it." Then he asked, "How are you feeling? Are you alright?" Asina replied, "Yes, I think so." He still did not believe her, asking again, "Really?" Asina was a little confused. "Why are you going to punish me if I lie?" Sihad smiled and asked, "Should I?" Hearing this, Asina was a little stunned, not knowing what to say. Her cheeks flushed red. She said to herself, "Wait a minute. Why is he being so gentle with me today? Is it because he thinks I am sick? The first time we met, he was very cold and scary. Who knew he had this side to him?" Asina gently said, "The first time we met, I had a question. When we first met, why did you spare my life? I know the reason for that is not anything great, but I am still curious to know." Sihad was a little stunned to hear her ask this. He smiled and said, "Because I thought." In his head, the memory of their first meeting appeared. Following his old habit, Sihad reached out to touch Asina's cheek. Instinctively, Asina froze, not knowing what to do next. He continued, "Your eyes at that time seemed to be telling me that you wanted to live. Isn't that reason enough?" Asina thought to herself, "Every time this man says something like that, I do not know why I wish he would treat me like he did the first time we met. Although I am locked up here like a prisoner, he does not physically or mentally torture me. To be exact, he treats me like a guest. When he finds out I am running away, I am sure he will feel betrayed. Although I feel uncomfortable, there is nothing else I can do." After that, She thanked Sihad for saving her and giving her this new experience. Sihad's eyes were full of tenderness, staring intently at her. Then Asina continued, I am just thanking you for worrying about me, nothing else. Asina hurriedly chased Sihad away, even saying, if you do not want to disturb the patient, then leave. Sihad chuckled and explained, I was just kidding. Asina pushed him out of the room. Looking closely at his face, she thought, this will be the last time I see him. A little sad, but it is time to go. How silly of me. Pigeon is a wonderful country. Sihad just stood there and would not leave. Hearing her say that about the country of Pigeon, he was confused. What are you saying? Are you delirious because you are sick? Asina sighed and said, I told you I am fine. Then the two of them said goodbye. Harmony in a gentle melody. Musicians passionately performed instruments, showcasing the cultural identity at the palace. The dishes in the banquet have also been prepared. Dancers dance happily. Everything in the palace is now very lively and bustling. The banquet has begun. Asina thought after dinner, I will say I am going to sleep, so Nur won't come back here. Unexpectedly, she came and talked very happily, congratulating her on regaining her appetite, Miss Asina. As for Kareem, he avoids me, so he is only outside the palace. More importantly, Bidad had to attend the banquet because it was his celebration. Unexpectedly, he had no interest in the party at all. Asina told herself that she had redrawn the escape route and the location of the guards. She had also prepared all the necessary items. 1 hour is enough to escape. She had planned everything very carefully in advance, waiting for there to be fewer guards. Everyone is eating, no one is paying attention to Asina. The king asked Jakia, she respectfully replied. Grand Vizier Gedik asked her, when you met Arekuan, did he say anything? He said no. Arekuan is still as cold as usual. He also guessed you must have disappointed him. She softly said, please forgive me, father. He placed the glass on the table, sternly telling his daughter, don't forget, the next Kuan must carry the blood of our family. Yes, father. Attending the party was a distinguished guest, Grand Vizier Ahmed. Long time no see. The great chieftain of Naya Elbhar attended. He smiled happily, almost late. Naya is not as rich as Shazam, and the army is not as strong as other regions. It is an unremarkable area, so no problems occur here. In other words, it is a place with nothing to be proud of. Gedik warmly said, we are very happy for the presence of the kingdom of Naya to visit. He said, thank you for coming from afar. I have brought wine. Chieftain Elbhar introduced his son to him. This is Mizar. Gedik laughed happily. So he will be your successor, have some wine. Unexpectedly, Grand Vizier Naya Elbhar met Jalil here. He is the great chieftain of Dara Jalil. Elbhar came to ask, you seem busy watching the dancers. He happily joked, how can I resist the beautiful butterflies that are calling? He is still fascinated by the attractive dances of the female officials. The performance is impressive. The two people chatted happily with each other. Elbhar praised him, you are very cheerful. Is that so? It was late at night, but everyone was still paying attention to the party. They had not ended the fun. Asina took advantage of that opportunity to escape. She had hooked the rope ladder into the roof, preparing the opportunity to climb out. She had climbed over the wall. Looking down from above, she saw that there were still many people down there. Asina was worried, will I be able to escape as planned? It is more crowded than usual today. She looked ahead, the gate over there is where she needs to go. A group of people and carriages were leaving the palace in a row. Miss Asina decided to jump down. She thought, must get through there without being detected. She had gotten down to the main courtyard. Hiding behind the wall, she observed the situation here. It is very tense. Need to be vigilant because there are many Kuan guards around here. As long as I cover my face, they won't suspect. She stole a maid's outfit to sneak in. After waiting for a while, Asina entered the palace safely. She began to monitor the situation here. She saw two maids gossiping with each other. One said it was a relief to hear that Sahad had returned safely. She said that is right, without him here, the whole palace is extremely deserted. Even the great chieftains are worried about the depletion of water resources. Asina said in her head, I do not understand what they are talking about. Her face clearly showed confusion and surprise. She looked around. Everyone was afraid that they would have to endure a terrible drought, like when all the water in Pigeon dried up under the reign of Sekan Hakuan. Many discussions and rumors from the people, such as, has anyone realized that is why we are holding such a big celebration? Kuan won't abandon us again. Asina followed a stream of people. They were doing a traditional procession ceremony. She quietly covered her face, and then followed. She thought that she only needed to get through that checkpoint. Suddenly a soldier called her, You are next. Asina startled, dropped her mouth covering. She was flustered. She said to herself, let me go please. Note that Asina's bag has been applied with a charm, helping to hide important items. The soldier's face became serious, suspecting her bag. At this time Asina could only pray to get through. After a while he called the next person. She sighed in relief. It was late at night. She quietly escaped alone. Asina said in her head, I am out now. Unexpectedly, escaping was easier than I thought, a little disappointed. She looked at the palace forever. Surely there will be many regrets when leaving here. I won't stay in Pigeon anymore. She decisively made her decision. Even if I want to. But not all memories here are bad. She remembered the beautiful memories of the past, when Nur always cared and worried about her. She also had the opportunity to meet Beihai, and had the opportunity to chat with him. She quietly went, her heart still lingering, remorseful. Perhaps she will miss him a little. It can't be helped, being too handsome is also a crime. I have never met anyone so handsome, even more attractive than the handsome guy pictures I collect. Let us just ignore it, there are many things that cannot be forced. Asina ran forward. While running away she did not forget to look back to see if anyone was following her. Goodbye Beihai, goodbye City of Moonlight, and goodbye my handsome god. The god Bidad and the kingdom leaders were still gathered at the banquet, lively music and singing. Bidad shook the wine glass. His face was pensive, not very interested in the party. He said in his head, have all the invited guests been reached yet? Pigeon includes 6 territories. Urmain, Dara, Moskat, Naya and Sharza. Over the years, these lands have formed alliances and fought each other for dominance. And now, they are all gathered here to respond to the call of their god. They exchanged and chatted happily with each other, such as the 2 territories Naya and Dara. Bidad felt that what bothered him the most was that Varine was unusually silent. Normally, in an event like this he would be very enthusiastic. So seeing him so lost is unusual. He wondered, I wonder what he is thinking. I have also felt strangely uneasy since just now. Why is that? Elpar came to ask Sharza, you are unusually quiet today, High Lord, is there anything bothering you? Sharza smiled brightly and said, nothing at all, I am feeling comfortable, so do not worry. Elpar also guessed that he was feeling uneasy. He said, you must be bored because there is no one sitting next to you. High Lord Vika is still busy with work. I think he should hand over the position to his heir soon. Do not you think so, High Lord Ahmed? Standing next to him, High Lord Ahmed laughed. He said, I believe that High Lord Vika has his own plans. Soha is also having quite a few problems to solve. The High Lord of Sharza slowly sipped his drink. He received a lot of compliments from other leaders. Lord Elpar said, look at Varine over there. Young, but he manages Sharza very well. I really think High Lord Vika does not need to be too greedy. He inquired about the High Lord of Moskat. By the way, Dud could not make it. Newa, representing High Lord Takef, the head of the Moskat family, came to represent him. He sincerely said, our High Lord is busy solving some family-related issues, so I came instead. Elpar curiously asked, is the problem so serious that Takef could not attend this party? Then his son should have come instead. Newa said, as far as I know, Kareem has been assigned to guard the harem. Elpar also wondered, really? A tamer like Kareem is given that responsibility. Anyway, I'm glad you came here, Newa. Dud is too rigid, you know. Newa spent a lot of time chatting with him happily. He said our High Lord is not an easy person. Harem. Oh, speaking of which, Lord Sahad, I heard that you recently brought a woman into the harem. I was overjoyed to hear that, Lord Sahad said. After all, the harem has been empty for quite a long time. Has not it? It has been abandoned since the reign of Sakuan. So it has been more than 20 years. God Bidad laughed, he said in his head. He still blurts out his honest thoughts without thinking. Harem in the palace. Many people gathered here to exchange and meet each other. Bidad remembered the image of Asina. He said to himself, I broke my own rules and kept her in the harem. At first she was as grumpy as a wild cat. She even asked me, who are you, God or something? But when she understood her situation, she became surprisingly docile. And then I wanted to know what she was thinking so much that I did not even realize it. I wanted to tame her so that she would voluntarily open her heart to me. He sat blankly, resting his chin, thinking, but I can't help but wonder whether she is really the woman I can tame, even if I offer her all the wealth and vanity in the world and whisper sweet words in her ear. Will you stay by my side forever? She said thank you to me. Bidad felt empty in his heart, restless, but missed her. He recalled his conversation with Asina the day before. He wondered why she thanked him. She said, I am just thanking you for worrying about me, just being polite. Pigeon is really a wonderful country. But why did she suddenly say that? Feels like I am missing something. Hidden under the beautiful face is the sadness of having to leave the palace, where she has been since she was young. Asina sadly with tears in her eyes, a feeling of disappointment surged. Grand Vizier Gedik with a glass of wine was talking to the high-ranking generals. Bidad was dressed very beautifully today. He was listening to the conversation of Grand Vizier Gedik with the high-ranking generals. His hand clenched tightly. The great viziers still gathered to talk. A god asked Lord Sahad, "Is there anything bothering you?" That god thought again, "Or is he angry because of the things I said earlier?" Bidad turned his back. He said, "I am going back to rest, just enjoy the party." Arriving at the palace, Bidad saw Nur waiting for him. She hastily called him. Seeing her, he had a feeling of unease and restlessness. Nur was flustered, stammering, "Greetings, Lord Sahad," he said. "I have to go see her directly." "She is where?" the maid replied. "Era is currently in her room." Sahad inquired about the young lady. "Is she asleep?" Nur replied, "Yes, she just finished her evening meal and is now asleep." Young lady Asina's bedroom was truly quiet, without a single sound. Every nook and cranny in the room was silent. The electric lights were turned off. Only moonlight shone into the room, a strangely quiet scene. Bidad stepped into the room, step by step, as if suspecting something. Nur panicked, her face turned pale, and the guard quickly ran in, asking Sahad, "What are you doing here at this hour?" His face looked shocked, turning pale, fearing his secret would be revealed. Sahad went to the bed, pulled back the blanket, and did not find Asina there at all, only pillows underneath. He stood still, looking upset, on the verge of going crazy. Behind him, both Nur and the guard were surprised that the young lady had run away. Sahad demanded that everyone search for her immediately. Asina walked across the desert. Because it was too cold, Asina's face turned red, and she sighed, exclaiming, "I knew it." Asina walked while looking up at the sky, continuing, "The desert is so cold at night. At least my cloak is kept warm by magic." Asina touched her earring and continued, "Since there is no one around, I guess I can remove the magic from the earring." After removing the magic from the earring, Asina's expression turned slightly sad. Her steps gradually slowed down. Asina walked in sadness. Even so, Asina did not stop, saying to herself, "Once again, I realize how lonely traveling alone is. When I was little, I used to travel with Uncle Ian." An image of Uncle Ian smiling brightly calling, "Asina," she uttered, "also loved exploring new lands as much as I did. He was also the first person to teach me what it meant to travel." Young Asina turned her head when she heard Uncle Ian's voice. Asina immediately stood up and ran over happily, calling Uncle Ian at the same time. Uncle Ian opened his arms to welcome Asina. Uncle Ian, while holding Asina in his arms, gently asked, "Do you want to go on a trip with Uncle Ian, Asina?" Young Asina asked in surprise, "What is traveling?" Uncle Ian took Asina's hand and walked, explaining, "There are many things in this world that we do not know, and traveling is a way to learn about those things." Uncle Ian took Asina to her father, asking for permission for Asina to travel. Asina exclaimed, "Children my age usually cry when taken to a strange place, without their parents nearby." Asina recalled the scene of Uncle Ian letting her sit on his shoulders to look at the scenery. Asina shared her thoughts, "But strangely, I like places with many strange things to see." Returning to the present, Asina still walked alone in the desert. Asina muttered to herself at that time, "Uncle Ian got into big trouble with my mother for taking me traveling." In the night sky, only moonlight shone down. Asina still walked in the vast desert. Asina mumbled to herself, however, "For a time I lived according to my mother's wishes." Asina recalled being confined within boundaries. "I would attend parties as my mother instructed, and meet the same people every day." Young Asina had to sit and eat under the observation of many servants. "I even ate at the same hour every day." Asina's expression became blank, thinking, "Although this lifestyle comes naturally to others, for me it was always uncomfortable." Quietly looking at her painting, Asina pondered, "I even thought it would be better to die than to live the rest of my life like that. Because I had discovered how vast the world is. Each country has a historical culture." Asina happily wrote down the interesting things she learned on her trip. Asina remembered a priest introducing her to the kingdom and different ways of life. Asina secretly exclaimed, "Since I learned this, I can't sit still at home anymore. I am always eager to learn and experience everything I can." Stopping her recollection, Asina blankly looked up at the night sky. Looking at the starry sky, Asina mumbled to herself, "Is there a way to describe this trip in my notebook?" Suddenly, an image of Bidad appeared in Asina's mind. Asina suddenly stopped, her eyes widened, unable to speak. Because she was too embarrassed, Asina's face turned red. She asked herself, why did that man's face suddenly appear? To regain her composure, Asina slapped her face hard, telling herself, Calm down, Asina, you are in the desert. Looking at the map, Asina used a compass to find her way, muttering to herself, when I get home, I will tell my family that the trip was very difficult. Asina continued walking in the desert. At the same time, inside the palace, Varine coldly asked the servant, have you found anything about her? The servant awkwardly and respectfully replied, I am sorry, we have asked around, but we can't find any information about a woman with silver hair and red eyes. With a cold face, Varine doubtfully said, if that is the case, then continue searching as long as it is not too dangerous. The servant respectfully replied, understood, sir. Suddenly the servant spoke, furthermore, high-ranking Varine, I noticed something when I entered the palace today. Varine asked confusedly, what is it? The servant replied, I saw some Arekuan warriors leaving the palace. Hearing that information, Varine asked in surprise, did our side take any action? The servant hesitantly replied, I am not sure, but I do not think this is related to us. Varine, displeased, coldly ordered, go find out for sure. The servant fearfully and respectfully replied, understood, sir. The servant left quickly, and the sound of the door closing loudly rang out. After the servant left, Varine quietly stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the window, faintly gazing at the sky. The late-night sky was full of stars and bright moonlight. At the same time, at the Arekuan palace, Karim knocked on the door, saying, it is Karim, Lord Sahad. After Karim was allowed into the room by Sahad, he respectfully said, we have turned the entire palace upside down but can't find her. It seems she is no longer in the palace. Not hearing Bidad's reply, Karim felt worried and respectfully continued, we are also searching throughout the city, but because of the festival, it is very crowded and lively, making it difficult to track her down. Even so, I am sure she is still in the city. Karim continued to speak, she can't escape the city with the weak body of a woman. Bidad's expression had become unsightly, ominously frightening. Seeing Bidad's expression, Karim shuddered, his face turning pale with fear. Karim bit his lip tightly, anxiously thinking, he is not punishing me, nor is he scolding me. In fact, he has not taken any action all night. I do not know what he is thinking. Karim looked at Bidad's indifferent and cold attitude. Karim fearfully thought, I would rather he punish me. Suddenly, Bidad spoke in an extremely cold tone. No. Bidad coldly and angrily shouted loudly, she is no longer in this city. For a woman like her, leaving here is as easy as eating cake. Having truly run out of patience, Bidad coldly said, it seems I was too careless. Karim fearfully stammered an apology, please forgive me, Lord Sahad. There is no need to apologize. It is not that you let your guard down, it is me, Bidad coldly replied. Bidad angrily clenched his fist, continuing, after all, that woman even escaped from prison. Yes, I was careless. Bidad uncomfortably thought, the reason why that woman was not afraid even though she was stuck in a strange place is because she could leave whenever she wanted. No matter how solid the prison is, people won't be afraid if the door is still open. The harem is located in the deepest part of the palace. Bidad was still immersed in his own thoughts. Bidad imagined Irina's image and thought, therefore, I am sure you won't be able to escape if I keep you there within my sight. How foolish, Bidad scolded himself. Nasir entered worriedly, saying, Lord Sahad, I have brought the bag you requested. Suddenly, the bag in Nasir's hand fell, and the contents scattered everywhere. Nasir hurriedly picked up the items and continued, we have checked the bag, but there is nothing suspicious. The magic protection on the bag has been removed. She must have taken all the important items with her. Hearing his secretary's report made Bidad even more upset. With a scary face, Bidad called out, Karim. Gather Azami, Bidad coldly ordered. Both Karim and Nasir were stunned by Bidad's order. Karim asked fearfully, you mean? Bidad coldly replied, yes. I will find her myself. Bidad's face became extremely scary. The next morning, the sound of birds singing rang out. Varine walked down the hallway, suddenly seeing some servants passing by carrying things. Varine sadly stood aside, observing. The chamberlain stopped those two servants to check. Seeing that, Varine smiled gently and walked over, saying, Good morning, high-ranking chamberlain. Hearing the voice, Chamberlain quickly turned around and replied, High-ranking Varine. With an unfriendly expression, Chamberlain faintly continued, I am sorry, Lord Sahad can't meet you today. Varine asked in surprise, What is wrong? Chamberlain replied, He is currently not here. I think he will be absent for a long time. Varine asked again, Then when will he return? Chamberlain faintly replied, I do not know. I am just a servant of Lord Arekuan. Covering his face with a fan, Varine secretly thought, but he is also responsible for all internal affairs in the palace. High-ranking Varn, may I leave first? You see I am rather busy, saying so Chamberlain nodded. Hearing the words hinting at his departure, Varine could only smile and reply, all right, sorry for bothering you. Chamberlain quickly left. Suspicion arose in Varane's heart. First the Kuan warriors were mobilized, and now Kuan himself has left the palace. Varine recalled the words of the servant. I saw some Kuan warriors leaving the palace. Varine was very doubtful, thinking strange things are happening around me and I do not know why. What am I missing? Varane's heart was full of jumbled thoughts. That man will also be coming to Alpesian soon. I will have to investigate further before he arrives. An image of the palace appeared, full of luxury and splendor. At this time, at Asina's location, she was lying on the sand of the vast desert. Asina's face turned red from sunstroke, thinking, I forgot about the terrible heat of the desert. The road through the desert leading to Surt was extremely rugged. An image of a beautiful city appeared in Asina's mind. Surt is the only city still active in Pisian and has a seaport. I plan to go there to find a ship to the northern continent, but... Asina looked up at the sunny sky, thinking, ship, what a joke. I might be roasted alive before I even get to Surt. Asina struggled to stand up, her body filled with sweat. Asina saw a person walking in the desert haze and was surprised. She asked in surprise, is that a person or am I seeing things? Asina raised her hand to look more closely, her face becoming unsightly, thinking, but wait. The man was walking closer. Asina exclaimed in surprise, it seems that person is approaching here. Suddenly a large shadow stood in front of Asina. Asina sat on the sand motionless. The man also quietly looked at her. Asina suddenly realized something, thinking, oh no, he can't see my hair if I am wearing a hood, can he? Asina embarrassedly spoke, hello. At the same time, a cold iron sword was also presented. The man's voice coldly asked, who are you? Asina was startled and remembered the scene of her first meeting with Bedad, scolding herself. Why do these crazy people in the desert always have to point their swords at people before talking? Is this how people on the desert greet each other, déjà vu? Akka doubtfully asked, what are you doing in this desert? Don't you know where this is? Asina looked up at Akka, a few thoughts arising in her mind. I can't see his expression because his face is covered, but I do not feel the deadly threat like when I first met Beihai. I was really afraid of dying at that time. Asina was so scared that her face turned pale. She secretly reassured herself, calm down, Asina, you have survived someone even crazier than him. After calming down, Asina slowly stood up and gently replied, I am just an innocent traveler passing by. You are talking too casually, so I guess I can talk like that too. Right, Asina's intention was to tell Akka to speak without using honorifics. So this woman is like that, Akka doubtfully thought, but still spoke, this is not a place where women should travel alone. Asina immediately retorted, this is not a place where men should travel alone, either. Asina's expression became uncomfortable, continuing, it is better to lower your sword before continuing to talk. The sky gradually turned orange-yellow. After explaining, Asina and Akka walked together in the desert. Akka asked, are you traveling to Pasina? Asina quickly replied, no, I plan to go to Kratia. Akka nodded upon hearing that, I see. Asina quietly observed Akka, inwardly evaluating, this man's name is Akka. He said he is from Kratia and is on his way to Pisian. After seeing the items in my bag, he thought I was a tourist. While walking, Akka spoke, but this is not the way to Kratia. Asina quickly nodded in response, I know. My trip has ended. I am going home. I will take a ship in Surt. Akka surprisedly asked doubtfully, I see, but why are you going through the desert? After hearing that question, Asina immediately replied, because this is the fastest way to Surt. Akka, hearing that, pondered and muttered, the fastest way to Surt, the fastest way to meet your ancestors, that is what it is. Asina, hearing those muttering words, angrily said, hey, hello. Akka sighed and explained, who would travel across the desert to get to Surt? Most people go around it. I do not know if you are stupid or you like suffering. Asina smiled awkwardly at those honest words. In Asina's heart she resolutely thought, I can't tell him that I am running away. Quietly looking at Akka's face, Asina secretly exclaimed, anyway, this guy is quite handsome up close. Moreover, this aura reminds me of the people of Cromwell. Does either of his parents come from Cromwell? Suddenly Asina asked, what about you, where were you before, Surt? Akka replied curtly. Asina exclaimed in surprise, pointing at her face. Really? Do you think I will be able to get to Surt in a week? A week at your pace, you will probably be buried on the way, Akka replied without much thought. Asina, hearing that, was very angry, secretly scolding, this jerk keeps looking down on me. My passion is higher than normal, okay? But then Asina could only sigh, thinking, oh well, I just met someone from CERT, so I am heading in the right direction. I will get to CERT in a week. So I can finally relax soon. I have to go. It was nice meeting you. Hearing that Asina wanted to leave immediately, Akka worriedly asked, are you really going to CERT? Asina confidently replied, putting her hands on her hips, yeah, I won't die, do not worry. Then goodbye. Saying that, Asina waved and left. Akka watched Asina's back, standing thoughtfully for a long time. Akka decided to follow Asina. Noticing a shadow behind her, Asina turned around to look. Asina surprisedly asked, why are you following me? Akka avoided her gaze. Akka replied as if it were obvious, I am not following you. I have things to do, so do not mind me. Asina smiled and exclaimed, oh my god. In her heart she was annoyed, wondering, how can I relax when he keeps following me? Although she thought that way, Asina still accepted Akka following her. At the same time, Kareem was reporting the situation to Badad. I have divided the Azami team into 3 teams and sent them to Alpesian and Sharza. The rest of the team is always on standby. There are 7 units of soldiers under the direct command of R.A. Kuan, and Azami is the most agile army. Kareem worriedly advised, are you sure you are going in person, Lord Sahad? I can go instead. Kareem, Badad silently glanced coldly, calling out. Seeing that look, Kareem could only lower his head and remain silent, not daring to say anything more. With a somber tone as if from hell, Badad instructed, I may be gone for a long time, so pay special attention to security around the palace. Kareem respectfully replied, yes, Sahad. After instructing, Badad mounted his horse and said, I am leaving. Kareem was still very worried and asked, do you know where you are going? With an indifferent and uncaring tone, Badad said, probably. Badad gravely asked, if you were that woman, Kareem, where would you go? Kareem thought for a long time and replied, I am not sure. She is an unpredictable woman, but maybe she has escaped to a place that is hard to find. The desert, Badad said with a cold tone, his eyes becoming more crazed. With a definite tone, Badad continued, she is a smart and skillful woman who knows no fear. Badad imagined the image of Asina walking in the desert, saying in a cold voice, although she almost died there once, I am sure she went there. After hearing those words, Kareem hesitated and sighed, I see. Badad did not want anything more and led the group away. Kareem could only say goodbye, see you again, Your Excellency. Badad did not reply, biting his lip in anger. Remembering the days he spent with Asina, Badad resolutely thought, we do not have a deep enough connection for me to develop any feelings for her. I'm simply using her, he thought. So why am I being swayed by these emotions? Badad recalled the scene of him holding Asina tightly in his arms. Badad gripped the horse's reins tightly, thinking firmly, anyway, there is only one thing I can do right now. I will capture the woman who has imprisoned me in this emotional hell. Badad's dark red eyes looked terrifying due to his anger. A horse was running very fast across the desert. 2 men in R.A. Kuan's search party were talking. The search party heading west sent word that they found nothing. What about the team going to CERT? They found nothing either. They both spurred their horses to walk slowly and continued. The fugitive might have left the desert and headed towards Fars, but how would that person know the way in the desert? They both looked towards the sun and continued talking. The sun is setting. It will be more difficult to follow the tracks after sunset. Suddenly someone spoke up, by the way. That person looked towards Badad in front and wondered, why is Sahad personally looking for this person? Who is that person after all? At that moment, Badad's eyes became sharp, and his cold face looked extremely frightening. One of the men in the team said, don't question Sahad's intentions. Our mission is to complete the task assigned. Suddenly, a loud voice made the whole group stop. Something has been discovered in the northeast. At this time, Badad's expression was gloomy, making it difficult to discern his attitude. Elsewhere, Asina and Akka had been walking for a long time in the desert. Akka asked, cutting through the eerie silence between them, was your time in Pigeon enjoyable? Without looking, Asina continued walking and faintly replied, yeah, it was indeed enjoyable. The god of Pigeon was very impressive, Asina said with a gentle smile. Very surprised by that, Akka asked, you mean you saw R.A. Kuan with your own eyes? Asina quickly denied, no, only from a distance, I saw him by chance. Hearing her say that, Akka sighed, then you are lucky. The public rarely has the opportunity to see him. Asina feigned surprise and asked, really, is it that difficult to see him? Akka said enthusiastically, of course. Commoners rarely get to meet royalty. Moreover, R.A. Kuan does not even appear at festivals. You are really lucky to have seen him from afar. If I were you, I would brag about it for the rest of my life. Akka's exaggerated words surprised Asina. Really? Akka quickly affirmed, yes, and among all the Kuns, Kuan is the one who rebuilt Pigeon from the ruins after the Civil War. Even if he were a god, that alone is impressive, is not it? Bidad, holding a sword, had many people lying on the ground, no longer breathing. Aka continued to brag about Kuan. That is why he is one of the only 4 Kuns in Pigeon history to receive the title of Ra. The image of Bidad in the king's attire appeared in Asina's mind. Asina crossed her arms and asked, "But are not Kratia and Pigeon enemies? I am surprised that you are praising the king of a hostile nation." Aka sighed and answered her question. "Well, I have to admit the truth." While walking, Aka suddenly saw something that made him stop. In front of them was a cloud of dust. Aka cried out in doubt. Aka quickly took out a telescope from his bag and said uncomfortably, "A sandstorm is coming. How troublesome." Asina panicked and asked repeatedly, "What, a sandstorm?" Aka looked into the telescope and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, what is that?" Asina looked at Aka in confusion, full of doubt. "What is wrong? Is there something over there?" Asina asked anxiously. It was unknown what Aka had seen that made him so panicked. He was so scared that he dropped the telescope on the ground. His face pale, Aka grabbed Asina's shoulders and said, "Hey, are you running away?" Hearing that question, Asina's face darkened in fear. Asina had difficulty opening her mouth to say something. But then Asina did not answer, only avoided Aka's gaze. Aka's expression was still fearful. Asina sighed and asked in a low voice, "What did you see on the other side?" "A crowd is coming from the south." Aka fearfully turned around, pointing straight ahead. "The dust in front is getting thicker and thicker. I see the layer of dust being rolled up in one go, and it is clearly not just a few people." Hearing Aka's words made Asina even more frightened, full of doubt. "I thought I would have at least one day of peace after leaving the palace. How did they know I was in the desert like this?" Seeing the fearful expression on Asina's face, Aka became even more certain of his thoughts and asked repeatedly, "Who are you running away from? Did you commit a crime?" Asina blushed shyly and quickly denied, "No, it is just a small misunderstanding." Aka helplessly held his head and sighed. "You are saying all those people are chasing you because of a small misunderstanding?" Bending down to pick up his telescope, Aka quickly said, "It was nice meeting you, even though it was not for long." Aka quickly said goodbye. "It is best if I leave here." Seeing that Aka was running away to save his life, Asina was angry but could not do anything. "Okay, goodbye." Aka had not taken a few steps when Asina called him back and asked, "Wait, let me ask you something. How long do you think it will take them to catch up with me?" Aka stared at Asina, full of doubt. "At the earliest, 1 hour," Aka replied faintly. Asina was shocked by Aka's answer. Clutching her bag tightly, Asina thought to herself, "No, if I get caught this time, I won't just be taken back to the harem." Thinking that, Asina asked, "What about the longest?" Aka replied immediately, 3 to 4 hours, but even so, it is useless. No matter how fast you walk, they will soon catch up with you. Asina remembered Bidad's terrifying face. A sense of terror rose in her heart. Asina's face had turned pale with fear. Asina resolutely thought, "By all means, I must not be caught." Aka stood silently, looking at her serious expression. Aka then asked, "Are you sure you want to run away that much?" Seizing what seemed like a lifeline, Asina quickly replied, "Of course." Aka then made a suggestion, "If so, run into the sandstorm." Aka looked at the sandstorm in front and continued, "Inside, visibility will be completely limited due to the dust, making it easier for you to hide." Asina smiled and asked, "A sandstorm? You want me to go into that hell?" Aka shrugged indifferently and replied, "If you do not want to, just raise your hands and surrender." Asina could only click her tongue in anger. Although she did not want to, Aka's words were a way out. Asina made a difficult choice. That is right, it is better than being dragged back to an even bigger hell. Asina suddenly reached out and placed her hand on Aka's hand and said, "Thank you for your advice." Aka was confused by her action. In the vast desert, Asina smiled and said, "Well then." Asina turned and walked into the sandstorm, smiling and saying goodbye to Aka. "See you again if we are destined." Asina walked quickly, leaving Aka behind, staring blankly. Aka looked at his hand in bewilderment. On Aka was a cute pink bunny doll. Aka muttered to himself, "Who is this woman?" The sky gradually turned to late afternoon. Asina had entered the sandstorm and wondered to herself. He said it would take at least an hour. Asina had changed back to brown hair for safety. The group of people behind were gradually approaching Asina. She worried, but they're getting too close. Asina looked straight into the sandstorm ahead and told herself, "I have to quickly run into the sandstorm." Thinking that, Asina quickly rushed into the sandstorm ahead. Fearfully she wondered, "Why is Bidad chasing me? Does he still suspect I am a spy?" Asina recalled the image of Bidad coldly asking her, "Are you a spy from Cromwell? If not, then why is he so desperately chasing me?" Asina fearfully asked herself. Suddenly, Asina stumbled on a rock. Asina fell very painfully, causing her to cry out. When Asina struggled to look up. Just as Asina looked up, a group of horsemen surrounded her. Bidad asked in a somber tone, "Where are you running to in such a hurry?" Without letting Asina answer, Bidad took off his face veil. He gently dismounted and walked closer to where Asina was lying because she had fallen. Bidad's expression at this time looked extremely fierce as he looked at Asina lying at his feet. Arekuan's troops sat on their horses and looked down at Asina. Asina was silent at this time. Asina's hand clenched unwillingly. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared in Asina's sight. Suddenly, a somber voice called her name, Asina. She was extremely frightened at this moment. Bidad's hand reached out in front of Asina and commanded, "Come here." Asina unwillingly laughed mockingly to herself. How ironic. He is so arrogant with me and he treats me like this. Am I his property? How annoying. Asina still refused to stand up and asked uncomfortably, "Why are you chasing me?" Forcing a smile, Asina continued, "Even if I did something wrong, it would not be so serious that you would mobilize the entire army to arrest me." Bidad did not answer but instead asked Asina a question. "Did you really think that I would let you escape so easily?" Bidad's eyes became extremely crazed. Bidad again used a commanding tone, "Come here. If you obediently listen, I will spare you." Although he said that, Bidad thought to himself, how strange. I thought my heart would be filled with rage when I found you. Bidad remembered entering the room and not finding Asina anywhere. The servants who came along did not see Asina either and were frightened. Bidad continued to think, "Because you dared to deceive me, but now that you are standing in front of me." Bidad could not see Asina's face clearly, and a thought rose in his heart. For some reason, I feel relieved more than anything. Bidad coldly said, "Your attempt to escape has failed." Suddenly, one of Bidad's subordinates announced, "Your Excellency Sahad, a sandstorm is approaching." Bidad glanced at Asina. Suddenly Asina spoke up, "You are going to kill me?" Asina stood up abruptly and asked suspiciously. Hearing that, Bidad's face became ugly and angrily replied, "Is that what you are worried about in this situation?" Asina faintly stood up and indifferently replied, "Of course." Suddenly, thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. Asina did not care and continued, "From the beginning, you wanted to kill me anyway, did not you?" The horse, frightened by the weather, cried out. Hearing Asina's detached words caused Bidad great pain. Bidad could only murmur her name, Asina. A light flashed in Bidad's eyes, and he thought, "I wish I could see through the thoughts in your head." Suddenly Asina called out, "Beihai." Asina resolutely said, "Allow me to say one last thing, won't you, and see exactly what you are thinking." Bidad looked bewildered and murmured, "What?" Asina softly said, "To me." The image of Asina gradually blurred before Bidad's eyes. Being bound by someone is worse than death. Asina took out a flute. Bidad's servant recognized the thing in Asina's hand and quickly said, "That." Without letting him finish, Asina played the flute, causing the horses to lose control. Some chaotic sounds came out. "Damn it, it is a horse training whistle." Bidad angrily called her name, Asina. Taking advantage of the chaos, Asina quickly rushed towards the sandstorm. Bidad was extremely angry at this time. Asina had also run into the sandstorm, but the sand was blowing so strongly that it was very difficult for Asina to move. In her heart she thought, "The sandstorm is terrifyingly strong. I can't see anything in front of me." Behind her, Arekuan's troops were still chasing after her. Asina secretly rejoiced in her heart, but luckily, they won't be able to catch up with me easily. Asina struggled to look ahead and thought, "If I can just get through this sandstorm, maybe I can shake them off." Thinking that, Asina powerfully walked in the sandstorm. Suddenly, Asina was surprised to see what was happening. Asina was stunned. Asina's hand, covered with some dust, trembled and thought, "The sandstorm has disappeared." Asina turned around in astonishment and asked, "What did you just do?" Bidad brushed the sand off his body and said, "Didn't you know?" Bidad's eyes coldly said, "That I am a living god." Asina was afraid because Bidad was holding her hand tightly. Bidad angrily asked, "Have you rebelled enough?" Asina's expression had become extremely fearful. Asina said loudly, "Let me go. I need to go back." Bidad asked suspiciously, "Go back where?" Asina quickly replied, "Of course home. Where else would I go? I told you I am not a spy." A trace of loss flashed in Bidad's eyes as he asked, "Do you have a home?" Asina annoyedly laughed coldly and said of course. Without letting Asina finish speaking, Bidad coldly ordered, now you can forget about it. Asina was stunned by those words and asked, what, in a somber tone, as if echoing from the depths of hell. Bidad said, forget about going home. There is no way you are going home. Bidad said in an extremely certain tone. Asina's face turned pale because of those words. In her heart, Asina cursed, he is crazy. He has gone crazy. Asina was extremely frightened and thought, the magic in the earrings is running out. Why does it have to be now? Asina anxiously reached out her hand in front of Bidad. Asina's hair color was gradually turning platinum. Bidad asked suspiciously, what are you doing? Asina begged helplessly, close your eyes, Beihai. Please. Please, Asina said in helplessness. Bidad gently took her arm and pulled it away. Bidad quietly lowered his head and looked. The hand holding Asina's hand tightened even more. Bidad widened his eyes in shock. You, Bidad's voice became shaky when he saw Asina's hair color. Who are you? Bidad asked suspiciously. Because she was being held too tightly. Asina's face contorted in pain. Asina bit her lip, not knowing what to say. Bidad released Asina's hand and stuttered, you. Who are you? After Bidad asked a second time, Asina sadly. After a period of silence, Asina finally answered, this is my real appearance. Asina closed her eyes tightly, not daring to look directly at Bidad. Widening his eyes, Bidad stared intently at Asina. Bidad clenched his hand tightly and angrily asked, have you ever told me the truth? Asina silently thought, I have to run away, but my body won't move. Asina closed her eyes tightly and spoke that. Soldiers from the Ra Kuan army ran over from afar, calling Sihad. Bidad quickly reached out and pulled her hood up. Asina was still surprised by Bidad's action. Bidad stood shielding Asina from behind, and a subordinate came up to ask about the situation. We saw you enter the sandstorm, are you all right? Bidad glanced at Asina behind him and said, let us go back. After a period of travel, they finally returned to the royal palace. Asina was now standing opposite Bidad. Thousands of thoughts were running through Asina's mind. This is Kuan's bedroom. I thought I would be taken to the harem. What is going on? Moreover, without resting, Asina quietly looked up at Bidad. At this moment, Bidad was burning with anger, with a lot of black smoke emanating from him. Asina recalled the scene of sitting on the horse where Bidad did not say a word. Beihai did not say a word the whole way. The silence was stifling. Bidad spoke, interrupting Asina's thoughts. Now then. Bidad approached Asina and said, explain. Asina hurriedly explained, as I said, this is my true appearance. I just changed my appearance a little so as not to be too conspicuous when traveling. Bidad's tone was frighteningly cold. You changed your appearance with those earrings. Bidad reached out and touched Asina's earrings, sighing, I see. Asina lowered her head in fear, thinking, he is really quick-witted. Asina hurriedly explained, I told the truth about the trip, I swear, that is why I changed my appearance, there is no other reason. Bidad coldly questioned further, then why did you make up stories and lie to me? Is there something so terrible that you have to hide it from me? Asina laughed helplessly. Why should I be honest with you about everything when we are not that close to begin with? Asina said with a reproachful tone, what is wrong with me changing my appearance? You are the one who does not believe a word I say and has treated me like a criminal from the start. Why should I be honest with someone who does not trust me? Asina said without paying attention to Bidad's emotions. The atmosphere in the room gradually became suffocatingly terrifying. Bidad silently turned away, not daring to look directly at Asina. After a moment of internal struggle, Bidad looked at Asina with difficulty. Bidad asked uncomfortably again, so, who exactly are you? I am asking about your identity, not your appearance. Asina's face turned pale at Bidad's question. Asina spoke with difficulty. I do not want to lie to avoid this situation anymore. No matter how you threaten me, I won't utter a word, even if I die. Even if I die, Bidad repeated unhappily. Bidad reminded with displeasure, it seems you have not thought it through. I do not think you understand your current situation, do you? Bidad's eyes became sharp and cold. From this moment on, you will no longer be free. This will be your new residence starting today. Asina was stunned by the information she had just received. Bidad spoke again, while you are locked up here you can think about what is best for you. Then you will realize how comfortable your previous life was, Bidad said as he opened the door to leave. And how lenient I have been with you. The door slowly closed after Bidad's words. In another room, after Ragwi reported the situation, Varain asked in surprise, what, he is back? Are you sure? Ragwi replied respectfully, yes, your excellency. Ragwi respectfully continued, Kuan has returned with the Azami warriors. We have been tracking their journey. and it seems they returned from the desert. The desert? Varine asked doubtfully. Varine wondered to himself, but he just returned from a pilgrimage to Ishmael. Why go to the desert again? And with the elite guard, Varine ordered, find out exactly where Arekun went. Ragwi replied respectfully, yes, your excellency, I will do my best. Varine thought to himself in confusion. Arekuan's actions recently are very confusing. Varine was so worried that he bit his nails and thought, this is troublesome. Varine angrily scolded, where are the senior officials who are not present in Alpesian right now? Varine recalled Ragwi's report. We have taken measures to delay the appearance of the senior officials who support Arekuan. We have ignited an internal conflict within the Dud family. Send robbers to Izmir. The senior official of Manhwa is surrounded by robbers. Interfere with Vika's transportation. The truck carrying the senior official of Johal Vika cannot move. Varine then said, I heard Izmir has defeated most of the robbers. It will probably take longer for Dud to reach the capital, but Vika is expected to arrive next week. Ragwi then suggested, should I send more robbers to block him? Varine immediately replied, honestly, I would not mind killing that old man, but the Vika family is an influential family. They have produced grand viziers for generations. If we act recklessly and kill him, we could be at a disadvantage. Ragwi asked in confusion, is that so? Suddenly, Ragwi remembered something and said, one more thing. We still have not found the woman with silver hair and crimson eyes. Varine silently looked out the window and sighed. Is that so? Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside the room. Akka sat on a branch, happily saying, long time no see, your excellency. Varine was unhappy about having to wait so long. Varine glanced at Akka and asked, why are you late? Akka hurriedly replied, something unexpected came up. Varine asked worriedly, what happened? Is that why you are late? Varine asked unhappily. Akka jumped into the room and asked in return, are you threatening me? Varine asked tiredly, so what exactly happened? Akka said excitedly, you won't believe it. I met a strange woman, Akka said, taking off his cloak and laughing. Scene changes to Sihad's castle. Asina quietly stood by the large window. She sighed sadly. 4 days had passed since Asina was captured and brought back here. Currently, she was having a terrible time and being locked in Kuan's room. First of all, her belongings were all confiscated. After that, Asina was locked in this room and could not go anywhere else. A few maids she had never seen before entered the room to monitor her all day long. Since then, they stood there like dolls without answering a word when Asina asked. Moreover, after that day, Bidad never appeared here. Asina thought Nasir would visit, but he was not there either. No one talked to Asina and there was nothing to do here. All she did was eat and sleep. Honestly, Asina would rather be starved or interrogated than be like this. Lying still without any stimulation was the most unpleasant thing for her. That man really knew how to torture Asina. At this moment she fully understood, so he was not bragging back then. Kuan had said, then you will realize how lenient I have been with you. Thinking back, compared to this place, Asina would rather be imprisoned in the harem. She also could not help but worry, not knowing what had happened in the desert. The sandstorm had disappeared in the blink of an eye. When she first heard that Pijan was ruled by a god, Asina thought it was just a figure of speech, because after all, many kingdoms considered their rulers as representatives of gods. Who knew Beihai actually had the power of a god? However, she thought it was not magic, she could not feel the mana, so what exactly was it? Just then there was a call, Lady Asina, it is time to eat. While eating, she kept glancing at the maids staring at her. At this rate, Asina would choke. The maid Nur had treated her much better than them. Right at that moment, she suddenly panicked when she did not see Nur anywhere. Could it be that she got into trouble because she ran away from the harem? Excuse me, can I ask something? Do you know Nur? Can you tell me what happened to her? Asina earnestly pleaded, she was really good to me when I was in the harem. I am just worried about her. Can you tell me what happened to her? Seeing that pleading face, the maid clicked her tongue. Then said, Nur is currently in prison. It was like a bolt from the blue, shocking Asina greatly. In prison, what do you mean? On the other hand, Nasir went to see Emperor Kuan. But the murderous aura radiating from him frightened Nasir. Did I come at the wrong time? Now he regretted it. He should have listened to the chief steward and should not have come to see Kuan. You do not seem happy today, Sahad. He also admitted, you are right. Today I can execute anyone who makes me uncomfortable. Hearing that, Nasir was horrified. Then execute Varine if you can. But Sihad smirked. That would cause an uproar across the country. I do not think you made a mistake, Sihad. You only arrested a suspicious person and monitored her. Once she ran away, you arrested her again, that is all. That woman could be a spy from Croatia or the northern continent anyway. She knows a lot about Cromwell in the north, therefore we have enough reason to suspect her. Sahad thought, you are right, Nasir. Arresting someone who hides their identity and appearance. Trying to escape is a natural action. So why do I feel this way? The indescribable pain and disappointment. After that, Nasir fell into silence. He thought to himself, I have never seen Sahad being moved by emotions like this. I felt something when he said he would personally go to find Lady Asina. But it seems that this perfect God has a human side as his servant. Should I be happy or worried? Suddenly, Nasir revealed to Sahad, frankly speaking, I am a little worried. No matter who Lady Asina is and why she came to Pijan, making him quite curious, why is that? But Nasir did not tell the truth and only said, I am just saying it offhand. Anyway, do you have any plans for what to do with her? Of course, Sahad intended to find out the truth and learn everything about that woman. Back to Asina's prison room. She sat sulking in a corner with an uncertain mood. Asina thought to herself, Nur must have been punished. Because I ran away from the palace. But I acted alone, it is not her fault. At that moment, the maid put a pitcher of water on the table, drawing Asina's attention. What is it? Smells fragrant, is it tea? A cup of fine tea was offered to Asina, making her quite surprised. Lady Asina, I brought the tea you like here. Seeing Nur in front of her, Asina could not help but be surprised. But suddenly the maid turned to look, then panicked in fear. Asina even cut her own hand and warned her, as you can see, I am threatening you. You won't respond to me unless I resort to extreme measures like this, right? If I commit suicide here, you will be in trouble for being my supervisor, right? Asina sternly demanded, I want to see Beihai. After those words, Asina was finally led away to the place where Beihai was waiting to meet her. In her heart, Asina thought, luckily this method worked, but I can't keep doing this. I need to talk clearly with Beihai. Honestly, she had also thought about telling him everything, but every time she revealed her identity while traveling, it was not very promising. Everyone wondered why a noble lady like Asina would travel alone across the continent, but no one believed her answer. Moreover, in a hostile country like Pijan, revealing her identity would only invite more trouble. Pijan could take Asina hostage, demand ransom from Cromwell, or use the excuse of territorial infringement to ignite a war. Conversely, Cromwell would not sit still if she was imprisoned. She also could not cause trouble for her family and country just to escape from this place. So, her only choice was to find a solution herself. For that reason, Asina bravely stood up. Let me be punished instead of her. At this moment, Sihad could not help but wonder. What are you talking about? Asina replied. I heard you imprison Nur, but she is innocent. She did not do anything wrong. I was the one who deceived everyone and ran away. Please release her. Sihad then asked, why can't a slave be punished in place of their master? Asina replied without hesitation, if someone has to be punished for what I did, then it should be me. And I always consider Nur as my friend. Is that so? But unfortunately, your reasoning is not accepted here. Hearing that, Asina gritted her teeth in anger. Sihad was becoming more and more difficult to understand. Why is he acting like this? He has always been authoritarian but never been so stubborn. It is like he is venting his anger on me. Then Asina spoke. I did not know you were so unreasonable. Sihad immediately retorted sarcastically. Look who is talking. You asked me why I came here. I also answered honestly. I was traveling and got lost, but you still did not believe me and imprisoned me, so I had to run away, that is all. The way you are treating me right now makes me think you are just venting your anger on me. Sahad was surprised. You are saying that I am trying to retaliate against you because I am annoyed. And Asina also felt that way, isn't that right? You are acting more emotionally than ever. You arrested me, locked me up, monitored me. And even imprisoned Nur even though she is innocent. What exactly is the reason? Why are you doing this to me? Hearing this, Sihad was really shocked. He was even more surprised when he saw Asina crying. Right in front of him. Sihad could not believe that. Asina was shedding tears. This woman before always acted strong, so he was surprised to see her being able to cry like that. A period of time passed. When Sihad asked, are you crying? Asina became annoyed. Leave me alone, I am not crying because I want you to pity me. Suddenly, Sihad grabbed her hand, making Asina panic. He gave her his handkerchief. But it still could not stop Asina from crying. She hurriedly pushed his hand away. Forget it, I am going back to my room. But release Nur. Until you do that, I won't cooperate at all, remember that. Then Sihad could only stand and watch her leave. Later, Asina blamed herself. Why did I have to cry at that moment? It was terrible. Suddenly, a voice rang out, who are you? And Asina could not help but be surprised when she saw Nasir. He was also surprised to meet Lady Asina. Nasir then asked, your eyes and hair, what happened? However, Asina said, this is my normal appearance, and I had to change their color because I was traveling. My appearance often attracts attention. I see, I can understand why. Before, Nasir only thought her beauty was very rare, but now he could not take his eyes off her even more. Anyway, why did you come out of the office? Asina calmly replied. I needed to talk to Beihai. So did you get what you wanted? Of course the answer was no. Asina then asked Nasir a question. To you, do I look like a spy? He thought for a moment and smiled. I can't be sure you are not. It is true that you have not committed any serious crimes. Asina continued to ask. Do you know why Beihai is doing this to me, Nasir? I am not sure, and in his heart, he also wished he could know. Just then the maid spoke to Asina. It is time to go back. Before leaving, Nasir called Lady Asina and said, although the situation has unfolded like this, but I actually wanted you to escape successfully. Making her panic. What are you saying? Nasir's intention at this time was to advise her to be careful. My master is not someone easy to deal with. In his heart he also knew that. Initially he locked you in the prison, but now he has locked you in his bedroom. He is angry with you but can't touch you. As his confidant, I am afraid of your influence on him. Night had gradually fallen. Sahad at this time asked Aman about who knew about his return. He replied, about 5 or 6, I think, including me and the royal secretary, and I am sure all the servants in the palace also know. And they did not make any moves when Sahad was absent. Iman thought maybe they were cautious because they were worried you had set a trap for them. Anyway, you left at the last minute. Everyone was curious why you were absent. Hearing that, Sahad was a little hesitant. What excuse should I give? Iman then said, isn't it best to tell the truth, Sahad? If the high officials hear that you are pursuing a woman, I am sure they will accept it. After all, both men and women are blind to everything when they are in love. Hearing that, Sahad could not help but be angry in his heart. Iman also said, although they will find it hard to believe that you have fallen for a woman, perhaps they can be convinced. Anyway, it has not been long since you brought an era into the palace. Sahad then mocked, you seem to be enjoying this, and Iman did not deny it. Sahad also asked if Iman had anything more to say. Iman smiled and replied, the high officials will probably request to meet you, but you do not seem to be in the mood, so I will refuse them for you. I will tell them that you have not left your bedroom. Hearing this, Sahad glared at Iman angrily, making Iman panic. Oh dear, I will be in trouble if I joke around anymore. So he immediately changed the subject of the conversation. Do you know how busy I am whenever you are away? Sahad, teasing the higher-ups is also one of my little joys, so please understand. Of course, Sahad knew that too. And that is also why I still spare your life even though you are so arrogant. Iman thanked Sahad profusely upon hearing that. Then Sahad ordered Iman to deal with the higher-ups as he pleased, and to arrange for more guards outside his bedroom. Iman was immediately surprised. You want them to guard Era? I thought there were enough guards there already. But as you wish, Sahad, and Iman knew full well that you are worried she might run away again. Increasing security does not solve the problem. So Iman asked Sahad for his opinion. Can I say this without being considered arrogant? A long time ago, a high-ranking official was given a beautiful bird. He loved the bird very much and took care of it carefully. However, the bird kept trying to escape from its cage. So the high-ranking official broke its wings to prevent it from flying away. After that, the bird's feathers gradually lost their color, and eventually, it endured for a while and died. People are the same, Sahad. You can't win a person's heart by imprisoning them. Hearing this, Sahad suddenly fell silent. What are you implying? Iman panicked a little and hurriedly said, nothing, Sahad. It is arrogant of me to dare to discuss this situation. I will let you rest. After saying that, Iman left immediately. At this moment, Sahad suddenly remembered Asina and Iman's words from before. He seems to sense it too. So he called Iman. That maid, Nur, tell them to release her. Hearing this, Iman smiled. Then obeyed. Yes, Sahad. Scene changed the next morning. Suddenly, someone barged in. It was Umar. He came here to seek refuge. Sahad's mood seemed to be very bad, so Umar fled here, making Kareem wonder that bad. You can say that again. Umar heard that he has been working himself to exhaustion without going to sleep, and there is nothing urgent going on, so we do not understand what is happening. However, Nasir probably knows why. Soon after, there were footsteps outside. Someone was coming. It was Akka. He was probably eavesdropping on the conversation. At this moment, Umar suddenly asked, by the way, are you very busy this afternoon, Nasir? He also asked if there was a problem. He then said, it seems Cromwell is sending an ambassador here. They sent a letter this morning and I just read it. Umar could not help but be surprised. Cromwell, are not they allies of Croatia? Why would they send an ambassador here when they do not get along with us? Nasir agreed with Umar. I do not understand what they are thinking. Moreover, this ambassador is quite powerful in Cromwell. I heard that person belongs to the powerful Estadia family. It can be said that all the merchant groups in Sirte are owned by them. Of course, Akka was still eavesdropping outside, and that name Estatia sounded familiar. Akka immediately thought of the white-haired girl he had met, and could not help but be surprised. He then remembered her on the paper that was posted on the wall that time. Akka went in to see what was going on, and paid special attention to the signature on that paper. He found out who that woman was. Back to the topic, Nasir thought for a moment and said to Umar, "For now, I will send a guide to greet them and investigate more about this family." At that moment, suddenly, Kareem pulled back the curtain, startling Nasir. Kareem suddenly felt like someone was there, but he was probably mistaken. On the other hand, Iman was trying to persuade Sihad to rest. "You have been working for 2 days straight without sleeping at all. If you continue like this, your health will be affected." Hearing this, Sihad realized that so much time had passed. "I will rest, go out, Iman." Before leaving, Iman thought to himself, "Did I upset him by giving unnecessary advice?" At this moment, Sihad was extremely tired. He thought things would be better if he brought her back here, so why does he still feel like he is in hell? Just the fact that she refuses to do as Sihad says is enough to drive him crazy. If he forces her to stay, will this anxiety and anger disappear? At least Sihad would not have to worry about her leaving him. He stood up while thinking. But her spirit is freer than anyone else. If I bind her, she might never look at me with that affectionate look again. You hide more than you show on the outside and always try to run away from me. So what should I do with you? Sihad wondered to himself. Right at that moment, Asina's voice rang out. "What are you doing?" Surprising Sihad. Asina took the initiative to come see him. This felt like a dream. The truth is, unconsciously, Sihad went all the way to his bedroom, because he has not slept for many days. Is his mind playing tricks on him? Asina looked at him seriously. "What is wrong? Why do not you answer me? Did you come here because you have something to say?" Sihad could only remain silent at this moment. In his heart, he thought he was really losing his mind. Then, Sihad happily replied to Asina, "Do I need a reason to enter my own bedroom?" Then the two of them just stood there without saying anything. Suddenly, Sihad raised his hand to caress Asina's face. "Your eyes are swollen," she then said. "That is because I had trouble sleeping last night. I could not sleep a wink thanks to someone." "Are you saying it is because you were waiting for me?" Asina retorted upon hearing that. "Have you lost your mind? That is not the case." More seriously, Sihad discovered the wound on Asina's hand, so he questioned her. "Don't you know anything? I had to threaten the maids to be able to meet you. The wound is not serious, do not worry." This made Sihad extremely surprised. "That maid is really that important to you?" Asina did not hesitate to answer, "That is right. I also do not like bothering other people. I do not want to gain happiness by hurting others." Seeing this, Sihad comforted her. "I did not intend to make you cry either. I told them to release Nur." Asina immediately explained upon hearing this. "The tears just fell on their own. Do not worry, I am not begging for your pity. Thank you for releasing Nur." Sihad then smiled. "That is more like my kitten." Making Asina blush so much that her face turned red. "Wait, why is he making that expression? It is not fair, moreover, he is acting a bit strange." She then called him Beihai. But unfortunately, Sihad was really exhausted at this moment. He collapsed on her shoulder, making Asina confused. Sihad then said, "Sleep, I am tired." Asina suddenly shouted, "Then sleep on your bed. Why are you sleeping on me?" Outside, the sky was gradually getting late. The emotions that had kept Sihad awake for the past few nights were dissipating in her warm embrace. "It is strange, there are times when you look like a completely different person because of your changing appearance, but when I hold you like this, you are like the person I knew before. My mind is completely blank now. This woman's identity is no longer important to me. What is more important is how I keep you by my side." Asina was about to call Beihai, but he grumbled, "I told you to be quiet." But she could not breathe anymore. "You are too heavy." And that night, the two of them talked to each other. Sihad asked her, "Do you ever miss the family you left behind?" Of course, Asina missed her parents and close friends very much. "Why are you asking? Do you have any siblings, Beihai?" He smiled and replied, "I have, but they are all dead." Hearing this, Asina fell silent. After that, she asked Beihai why things happen like that, and he just said that it was normal. According to the law, any member of the royal family who fails the test to become Kuan must die. This is to prevent revolts. As a member of the royal family, if you want to survive, you must win. Asina was really horrified. His tone sounded so emotionless. Now she understood, so that is why he said that before. What rules are there for killing people? In the end, someone has to die. That is the immutable law. Now, Asina could understand why this man seemed cruel from the beginning. Growing up in an environment where he could not trust anyone, he was forced to kill to survive. Although he eventually won, the price he had to pay was to bear the burden of an entire nation on his shoulders. She had also met people with the same look in their eyes. Unconsciously, Sihad felt a tremor. His mind was hazy when Asina took his hand. This was the first time she had taken the initiative like this. Although, in her heart, Asina always felt that he was still a bit scary and difficult to understand. But now he looked very lonely. Sihad also did not hesitate to hold Asina's hand again, very affectionately. Asina also whispered good night Beihai. The next morning, Jalil felt the weather was great at this time. The flowers and plants were very lush. Is this what the capital is like? Completely different from Dara, a desolate land. And the women here are so beautiful, I almost do not want to go back to Dara anymore. What about you, Varan? I am glad you like it here. I received a letter from the elders. After the festival ends, we will gradually implement our plan, so do not be too careless. You are such a stickler. By the way, have you heard the rumors that have been spreading in the palace recently? They say that Sihad left the palace to chase after a woman. Hearing this, Varan asked, do you really believe that ridiculous rumor? Jalil said, there is no smoke without fire. Maybe this rumor is true, even if it is not his personality. It is true that he brought a woman into his harem. Varan then asked Jalil, who did you hear this rumor from? He replied, the maids in Sihad's palace. You think it is easy to seduce them? I had to try really hard to get that information from them. However, Varan thought that those maids must be mistaken. Jalil also reconsidered. I heard that the woman's appearance is quite special. I think they said she has silver hair and red eyes. Hearing this, Varan could not help but be surprised. Is what you just said true? But Jalil did not know clearly. That is just what he heard from the maids. No way, Era's appearance is not like that. Must be a mistake. At this moment, another person came in and asked, what is going on? Jalil greeted him, long time no see, kid, why are you wearing that strange outfit? Akka smiled and replied, I dress like a servant so I can walk around the palace. Anyway, what are you two talking about? But as soon as he asked, they both denied it. It is nothing. It seems Sihad has found a woman. And he must be so infatuated with her that he is neglecting his work to be with her. I heard she has a very unique appearance in Pigeon. Jalil also knew that she has silver hair and red eyes. Hearing this, Akka realized, I think I know who that woman is, so she was finally dragged back to the palace. Then, Jalil guessed, so she is the woman you saw in the desert. Akka admitted that is right, but since she has been dragged back to the palace, she must have failed to escape. Akka also told Jalil, maybe you will fall in love with her at first sight and follow her everywhere, making him surprised. Is she really that beautiful? I really want to meet that woman. But Akka felt this was a bit strange. How could a woman from such a powerful family meet the Kuan like this? Varan could not help but be surprised. Wait, do you know who she is? Akka nodded. Of course, I lived in Cromwell for many years. Her hair and eye color are very rare, even in the north. But when Varan asked her name, Akka did not answer and said he could not tell him for free, so he asked what he wanted. This was the first time Akka had seen him act like this. High-ranking official, you must really want to know who she is. Give me the Krem vineyard in Sharza and I will tell you. Hearing this, Jalil cursed in his heart. This kid, the price he is asking is too high. Varan will never easily give Sharza's best vineyard to someone else. But surprisingly, Varan agreed to Akka's condition, and will give the documents to Akka right away. So he just needs to bring it to Sharza. The vineyard definitely belongs to Akka. Of course, Akka also has to fulfill his deal. Varan did not hesitate to ask, who is that woman? On the other hand, at the palace, Asina just woke up now. It has been a long time since I slept so well. Beihai must have left already. Since when did she get used to waking up in his arms? If mom and dad knew, they would be furious. Wake up, Asina. Suddenly, the servant announced, Lady Asina, you have visitors, making her confused. Was not I not allowed to meet anyone? But the person who appeared was Karim. So Asina was extremely surprised. Ah, so Nasir is also here, she thought to herself. He must be here to interrogate me. Karim asked worriedly, what happened to you? You look so different. Hearing this, Asina was stunned. This is my normal appearance. What is wrong? Are you falling for me? Nasir asked about Asina's condition and hoped she felt comfortable here at the same time. He also reminded her that she could not leave the room, of course, she clearly understood her situation. And then Nasir told the servant to bring them some tea. After that, Nasir soon proposed an agreement. He offered to provide Asina with the information she wanted, in exchange for her providing details about the political situation in the northern continent. Karim jumped up when he heard this, but Nasir stopped him. Frankly speaking, Asina was also surprised when he offered to provide information when he himself thought she might be a spy. In the end, Asina had no choice but to accept. She needed any information she could get to escape this place, so she told Nasir some things, except for important information. After that, Asina asked him about the Kuan, the living god of Pigeon. She wanted to know about the power he used to calm the sandstorm in the desert. When Nasir heard her question, he also asked that question. You said Sahad used his divine power. Then suddenly his face became noticeably tense. He had always been smiling before, so she was surprised to see that expression on Nasir's face. He did not expect, so his feelings were that deep. But soon Nasir answered her question. Kuan is the title of the king, and Sihad is the name of the god. The current Kuan received both of these names from the first Sihad Kuan. The first Sihad Kuan had 3 sons. When he left Ishamal forever, Pijan was divided into 3 countries. Sa Kuan was a talented scholar, and Ha Kuan was an excellent warrior. But it was Ra Kuan who unified the 3 countries. After that, each new Kuan was given the title Sa, Ha, or Ra when he ascended the throne. The first Sihad Kuan made this barren land fertile with his power, and they were passed down from generation to generation. That is how Pijan was founded. We also do not know much about Sihad's supernatural power, but what we do know is that Sihad could devastate all the countries on the southern continent if he wanted to. When she heard this truth, Asina was even more surprised. Kuan's power sounded like the blessing of a goddess, and she could not believe that a human could use such power. Asina wondered what would life be like for someone who held such a heavy power. Time passed quietly. Asina returned to her room and rested. But in her mind she could not help but wonder, why did Nasir say that? Remembering what happened earlier, Nasir said, if the Kuan wavers, this country will waver with him. Please do not give him false hopes, if you can't reciprocate his feelings. Asina really did not understand what he means. She knew what I meant. She is attractive. I am sure you can attract anyone's attention with your charm, even in a romantic way. And Asina also assured Nasir, what you are worried about won't happen. I am not even from here. And Nasir also believed that she would keep her promise. So, from the beginning, Asina wanted to leave. If she had not been dragged back here, everything would have ended peacefully. Why did he order me? While not having any feelings for me, what did I do wrong? Scene change at Varane's palace. At this moment, Ragwi pushed the door open and entered. High-ranking official, you called me. Before he could finish speaking, he stopped immediately. At the chaos in Varane's room, everything was severely damaged. Moreover, there was a pile of rubble on the floor. Before that, Ragwi also heard that Akka had visited during the day, so he thought to himself, what did he say that upset the high-ranking official? Suddenly, Varine called Ragwi. What would you do if there was something you could not have, no matter what you did? Please forgive me as a servant, I am afraid I can't answer your question. The solution is very simple, Ragwi whispered in Varane's ear. Either seize it by force, or destroy it so that no one else can have it. When Bidad opened the door to enter the room, he saw Asina covered in a blanket with her eyes closed. He gently leaned against the bed, watching her intently. Clearly, Asina had closed her eyes and was asleep. Bidad carefully observed every feature on the female lead's face. Then he said mockingly, are you really not good at pretending to be asleep? Asina fell for the Diaochan trick, her whole body stiffening. Being caught in the act made Asina stop pretending. She opened her eyes and said naturally, once you have struggled with wild beasts in the middle of the night, you naturally become more sensitive when you sleep. Bidad asked, have you ever slept outdoors before? Yes, often in fact. That is surprising. I thought you were the type of person who was picky about where you sleep. Traveling has made me less picky. Hearing Asina mention traveling so often made Bidad curious. Is traveling that interesting? Asina looked at him and asked, are you asking because you are genuinely curious? Beihai, you always ask me that question. Bidad's face softened, and he smiled gently. Yes, I want to know everything about you. This young man also knew how to flirt a little. Bidad continued his questions. I heard Nasir visited today. What did you ask him? This question made Asina hesitate a little. Plus, Bidad was lying opposite her like that. Even if she beat around the bush, he would definitely find out the truth somehow. So Asina answered honestly, but not with full details. I asked him why you are called a god. And what did he say to you? I was told that the people of Pijan have a better life thanks to your power. Is that true? Bidad, hearing the answer, said ambiguously. So he did not tell you everything, huh? Hearing this, Asina bristled like a hedgehog. Are there more secrets? Tell me. I knew Nasir would not tell me everything. Bidad looked at the interesting woman in front of him, free of charge. Since when did Bidad start imitating Asina's way of behaving? The female lead was also speechless. What do you want? Tell me about your childhood and I will tell you. Bidad caressed Asina's cheek affectionately. This cold action from Bidad made Asina feel fluttery. Heavens, why does he want to know everything so much? Then Asina began her speech. It goes without saying that I was a smart, cute, adorable, beautiful, kind and likable child. You can tell just by looking at this beautiful face. I was very cute when I was young. I inherited my appearance and personality from my father, but strangely enough, people who do not know me say I look like my mother, even though I really do not want to be like her. As she said that, Asina's face suddenly darkened. Bidad propped his chin up, listening attentively to the beauty's story. You like your father more. No, I love both of them. It is just that I have a bit of a problem with my mother. She wants me to be a 4-year-old girl forever. When mentioning her mother, the female lead suddenly noticed, speaking of which, I wonder what Beihai's mother is like. She certainly would not be an ordinary woman. What about Beihai's mother? She asked him. Bidad's expression remained unchanged. I do not know. I have never met her. Asina was surprised by Bidad's situation. I'm sorry. It is not something you need to apologize for. I heard she passed away not long after I was born. Asina froze at Bidad's emotionless words. So your father is also a Kuan? Bidad asked. Haven't you heard about the Sakuan? Asina was dissatisfied. Told you, there are no documents about Pigeon in the north. I have noticed it before, but I really do not know what this man thinks about his family. Bidad kept rambling, not noticing Asina's expression. According to the law, any member of the royal family who fails the test to become a Kuan must die. This is to prevent rebellions. When Asina heard him talk about them, there was no emotion in his voice, which made her feel really heartbroken. I think he is not a good god, but not bad either. But he is definitely not a good father. Asina was lost in her thoughts. Is this the image of the god that the people of Pigeon worship? That is why they are afraid their perfect god will change. But in my eyes, Beihai just looks like a normal and lonely human being. After a night of deep conversation, Light returned to the kingdom of Pigeon. At Bidad's office, Nasir received the pigeon message that had been delivered. Kracia has taken action, sir. I heard their high-ranking officials are planning to meet with envoys from Cromwell. But I do not know the exact reason why. Bidad was having his clothes changed by a female servant, listening to Nasir report on the situation. Bidad did not care much about this. They seem to be trying very hard, huh? That is understandable. Kracia used to be a barren and poor land, but now it has gained wealth thanks to the commercialization between the merchant associations of Cromwell. One more thing, Nasir. Gedik has requested a meeting with me. Hearing this, Nasir was extremely confused. Sir High-ranking Ahmed. He should know that he can't disturb you during your rest unless you summon him first. Bidad was very calm. Yeah, so I am curious about what he is planning. According to Iman, he seems to have a plan. Who knows? We will know when we meet him. Bidad summoned Gedik to the palace. He still greeted him with proper etiquette. Long time no see, Siha. I am very happy that you returned in time for the festival. I was worried that you might have to make a pilgrimage to the sacred oasis again. Bidad sat majestically on the throne. Aren't you the happiest person when I leave the palace? Gedik immediately denied it. Definitely not, Siha. Bidad was always vigilant when talking to him. It really seems like he is trying to find my faults. Don't just stand there, sit down and have some tea. Gedik got straight to the point. May I ask why you left so suddenly, Siha? He looked at him with cold eyes. Are you questioning me now? Gedik immediately soothed. No, how would I dare? I am just asking out of concern. Because I heard a strange rumor. His eyes became sinister. That Era might be a spy from Cromwell. Bidad's eyes turned blood red, as if he wanted to kill that old bastard immediately. So this is what he wants to say. This man would never dare to challenge me like this. Gedik kept that fake smile and continued, therefore, I would like to request an investigation into this matter. Someone must have instigated him, and it is clear who that someone is. Varane's image appeared clearly in Bidad's mind. Of course, according to custom, one does not ask about the identity of women in the harem, but if there is a possibility that she may be a spy from an enemy country, then that is a completely different story. Bidad found it very difficult to understand. Why is Varane so agitated when I have not even put any pressure on him? That is not like him at all. Bidad asked Gedik, where did you hear this information? Everyone is whispering about this rumor, so unfortunately I can't pinpoint exactly where it originated. But I have evidence that makes me suspicious of that woman. Oh really? Bidad emphasized those two words, making people feel a chill down their spine. Are you saying you want to meet my Era in person? The question echoed from hell, freezing Gedik. So the rumor that Raken has fallen in love with that woman is true. He softened his tone. I would not dare, Siha. It is impossible for your Era to be seen by us. Then I can't let this loophole go. Gedik wanted to target Bidad's weakness. But if I said that there would be a woman meeting her in my place, I am sure you would feel at ease. Bidad asked with a cold face, a woman. Gedik would send his daughter Jakia to serve Era as her maid. He met with his daughter privately to instruct her. Find out who that woman really is. Once you know her weakness, use it to pull her down from that position, and become the new Era. That is what you have always dreamed of, is not it? Jakia hesitated a little. But when she thought of that figure, she agreed, yes, father. The maids were going about their work, suddenly freezing because of the person in front of them. The two maids immediately bowed to the high-ranking official. What brings you here, sir? Iman came to Bidad's room to meet Era. The two maids were a little embarrassed, but Era is not ready yet. Iman gently replied, it is okay, I will wait here. Hearing this, the two maids quickly went around the room preparing for Asina. Yes, sir, just a moment. Meanwhile, Iman went to look around. To the people of Pijan, the bedroom in the palace of Siha is a sacred place, where the god sleeps. I can't believe this room is being used to imprison a woman. Anyway, Siha is a man. I thought he was not interested in women. Since Siha protects this woman so much, I want to meet her in person. Just as he mentioned Chow Chow appeared. I heard you came to see me. Asina appeared before Iman's eyes. Upon seeing this woman, Iman was stunned. I see, she is really beautiful. I'm Iman, high-ranking Iman. I manage all the palaces here, including this one. It is no wonder Siha is so captivated by her. Asina asked him, how can I help you? Iman replied, I did not come here for any specific reason. As a high-ranking official, I just came to see if there is anything I can do to make your time here more comfortable. Asina continued very politely that I am getting ready to change. Can you go over there first, since you asked what would make my time here more comfortable? Can I ask you a question? Yes, of course. How long will I have to stay here? Can't I go back to the harem? For this question, Iman could not decide. Perhaps you will stay here until Siha wants you to leave. The harem has already been sealed off. Asina was surprised to hear this. Sealed off? Why? Iman could not say anything more. That is a sensitive matter. I am afraid I can't answer your question. I think you can ask Siha about this. Asina was silent, letting the maids decorate her. Iman stood behind her, looking at her with a happy expression. That look made Asina a little embarrassed. Why are you looking at me like that? Iman said slowly, sorry for being rude, I am just simply happy about the possibility that this palace will finally have a mistress. What a joyful occasion. It must be great to have the love of Rakan Era. Asina heard shocking news, she froze stiffly. You have misunderstood. That man only thinks about how to harass me. Iman was surprised to hear this. So Siha has not confessed to Era yet. Who would have thought that he would act like a shy boy? Then Iman burst out laughing. Asina, who was already blushing, was even more embarrassed. Why are you laughing? Iman laughed until tears came out. Well, this is really interesting. Is there any man in this world who would look at a woman with such enchanted eyes if he did not love her? And what man would try to keep her by his side if he was not fascinated by her? Asina, hearing this for the first time, did not believe it. Whoa. There is no way that cold man loves me. At this moment, the female lead began to recall the small details that she had overlooked. Bidad had once said gently to her, I do not intend to make you cry either. Then I want to know everything about you. What makes you think that I am not serious? Then there was that kiss. I told you I have fallen for you. Now Asina thought back. Iman, seeing Asina's expression, understood. Oh my, it seems that Era does not understand men either. On the other side, Nasir was still talking to Bidad. So from now on, Miss Jakia will be a maid, serving Miss Asina. Why did you allow that? No one knows what Gedik might be plotting. Bidad had thought it through. Varine is behind this. If we use this situation to our advantage, it will be an opportunity to dig deeper into information about both Gedik and Varine. Nasir was concerned, but Miss Asina must also prepare. After all, this is Miss Jakia. Jakia was favored by the previous King Sakan since she was young. Sakan loved her like his own daughter, and both she and her father, Gedik, benefited from this. Thanks to his daughter, Gedik established relationships with many powerful people and was promoted, eventually becoming high-ranking vizier. So if that is what you want, Siha, I will warn Miss Asina in advance. But Bidad did not want Nasir to inform her. He himself would tell her directly. Bidad returned to his bedroom after finishing work. My bedroom is located in the deepest part of the Siha palace. I have walked this corridor tens of thousands of times, but I have never been so distracted. Simply put, my mind has no room for other thoughts. Now, every time I open these doors, my heart starts to race, and I start to hesitate. Now there is no other choice but to admit the truth, that the woman behind this door has created a storm in my heart. Bidad entered the room with a greeting from Asina, hello Behai. She had been dressed in a new outfit by the maids, black but extremely striking. Bidad entered without greeting and asked immediately, who put that outfit on you? Today, her snow-white hair was also tied up, further enhancing her charm. Asina replied to him, the maids. Why doesn't it suit me? Bidad crossed his arms, very stern. Has anyone else seen you in this outfit? Asina answered very honestly, besides the maids, you are the first person to see me in this outfit. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, our emperor became agitated. Who knew that being the first person to see her like this could make me so happy? I do not know what to do with my feelings. Being stared at by Bidad made Asina blush. Why are you looking at me like that? Do I look that bad? What is wrong with him? Do I look so ugly in this outfit? Is it so bad that he does not want anyone else to see me like this? That thought made her embarrassed. So she turned away. Anyway, I was going to change into my nightgown. Wait here, I will go change. Suddenly, Bidad grabbed Asina's hand, holding her back. This outfit suits you very well. He hugged her from behind. You look so beautiful, it is driving me crazy, so just stand there. This sentence made Asina immobile, her heart beating even louder than a drum. Iman's words echoed in her ears at this moment. What man in this world would look at a woman with such enchanting eyes if he did not love her? Asina closed her eyes tightly in embarrassment. Why do Iman's words appear in my mind at this time? Asina shouted shyly, you are a flirt, are not you? You talk exactly like a flirt. Bidad did not care what she said. Is that so? Think what you want. Then Bidad bent down and placed a kiss on the back of Asina's neck. Heavens, this dog food really makes people want to see more. After that passionate kiss, Bidad still stood there, holding Asina in his arms. At this moment, the female lead clearly felt everything. Everything was better when I was far away from him. The harsh cold of the desert and the sandstorms distracted me from my feelings. But now, as I am feeling his warmth. Bidad changed his actions again. He caressed her fair hand, slowly raised it. He gently placed a kiss on the back of her hand. His eyes deeply affectionate, as if he were cherishing a precious treasure. This also suits you very well. Not seeing Asina's reply, Bidad noticed her face. Her cheeks had turned as red as tomatoes. This feeling of embarrassment was really exciting. This is not how she usually reacts. Did something happen? Asina turned her face away, not daring to look directly at Bidad. No, nothing happened. So something did happen. I said nothing happened. Knowing that she would not answer, Bidad turned to ask the maid behind him, who visited her today. The maid reported, General Manager Iman came in the morning. Hearing this, Bidad knew what that gossipy person had said. So it was Iman's fault. What did he say to you? Asina hesitated before Bidad's question. So he did say something. What did he say? Bidad patiently asked again. Asina was questioned into a daze. She clenched her hands, trying to rack her brains to think. He said that you love me. This is ridiculous. In this world, is there any man who can look at a woman with such adoring eyes without loving her? Asina kept stammering without giving Bidad a proper answer. Bidad, though not understanding clearly, still kept it in mind. I do not know what Iman said to her, but I will ask him clearly later. Asina chose to ignore it at this time, answering haphazardly. The harem, I asked him about the harem. I think it is better if I live there instead of being locked up here. Indeed, Asina did ask him about the harem. So that is the matter, but you can't be there. Who knows when you will try to run away again? After hearing that question, Asina just hoped that Bidad would not question her any further. Otherwise she did not know what else to say. Asina asked him at this time, but why did you seal off the harem? Don't you like women, Beihai? Bidad also hesitated when answering this question. I do not know whether I have any special feelings about them or not. Asina asked again, aren't you one day going to have to get married? At this moment, the female lead suddenly startled. What did I just say? Bidad was still silently waiting for Asina's question. Why are you suddenly so curious about that matter? It was Asina's turn to stammer, because having children to continue the lineage is one of the duties of a king, right? So I was wondering whether you also have to get married, that is all. Bidad looked at her in confusion. I did not expect you to be so worried about me having children. And it is not that I do not like women, I just find them a bit troublesome. When I ascended the throne, Pijan was devastated by war. And all the people had to endure the lack of food and water. These problems kept piling up, so I did not have time for women. Have those problems been solved? Things have gotten better after the population decreased due to the war. Hearing Bidad reply so emotionlessly, Asina was full of admiration. He said it so calmly as if it were nothing, but I am sure he worked very hard to rebuild Pijan as it is today. Bidad played with the female lead's hair while explaining, anyway, I will have to have children to continue the lineage, sooner or later. For some reason, Asina felt a little disappointed. That means that he will eventually get married. This man will marry a beautiful and kind Pijan girl. But I do not want to imagine that at all, so I guess you will get married someday, right, Beihai? He also replied naturally without noticing the stiff expression on Asina's face. I think so. But why do you keep asking me about that matter? Don't tell me you are jealous. Asina immediately became agitated. No, why should I be jealous? I am not jealous at all. You may not believe it, but I am living with the most handsome man in the world. Even though I am alluding to my father, it is still the truth. Asina's father is the most handsome man in the empire, self-proclaimed and recognized by others. It was Bidad's turn to be jealous. He seemed to have drunk vinegar, his face darkened. You are living with a man. Asina put her hands on her hips confidently. Yes, a man. Bidad was speechless at Asina's answer. Even the maid standing behind felt intimidated, and had to tiptoe very lightly, escaping this awkward situation. Seeing Bidad motionless, Asina felt confused. Hello, Beihai. He still did not answer, so she called him by the name that people often call him, Siha. As if scratching the right spot, Bidad immediately pulled Asina's body close to his. I am not your Siha. Coming into contact with Bidad at such a close distance made Asina embarrassed. Are you going to kiss me? Bidad also replied. I am not sure if I should. Why not? Asina asked as if she was expecting this kiss. Bidad looked at her as if he wanted to capture the image of this girl in his eyes. Because I am worried that I won't be able to stop. I want to devour you completely, both flesh and bone. Bidad pulled Asina's face close to his, gently placing a kiss on her forehead. Then tenderly asking, so, is this okay? After receiving that kiss, Asina inexplicably felt dissatisfied, her whole body trembling. How could this be okay? Another evening passed, and morning arrived. The sound of birds singing awakened her from her dream of the previous night. Asina was still sitting blankly on the bed. I can't stop thinking about what happened yesterday. Does that man really like me? Why did I provoke him like an idiot, even letting him kiss me? I really do not know how to act with Bidad. What should I do now? I do not know because I have never dated anyone before. It is all my father's fault. His handsome looks have given me such high standards that I can't date anyone. As the female lead was lost in her thoughts, a voice spoke. It has been a while, Era. Accompanying the voice was a person entering the room, the one with the velvet red hair, none other than Jakia. Allow me to formally greet you. I am Jakia, daughter of high-ranking Ahmed. From today I will serve you, Lady Asina. Asina knew at first glance that she was sent here to monitor her, but still greeted her politely. It is nice to see you again, Jakia. The look in her eyes was not very friendly, by the way. It seems your appearance has changed significantly from what I remember, Era. May I ask why? It seems your appearance has changed significantly from what I remember, Era. May I ask why? Jakia's question made Asina hesitate. Then, pretending to be innocent, she gave a bright smile. I do not understand what you mean. Is there something different about my appearance? Still as beautiful as always, is not it? Jakia's face remained unchanged, but she felt annoyed inside. Is she playing dumb? What rude behavior. It seems she is not yet familiar with court etiquette. Since arriving in Persian, Asina had only eaten, slept, and looked for ways to escape, never thinking about learning etiquette. This time Jakia mentioned it, probably wanting to make things difficult for her. Last night, Bidad had warned her about Jakia, who would come as a maid and monitor her. What? How could a lady of such high status come to be a maid for me? Bidad gave her a reasonable reason to monitor whether you are doing anything suspicious. The Grand Vizier is worried you will kill me. Asina became agitated upon hearing this. What? How could I kill you? Is the Grand Vizier all right? Now thinking about it, she found the Grand Vizier ridiculous. She did not expect him to say that about her. How could she kill Beihai? Era, are you listening? Jakia called out to Asina. Since you come from the north, it is normal not to understand Persian etiquette, especially the rules of the court and the aristocracy. Am I right? But now that you are a woman of this palace, that is unacceptable. Therefore, I will teach you court etiquette. Asina shuddered upon hearing this. What? There is no need to. Before she could finish her refusal, Asina was cut off by Jakia. I must. I believe that knowledge is one of the necessities for an era. It felt like she would not accept a no for an answer. Asina's expression stiffened, unable to say anything. Jakia pressed on. Now why do not we start with the basic rules? Wait, it is really not necessary. This suffering was beyond Asina's endurance. In the evening, melodious music played. Bidad was no longer sitting at the banquet. Chief Izmir felt surprised. The seat is empty. Did Sihad leave? From afar, Elbhar saw him and came to greet him. Izm, you are just arriving. Ah, Elbhar, it is a pleasure to see you again. A bunch of foolish robbers dared to attack me, so I taught them a lesson, which is why I arrived late. Maine is home to many talented warriors. The people there hold a competition and choose the strongest warrior as their leader. Elpar continued. I heard news that you lost your best subordinate while fighting the bandits. Did not you? He was also chosen as your heir. May his soul rest in peace. Elpar placed his hand on Izmir's shoulder to comfort him. Thank you, Elpar. At this moment, Iman came from behind, greeting them with a friendly smile. Do our chiefs enjoy the banquet? Ah, Grand Steward Iman, why is it so difficult to see you these days? Elpar asked him. Iman cheerfully replied. I have been very busy serving Sahad recently. Izmir seized the opportunity to ask about Bedad. By the way, why did Sahad leave? Knowing that he would not stay long at such parties, but I thought he would at least stay until midnight. The other two were still for a few seconds after hearing Izmir's question. Then they put on awkward expressions and said the answer. Sahad must be very busy, no doubt about it. Izmir did not understand what the other two were saying. Elpar then added, haven't you heard the rumor? Oh right, you just arrived in Al-Persian. Actually, Sahad has taken a woman as his heir. Izmir was shocked by this news. What, are you talking about the Sahad I know? There is no way that could happen. The two of them knew Izmir would react this way. Why would we lie to you? He even locked her in his bedroom. Perhaps she is very precious to him, although it is a pity for the heir to be locked in the bedroom. I never imagined seeing Sahad so passionately in love with someone. Izmir's head spun. Oh my, what happened to Sahad while I was away? The woman is from the northern continent. We do not know who she is. We're not sure if she is a spy. Gedik came over and joined the conversation. She could harm Sahad. Hasn't he been too lenient about this? I knew he was up to no good coming here. Izmir was even more confused. A spy, what is he talking about? Iman replied without fear. That is why you sent Jakia to monitor her, right? I think you are overworking your beloved daughter, Grand Vizier. The two looked at each other with unfriendly eyes. Even Izmir and Elpar felt intimidated. What is happening? Izmir was confused. Then he said to the Grand Steward, but Iman, I want to see Sahad tomorrow. So I will arrange a meeting for you. Now then, excuse me everyone. Iman bid farewell first, and Gedik also left. I must be going too. The two separated into different groups to talk. Izmir could vaguely guess. The two of them do not seem to get along very well. Elpar could only smile wryly. It is always like that. If Gedik had not used Jakia to seize power, Iman would be the Grand Vizier by now. Izmir's face darkened upon hearing that. That is right. That tragedy changed everything. Elpar placed his hand on Izmir's shoulder. Don't tell me that you still. Hello, it has been a while. A voice attracted the attention of the two men. Elpar happily replied. Look who it is, you seem to be in a good mood today. Chief Varan, he stepped forward with a bright expression. And your mood is always good, Chief Elpar. Elpar spoke and laughed happily with him. If all you do is be lazy all day, what is there to be sad about? Varan turned his gaze to another person. Long time no see, Chief Izmir. I want to talk to you privately later. Can you spare me some time? Izmir seemed a little wary of him. He stammered. I will send a servant over. Then I will wait. Varan then left. At Sihad's room. Asina was sighing. Why do I have to endure this? The thick book she was reading was the Encyclopedia of Court Rules of Persian. She knew that she did not simply come here to be her maid. But what was this new form of torture today? For some reason, Asina had Jakia put an apple on her head to practice walking. Asina felt dizzy. From now on, she would be here. What should she do? Every time she thought of escaping this palace, she got a headache. Then the female lead decided to give up. She put the book on her face and lay down on the bed. Just then Bedad came in, asleep already. He came to the bed and sat down. I came here out of curiosity, wondering what kind of trouble you have caused for Jakia. Asina became dissatisfied upon hearing this. Is that a proper thing to say? Jakia is the one causing me trouble. She is making me read this thick book about Persian court etiquette. Did you tell her to do that? Do you know how much I have endured because of this? Asina vented all her pent-up frustration from the morning onto Bedad. He took the opportunity to tease Asina. So Jakia is teaching you court rules, but your behavior has not changed at all. Asina became increasingly annoyed. Is that so? Sorry. Are you sure the Grand Vizier is all right? How could a woman like me kill someone as strong as you? I am going crazy here. Why does everyone keep calling me an assassin and a spy? Asina gnashed her teeth in anger. Bedad looked at the woman in front of him with affectionate eyes. Then gently placing his hand on her cheek. So you have to be very careful if you do not want to die. Asina's cheeks started to turn red again, as if begging, if I listen to you, will you spare me? Bedad was also stunned by her question. Sorry Asina, but I do not think I can think about killing you. Yes, I will spare your life. Bedad actually agreed with Asina. Really, I promise. One thing was certain, this man had fallen for me. The hand on Asina's cheek was withdrawn. He looked at her with loving eyes. Asina's heart was pounding as if it wanted to jump out of her chest. And Asina hesitated before her own thoughts. No, my feelings do not matter. Can't stay here. And with this man, I can't pursue a relationship casually. Nasir was right. If my feelings for him are not sincere, I should keep my distance. Moreover, this man is old enough to marry another woman and have an heir. Thinking of that, Asina's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Bidad did not know what she was thinking. What is wrong, Asina? Nothing. Of course she would deny it, but the expression on Asina's face did not look like it. Asina explained, something uncomfortable just appeared in my mind, but it has nothing to do with you. Bidad would not give up and asked, right, so I asked what makes you uncomfortable. Bidad waited patiently for Asina's answer. She suddenly hesitated, not knowing what to say. I just imagine the person I like being with another woman, and it makes me uncomfortable. Bidad's expression changed upon hearing the answer. The person you like. Don't tell me, it is the man you said you were living with. Bidad's face turned dark for some reason, as if he had eaten a jar of sour vinegar. Asina initially did not understand what he was saying at all. What? Bidad's mood became increasingly worse. He lives with you and still dates another woman. What a terrible man. You said he is the most handsome man in the world. It seems he is taking advantage of that, is not he? Asina felt confused. What is he talking about? Wait, she recalled what she had said. You might not believe it, but I am living with the most handsome man in the world. So he remembered what she had said before. Wait, I think you misunderstood what I said. Bidad said through gritted teeth. Then why do you like such a man? Asina was stunned. I am talking about my father. That answer made Bidad stiffen, but his mood seemed to be a little uplifted. Did I think you were living with your lover? Oh my, I should not laugh, but honestly I am not lying. My father is indeed the most handsome man in the world, and I really live with him. The most handsome man in the world. Who said that? Bidad saved his embarrassment with a question. Of course it is me, but I am not the only one who thinks so. Everyone around him has acknowledged it. My father is the most handsome man in the world, believe me. Bidad then asked a really stupid question. Is he more handsome than me? Why would you compare yourself to someone's parent? What a foolish emperor. Asina wanted to burst out laughing. Beihai. I did not expect you to care about these things. I thought he did not care about appearance. Of course it was impossible that he did not know he was handsome, but who knew that it could make him doubt himself so easily? Asina then teased him. I am sorry. I did not know you were so confident about your looks. This girl was too bold. Bidad then pinned Asina down on the bed. His face became dangerous. You must be prepared to face the consequences of teasing me, right? Asina then realized that she had entered the tiger's den by mistake, stammering, I am sorry. Another new day began. From the morning, Izmir came to meet Bidad. As the representative of Maine, Izmir greet you, Sahad. Traveling such a long distance must have been tiring for you. I have heard about the robbers you encountered. One of your warriors died, right? If there is anything you need to honor your warriors for their contributions, let me know. I appreciate your offer, Your Majesty. Did you enjoy the party yesterday? Izmir scratched his head awkwardly. Yes, perhaps because I have not been here in a while, but there are many faces I do not recognize. With so many new people around, it took me a while to get used to the environment. Elbhar seemed happy with the new faces, but it must have been very tiring for you. Izmir laughed. That is right. Many high-ranking officials I knew have also been replaced by younger people, so I am also planning to resign soon, Sihad. This information surprised him. Do you have a successor yet? Izmir reported. I am considering a few young candidates. I plan to hold a martial arts competition next year and award my position to the winner. Bidad felt a little disappointed with this decision. Sooner than I thought. I had hoped you would stay in your position a little longer. Izmir also smiled lightly in response. I did not think I would resign so soon either. The high-ranking officials of Naya and Moscat have talented sons. So it can be said that they have decided on their successors. Only Sohal and Maine still need to choose their next successors. I only hope that I will find a successor soon and quickly bring stability to Maine. You seem to have the same concerns as the high-ranking official of Sohal. Izmir laughed again. Anyway, at least the situation in Maine is more peaceful than Sohal. Among the 6 territories, Sohal is the most highly regarded, the cradle of many chief ministers and the highest-ranking officials. About 70% of Al-Persian's officials come from Sohal, which says it all. But therefore, the fight for the position of high-ranking leader in Sohal is fiercer than in other regions. Unlike Sohal, the people of Sharza have close relationships with each other. It is just that they have bad relationships with other regions. Thinking about it, that is probably why Varine could become a high-ranking official without much opposition. You must be wary of Varine Sihad. I have met many people, but no one is as unpredictable as him. Bidad also noted that. Izmir then continued, finally, I have something I want to ask you. Go ahead. Izmir looked at Bidad pensively for a moment. Then he made up his mind to ask him, Sihad, are you still investigating that incident? Bidad knew what Izmir was asking about but still pretended to be foolish. What are you talking about? The incident that everyone calls the Great Tragedy. Vika was wise, so he wanted to keep that incident a secret. So did my father, who lost his daughter because of that incident. Speaking of that, Izmir suddenly fell silent, and I feel the same way. Mentioning that made Bidad so angry that he gripped the chair tightly. He gritted his teeth, but I do not forget that. Are you telling me that everyone else has forgotten? Izmir quickly explained, how can we forget what happened then? I still remember it clearly. The third prince killed all the women and children in the harem and took his own life after fleeing. As a talented and kind warrior, the third prince was implicitly designated as the next Kuan. But one day he killed all the women and children in the harem, fled, and then took his own life. Once the strongest candidate for the position of next Kuan died, the remaining members of the royal family began to compete for the throne. The forces began to divide factions and led to countless civil wars breaking out, which turned Persian into a living hell. That happened more than 20 years ago. We have finally restored some peace, so there is no reason to bring up the old story to stir up the pain of yesteryear. My mother also passed away in that harem. As he finished speaking, he heard Izmir's probing words. Your sister was also a victim. Can you really forget what happened to her? Bidad immediately said, I did not say I would avenge my mother, and I must apologize to my half-siblings, but I did not feel sad at all when they died. The only thing I want to know is, why did he kill them? Chief Izmir also spoke up to explain immediately after. They say he suddenly went crazy. It seems he had an illness. This reason still could not make him trust and question further. Then why did they choose such a person to become the next Kuan? Are there so few promising candidates for the throne of Persian? Izmir was silent for a long time. Then he quietly turned his gaze to the coffin, until it was burned to ashes. Then he continued in a very remorseful attitude. The gods do not want to lose anyone meaninglessly anymore. Unexpectedly, Bidad confidently affirmed, you won't lose anyone, because I will take care of everything myself. Early the next morning when the sun was shining through the window frame, Asina was still being instructed very thoroughly. In the harem she was required to follow the rules there. If Sihad came to visit, she had to be in her room and could only come out when he called. And when receiving older guests Asina listened attentively, her eyes wide with surprise. How do you remember all that, Jakia? You have never been in the harem. How do you know every detail of these things? She also frankly admitted immediately after, actually I was there for a very short time. This made Asina feel even more curious. Really, aren't you from a wealthy family? Why were you there? Jakia then said sadly, after my mother passed away, I went to live with my aunt in the harem. Her sad appearance made Asina feel a little guilty. Oh, it seems I have opened up her old wound. Then she put out the fire with a related question. Then why are not you in the harem anymore? According to what you taught me, once you step into the harem, you have to live there for the rest of your life, right? Jakia was silent for a long time. Then she stammered because an incident happened, and the harem was sealed off. Asina's eyes widened with surprise again. Really, why do not we continue the lesson on how to behave at the dining table, Era? Then she also secretly realized, so she does not want to talk about it. To ease the tension, Asina hurriedly suggested, we have gone off topic, so let us have some tea first. From now on, call me by my name instead of Era, Jakia, to make it less formal and sound more friendly. But she frankly replied, being friendly with me won't benefit you. Even so, Asina patiently explained, but I do not need any benefits. Besides, it is a disease. Seeing Jakia look very confused by that answer, it seems she learned how to use power before completing her mission. Then she realized everything herself. Everyone likes honey, but no one likes bitter medicine. Very good, Lady Asina. Receiving praise, she happily replied. Then what is the mission of an Era? In her heart, she felt very curious. I thought the emperor's concubines only needed to eat and sleep. Jakia patiently explained again. Your most important mission is to always keep your body clean at all times, so that you can serve Sahad, even if that day suddenly arrives. This information made Asina feel worried, but I will never be able to do that. Even so, she nodded in confirmation, I understand. Silence suddenly enveloped the entire room. Asina sipped her tea, lost in thought. Beihai had once told her, I was not the one who sealed off the harem. Could it have been the previous Kuan, Sa Kuan, who sealed it? Sa Kuan, was your father also a Kuan, Beihai? At the time he had confidently stated. He was not good, nor was he bad. And definitely not a good father. Then Asina boldly inquired, what was the previous Sakuan like? I have a feeling you know Jakia. She suddenly widened her eyes in surprise at that expression. Jakia seemed incredibly flustered. Then hesitantly she affirmed, he was a good person. People may disagree about whether he was a good king, but to me he was a good person. Asina was now intently listening to Jakia's further assessments. He cared for me like his own daughter, a kindness that went far beyond what I deserved. But Bidad's words kept echoing in Asina's head. He certainly was not a good father, which made her think a lot. He was not a good father to his own son, but he cared for another's daughter like his. And how strange. Because of these questions, Asina decided to ask the next question, what was your relationship with your own father like? Jakia's face was incredibly gentle when she mentioned the previous Kuan, but it immediately changed when Asina asked about her own father. To dispel the silence, Asina took the initiative to add, I am just curious about what kind of person your father was. Sorry if I made you uncomfortable. When Asina first met Jakia, she felt like she was a princess who grew up with everyone's love. But when she actually sat down to talk with her, she turned out to be a calm and wise person who craved love. Unexpectedly, she revealed more information. It would be a lie to say we had a good relationship. Then Asina deliberately probed further, but you seem to care a lot about him. The way you talk about him shows that your voice is full of love. Jakia then asked a question in return. It seems like you grew up in love, Asina. I can see it through your naive thoughts. People will put up with everything you say. After that thought appeared in her head, it seems like I made her uncomfortable. Asina quickly tried to smooth things over. I did not mean it that way. But Jakia carefully gave a reminder, you can talk to me like that, but you should not act like that with other people. You should be careful when approaching the great chieftains. This made Asina exclaim in surprise. Why, will they eat me alive or something? Her eyes suddenly became very serious. No. They will kill you. At the same time, Izmir was grabbing Varane's collar and questioning him. Was it you? But he calmly replied, what do you mean? Causing Izmir to get straight to the point, don't play dumb. You sent those bandits to attack me, did not you? Besides you, who else in Pigeon would dare to do something like that? In Pigeon, bandits are everywhere, but they do not gather in large groups, and they certainly would not recklessly attack a great chieftain and his entourage without backing from some power. Izmir was now filled with regret. He could not believe he lost his heir while fighting those bandits. Then Varine relentlessly attacked his weakness. I heard you lost a confidant while fighting the bandits. That is a pity. But why would I do that when I have no grudge against you, great chieftain Izmir? It is a pity you rushed to that conclusion. It is all just a misunderstanding. Izmir could not hide his anger. Damn it, but I do not have enough evidence. After regaining his composure, the chieftain deliberately inquired, why did you want to meet me? Varine quickly provided an answer. I have a favor to ask of you. Even so, Izmir showed a lack of cooperation. You think I will help? He confidently declared, I do not really care. Then his eyes were full of scrutiny, along with the meaningful words, but I am sure you will definitely help me, which left Izmir standing still. At this time, Jakia's reminder was still continuing, so you should be careful then. Faced with Asina's question, what about you, Jakia? Will you also turn your back on me once I am no longer favored by Sihad? She was silent for a long time. Then she made a grand declaration, I won't. That answer made Asina breathe a sigh of relief. That is great. Then she continued to smile brightly. I may look weak, but I know how to survive in harsh conditions. After being surprised by those words, Jakia nodded in agreement. I think I understand why he loves you. That conclusion made Asina exclaim in astonishment. Love? Isn't that a bit of a hasty conclusion? Then Jakia confused her with praise. I am complimenting you on being beautiful, but Asina replied with a confident attitude. The whole world knows I am beautiful. But Jakia immediately corrected. I am not talking about your appearance. Speaking of which, you are dressed too simply today, Asina. You should wear more makeup to enhance your beauty. Although she understood in her heart that the maids were trying very hard to dress her up, she still looked puzzled. Is it necessary? Then Jakia took the initiative to suggest. It has been a long time since the royal family had a woman appear. Tomorrow I will bring some jewelry for you, which made Asina feel very apologetic. You do not have to do that. At the same time, Bidad's voice appeared. It seems like you two are having a good time. Asina exclaimed in surprise as soon as she saw him, Beihai. He also quickly approached the two of them. Then he quickly hugged Asina, which made her feel very confused. Wait, what is he doing? Everyone is watching. Not again, he keeps doing these things in front of the maids. But this is a bit uncomfortable. Jakia was also clenching her hands to keep calm. Then she was questioned by Bidad. I did not expect you to agree to do these things. As soon as she heard it, she lowered her head and replied, although I was sent here as a maid, all I have been doing is talking to Era. Asina only needed a glance, but she understood Jakia's feelings through her eyes. Then she took the initiative to say, I will take my leave, Sihad. Asina quickly took the initiative to probe, why did you let her go like that? Bidad immediately replied, are you blaming me when I just helped you? This information shocked her, so you were deliberately doing that just now. Bidad immediately confirmed, didn't I stop Jakia from lecturing you? Asina paused for a moment. Then she secretly realized, so that is how it is, Jakia is secretly in love with Sihad. I understand her feelings. How can she like a man like this? Even when I tried to give him up. I am happy to have his attention. I wish this moment could last forever. Sounds ridiculous, but I can't control my emotions. Since the moment I was born, I have always received too much attention. So I am used to people looking at me with respect, kindness, and even affection. Even so, those eyes of Beihai's contained something very different. They looked at me with a burning desire that I have never received in my life. When he looks at me like that, it gives me a strange feeling. Maybe I have fallen for this man. I like him a lot. Seeing her spaced out and not answering, Bidad deliberately probed, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell, or did Jakia say something to you? Asina quickly denied it, it is not that. Bidad apologized, is it because I touched you unexpectedly? Asina coldly replied, yes, I hate that. Which caused him to lose his composure and say loudly, you are lying. Then Bidad took the initiative to let go. Don't worry if you do not want me to, I won't hug you. The thought immediately appeared in Asina's head. Does he mean he will hug me if I agree? How the hell did I fall for this man? Then she quickly gave a reason. I am not in the mood right now. Bidad quickly changed the subject. What did Jakia teach you today? Asina announced with an excited attitude. The rules of living in the harem. Those things are quite obvious, like being polite to elders, acting modestly, and... She suddenly fell silent when she remembered her words. Your most important task is to always keep your body clean at all times so you can serve Sahad, even if he suddenly visits. Those thoughts made her feel embarrassed. Why did that suddenly appear in my head? Asina quickly concluded, anyway, that is what I learned. You are a man, why would you want to know? The joyful atmosphere of the two was suddenly broken by a loud call. Sihad, something happened. He was breathless from running. Then he turned his gaze towards him. Along with the announcement, the delegation and entourage have been attacked. Bidad also hurriedly wanted to confirm what exactly happened, but received the answer. Umar is trying to resolve the situation, but... Then he stared blankly for a long time with the thought, wait, why is he looking at me? Before resolving the matter, Bidad did not forget to give instructions. Escort Era back to my bedroom. Asina kept asking herself as she walked, what is going on that they do not want me to know? Could the attacked delegation be from Cromwell? Impossible. Why would Cromwell send an envoy to the enemy country? As soon as she returned to her room, she discovered something strange on the table. What is this? Did Jakia leave it behind? She curiously picked it up to take a look. Then she jumped in shock. No, it can't be. This is the family crest of my family. Under the scorching desert sun. Nizan was still very upset, damn it. Who are they? They appeared out of nowhere and attacked us. Don't you have anything to ask, Ian? You are the one who wanted to come to Pigeon. Ian tried to straighten his clothes. And calmly replied, well, Pigeon has never been a peaceful country. That night in the desert. While sitting by the fire to warm up, Nizan provided information. I know that some officials of Pigeon oppose establishing friendly relations with us, but I did not expect them to attack us like this. We have been separated from the knights. Can't we go back to Cromwell now? Do we have to establish diplomatic relations with that damned country? How dare they attack a Grand Duke of Cromwell when we came here as ambassadors? If this continues, it would be easy to understand if war broke out immediately. Damn it, I should have killed them all. Why did you stop me then? Ian replied, because your mission is to protect me. Also, there are people who want to separate us. I am sure they will find us soon. His current appearance made Nizan exclaim in surprise. How can you be so calm? In his heart, he kept wondering, so he noticed something during that chaos. Even the warriors had a hard time noticing. Anyway, there is a reason why he is the head of the Estatia family. As soon as the thought ended, Nizan asked, but maybe they won't find us. Ian reached inside his cloak, causing Nizan to pause for a moment. When he heard the cold words from Ian, come to think of it, should I kill them right now? Nizan questioned. Was that watch damaged when we were attacked earlier? That is not good. Ian looked at that pocket watch every day. It seemed very precious to him. If I remember correctly, he said that it was a gift given by his beloved granddaughter during his coming-of-age ceremony. Ian deliberately emphasized again, diplomacy, I will kill them all, which made Nizan panic and dissuade him. Calm down, Ian, maybe the outside is broken but the inside is still fine. You can fix it when you get home. It better be. At this time, Bidad had also received the notification. We have prepared an area for the remaining knights of Cromwell to rest. However, we did not find the ambassador. Forgive me, Sihad. He quickly responded, it is okay. You have done your best. Nasir also deliberately probed further. The ambassador was attacked near the border, in Sharza. And the soldiers who attacked him also came from Sharza. But it seems like Varine is not involved. The elders of Sharza seem to be the ones behind this. The elders of Sharza wield significant power within the territory. Varine usually keeps them in check, but when he is absent, no one knows what those treacherous elders might do. Maybe they are plotting to kill the ambassador, cause a war between Cromwell and Pijan, and weaken our military strength. But as long as Sharza is part of Pijan, they will pay the price they deserve, those fools. Then Bidad deliberately emphasized again, I do not know if he is alive or dead, but you should focus on finding the ambassador first. He immediately bowed and accepted the order, yes, Sihad. At this time, Asina was still sitting alone in the room. She carefully looked at the piece of paper that Jakia left behind. There is no doubt that this is the badge of my family. Why did Jakia leave this behind? So there is one thing I know for sure, whether it is Jakia or the person who gave her this piece of paper. There is still someone out there who knows my identity. I did not expect someone to find me so quickly. She always disguised herself when traveling, so if you just look at her appearance, almost no one would be able to recognize her. The wanted posters were only posted on the northern continent, so Asina did not think anyone in Pijan would recognize her by her appearance. But maybe she got complacent. At the same time, Bidad's question appeared. What are you thinking about? Seeing Asina's expression, he asked, why are you so surprised? Which made her quickly explain, you seemed busy, so I thought you would not come today. Is the ambassador okay? Did something bad happen? Bidad confirmed, well, you could say something bad happened. In Asina's heart, she kept asking herself, it is strange. Although I do not know where that ambassador came from, why do I feel so uneasy? Bidad then patiently explained, I am not a prophet. Plus I do not know her identity. After remembering the piece of paper that Jakia left behind, Asina deliberately probed, Beihai. Do you know anything about Jakia? Faced with his question, why are you asking? Asina was sure in her heart, because if you know your enemy and know yourself, you will win every battle. Then she quickly added, Jakia said that she grew up in the harem when she was young. Since you two grew up together, I am just curious. But Bidad unexpectedly gave an answer. I did not grow up in the harem. This information shocked her. What? Why not? I thought the sons of Khans were raised in the harem. He patiently explained, because my mother was sick, I was sent to my grandparents' house outside the palace. For some reason, she really wanted to take me out of the harem. Then Bidad's eyes suddenly became very sad. But Jakia and I have one thing in common. We are the only survivors from the harem. I said earlier that I did not seal off the harem. In fact, it was sealed off after a major tragedy. Bidad told Asina what happened in the harem 20 years ago. A prince killed everyone in the harem and committed suicide. And the only people who did not die at his hands were the young Bidad, who was sent to his grandparents' house, and Jakia. Apparently, she escaped the prince's eyes under a pile of corpses. After losing his wife, children and young children, Sakuan suffered a great shock, and Jakia cared for him for some reason, even though she must have suffered psychological trauma. After hearing the story, she could only exclaim in horror, that is terrible, that must have been a big shock for Jakia when she was young. She could guess what happened next. With Sakuan bedridden and his heir dead, his other heirs fought for the throne, leading to a civil war, which is what Akka said. You have met Kuan in person. He is the one who rebuilt Pijan from scratch after the civil war. Not to mention that he is a god. That alone is impressive enough. Although he does not brag about it, he has definitely worked hard to make Pijan what it is today. Seeing her silent, Bidad called out Asina. But then his eyes widened in surprise. When he saw the unexpected action from her, I have a question. At this time, there was another transaction in Varane's room. It has been a long time since we had tea together, Chief Ahmed. As soon as he heard it, he quickly replied, really, you must be very busy, so I did not want to bother you. The thought immediately appeared in his head before. He asked to meet Jakia, and now he is calling me here. Why does he want to talk to me? Ahmed was secretly pondering, we are simply working towards a common goal. Those guys are the kind who can turn their backs on me and become my enemy at any time. I do not know what he is thinking. Then he took the initiative to probe, by the way, is my daughter useful? I am not questioning your judgment. I am simply worried as a father. Varine quickly reassured him. There is no need to worry. Her work is not dangerous at all. He grinned and added, Miss Jakia is doing very well. Before that, he took a piece of paper to find her, along with the announcement, take this and give it to Era. Which made Jakia wonder, what does Varine want from Era? Then she looked at him and happily replied, indeed, I am really looking forward to meeting her. Back to the conversation between Asina and Bidad. I have a question to ask. How were you able to rise to the position of Kuan as you are today? The position of Kuan was vacant before anyone could be declared the successor, so I am guessing there must have been a struggle, right? The thought appeared in Bidad's head. She is more sensitive than I thought. Then he nodded in confirmation. That is right. The whole country suffered for 5 years during the battle for the throne. We used to use traditional methods to choose the successor. Whoever can survive in the desert of death for 4 years will have the throne. You see, no one survived 4 years in the desert of death. Because that barren place does not even have an oasis. This information made Asina ask in surprise. Then how were you able to survive? Is it really possible to survive in that place? But Bidad bluntly replied, do you think I will easily tell you my secrets? Asina could only cover up her embarrassment with praise. You are so awesome, Beihai. Then he returned the praise. Actually, I am the one who is more surprised. You dared to cross that desert. That prince was my only real brother. We shared the same parents. When I was young, there was a man who often appeared, observing me from afar and then leaving. Only after everything was over did I find out that it was my brother. That is when I found out that my mother died in that tragedy. Asina hurriedly cut him off. Wait, did not you say she died after you were born? Bidad patiently explained. At first I thought so. Everyone said she died after giving birth to me. Anyway, she never held me once. Asina continued to remain silent. Which made Bidad ask, what are you thinking? She expressed her sympathy. I suddenly thought you must feel very lonely. Have you never felt lonely, Beihai? Unexpectedly, he frankly admitted, I have never felt lonely when ruling everyone, but when I started being with you. I wonder what it feels like to have a partner who is equal to me by my side. A person who is honest with their feelings, has a genuine smile, and does not hesitate to show affection to others. It could be said that she was used to loving and giving love to others. Every time I see her After breaking free from his thoughts, Bidad joked, not expecting that after hearing her say that, I would feel so lonely. So, a new day has come again while being in the living room. Asina could not escape her thoughts. I need to ask about the Jiahui on that piece of paper, but I can't find the right time. Jakia is still acting as usual. While I have been losing sleep for 2 nights thinking about it. Jakia also immediately noticed her unusual attitude. Then she thought of Bidad's affectionate embrace for Asina, and was pricked by the embroidery needle without even realizing it. Asina was startled and asked Jakia, are you okay? She turned her gaze towards her. Then cautiously asked Miss Asina, what do you think of Sahad? Asina was stunned by the sudden question for a moment. Her mind was also feeling extremely confused, not knowing how to answer. Then she stammered, Beihai is a good person. That intimate way of addressing him made Jakia feel a little disappointed. So you call him Beihai? She sighed tiredly, then announced, someone wants to meet you. Making Asina feel like she was struck by lightning upon hearing this information. Seeing her startled and shocked, Jakia added, that person said you would want to meet them after I gave you this. Jakia quickly handed over a wooden box, causing Asina's body to start trembling with fear. She mustered up her courage to open the lid, then immediately saw a wooden comb, and quickly asked, who gave you this? Jakia just replied casually, you will know when you meet them. The two quickly moved into a deserted forest. Asina looked around while probing. Where are all the maids? Jakia quickly explained, I told them to leave. I told them we were going for a walk. You can wait here. Worry quickly enveloped Asina's mind. Who is it? Why do they want to meet me in such a secluded place? No matter what their scheme is, I need to know their identity first to deal with them easily. After waiting a little longer, the mysterious person immediately appeared, making her curious and turning her head to look back. As he approached, she secretly recognized that it was Varine. He was the one who wanted to meet her. Varine politely greeted, long time no see. You are different from the first time we met. Asina cautiously replied, a lot has happened. And this piece of paper? Did you ask Jakia to give it to me? Varine quickly nodded in confirmation. Yes, because I am curious. What is the master who rules over the 3 moons doing in a place like this, in Asina's heart? She confidently affirmed, so he knows my true identity. Calm down, Asina, I have to find out how much he knows. Then she calmly continued to ask, how did you know who I am, but was countered by him? Is that so important now? This made Asina feel meaningless. Asking too much of such a cunning person would only Be a waste of time. Then she went straight to the main issue. So what do you want from me? He silently observed her movements. Then gave a cryptic answer, guess. Varine took the initiative to approach and caress her hair. With a probing look. Then actively embraced Asina. What do you think I want from you? 15 years ago, the decision to give the Kuan throne to any prince who could survive in the desert for 4 years made the Sharze elders very satisfied. They thought that even if they possessed the power of Kuan, no one could survive in the desert for that long. If all potential Kuan heirs disappeared, they would receive Sharze's independence. However, that man returned from the desert of death. Everyone was afraid of him, but Varine thought he was just lucky. And still really thinks so. He is a lucky guy. So that woman is not a hallucination. Although prepared, seeing her like this again makes me extremely uncomfortable, standing before his question. What do you think I want from you? The thought immediately appeared in Asina's head. I do not know why he risked revealing his identity to approach me, or how he discovered my identity. It is best to be honest at this moment. Then she did not deny it and continued to probe. If I knew, I would not be here. What do you want from me? He did not beat around the bush and went straight to the main issue. I want you to cooperate with me. I want you to do as I ask, Asina actively emphasized. So you want me to carry out your plan? Varine was very pleased. You understand quickly. If you go to the enemy country alone, you must be prepared to face the consequences. No one in Pija will make a fuss if a Cromwell person suddenly disappears without a trace. Although a little scared, Asina calmly replied, is this a threat? Making him even more complacent. Why ask when you already know the answer? I won't stop at killing you. I can use your position to ignite a war between Cromwell and Pija. But Asina confidently countered, you think you can easily kill me. You also know that I am currently in Sahad Palace. Even so, Varine calmly replied wisely, you think I would send assassins or something? Why use that method when there is a simpler way? Do I need to reveal your identity and accuse you of being a spy? This made Asina suddenly realize that this man really intended to kill her. Completely different from when Bidad threatened her. Then he enthusiastically instructed, just create the evidence I need, it is as easy as pie. Varine immediately flashed a winner's smile. Before leaving, he thoughtfully instructed, so think about it. Leaving Asina standing alone in the forest. At this moment, Umar appeared before Nasir with the announcement. I just met the Cromwell Knights. Nasir urgently probed. Did they ask you about the current situation? Umar then exclaimed excitedly. Nothing unusual, they were not as worried about their master as thought. They said their master would be safe if Captain Nizan was by their side. He is the captain of the Knights and the Duke's bodyguard. It is rumored that he is not human. It seems that there are some superhumans in Cromwell. It is said that they are children of fairies or descendants of gods. Nasir nodded in agreement. Maybe it is true. A familiar figure appeared outside the door. It was Iman entering with the announcement. I came to meet Mr. Umar. Shia sent this letter to you. He expressed doubt. Is he so busy that he can't summon me? Iman agreed. I am afraid so. Dud has disappeared, so he is very busy now. The information made Umar and Nasir widen their eyes in surprise. What did you say, Iman? Are you talking about the great leader of Moscat? But he is also Karim's father. Before he could finish the explanation, he heard that he disappeared on the way to the capital. It is a big deal. Then Iman continued the story. Nasir, I want to ask you something. I heard you often talk to Era. Nasir, do you trust her? At this time in the desert? Nezan was worried and asked Ian, are you okay? He took a step and complained, when will we get out of this damn pile of rocks? Do you see anyone around here? Then both figures stopped because they discovered something. What is it? It seems that a man is being chased by robbers. Nezan's observation skills made him praise. You can see at that distance. Your physical abilities always amaze people. Then Nezan suggested, let us go help him. That man was dragging himself on the sand. Is the great leader of Muscat named Dud. As soon as they saw his appearance, the two quickly recognized, a northerner. What is a northerner doing here? Ian stepped forward and opened his mouth friendly. No need to be so vigilant, we just saved you, we are here for a reason. Dud was looking at Ian's outfit. Then he made the announcement, this is the Cromwell badge. I am an envoy to Cromwell, my men and I got lost on the way to camp here. At this time he could breathe a sigh of relief. So you are an envoy, please forgive me for not recognizing you sooner. Ian friendly continued the story. We were attacked by a group of people of unknown origin. He looked at Nizan while secretly acknowledging, the young man who saved me just now is not an ordinary knight. He is like a natural killer. Even with such a knight and this envoy had to run away, they must have been attacked on a large scale. Ian took the initiative to say more. Can I ask who you are? He did not hesitate to say it straight. I am the great leader of Moscat, Dud. Scene changed to Varane's castle. At that moment, Akka ran in frantically, high-ranking officer. He kept calling high-ranking officer, making Varine wonder what was going on. Akka said. Do you know that the elders of Sharza are planning to attack the ambassador and his entourage? Of course Varine knew this, which made Akka even more worried. So you are just going to stand by and watch? Haven't you heard about the ambassador of Cromwell? I heard that person is a big shot in Cromwell, but even if I know who he is, what does it matter? Akka warned, you should not underestimate Duke Estatia. If you are planning to go up against that person, you are picking the wrong person. The entire northern continent fears the Estatia family. However, Varine did not pay any attention to it. He thought it was a decision made by the elders themselves. Seeing Varine pick up the wine glass, Akka was anxious again. Are you drinking again? Why have you been drinking so much lately? Don't tell me it is because of that woman. Akka just heard that he went to see her recently. Wait, I thought he was just going to take advantage of her, was not he? So Akka intended to ask Varine clearly, but before he could speak, he was cut off. Do not you have anything else to do? If you have said everything you need to say, then leave. Finally, Akka had to leave immediately. On the other hand, at this time, Asina was having her hair braided by a servant. And she was still thinking about Varine's words. I just need to expose your identity and accuse you of being a spy. Last night, Asina could not sleep at all. Varine was planning to take advantage of her, and she did not understand what he was thinking. She could not even ask anyone outside the palace for help because she was always being watched. She wondered, what can I do in this situation? Asina sighed wearily, making the servants worried. They asked her and comforted her. Sihad must be busy dealing with the people of Cromwell, so he has not come today. Don't worry anymore, Era. But she did not care and still thought a lot. On days like this, it is better not to come. Scene changed to Varine's room. Cool breezes blew in. At this time, Varine was sitting blankly by the window. His eyes did not have a bit of vitality. Boredom was something Varine had to experience almost his entire life. The tasks he was assigned as the son of a high-ranking officer were not difficult at all. On the contrary, they were too easy, to the point that he thought those who could not complete them were pathetic. Moreover, Varine did not have any feeling about the expectations placed on him, because he did not have anything he wanted or any goals he wanted to achieve, so he accepted the assigned tasks. No matter what Varine did or who he met, he felt empty. At the same time, he did not really want to feel full. He just wanted that emptiness to disappear, no matter what the reason for its existence was. That was Varine's feeling for a long time, but the woman he saw that night was not an illusion. She looked like she was woven from moonlight. It was the first time Varine realized a woman could be so radiant. Yet, the first thing Varine craved in his life was in that man's hands. Unacceptable. Even now, when he thought about the two of them being together, Varine felt like he was in hell. He had never known such a deep desire existed in him. Varine wondered, why am I restless because of a mere woman? This is not me. Exactly like that. If there is something Varine wants, he has to take it. On the other hand, at Asina's room, she also had her own worries. Asina could not stop thinking about it. At this time the moon was very bright. Suddenly, Sihad walked in. Then asked Asina, why have not you gone to sleep? Making her startled and turning her head to look at him. Asina replied, I am looking at the moon. I could not sleep so I. In her heart, Asina kept blaming herself, sorry Beihai, but I can't let my country and family be in danger. I have no choice but to betray and deceive you. But there is one thing. Suddenly, Asina got out of bed and hugged Sihad tightly, then whispered, I miss you. Making Sihad surprised. So you miss me, my little cat? Is it because I have not visited in a long time, or has something happened? Asina heard that and replied, I just said I miss you because I miss you. Do you have a problem with that? Sihad immediately said, not at all, then hugged her tightly. In his heart he was surprised, has she started to open up to me? The way she used to behave was too different from reality. Suddenly, Asina shyly told Sihad, can you stop calling me a cat? I am a human, so it sounds weird. It feels like you call me that because I am the woman you like and I am not used to it. Hearing that, Sihad thought of another name for Asina. This made him have to think carefully. At that moment, Sihad saw the moon. Finally, he decided to call Asina my moon, making her surprised. Sihad admitted that name. And will call Asina my moon. She was surprised and touched at this time, and could not help but wonder, what should I do now? I can't betray this man. But I can't completely side with him either. This made Asina quite concerned. That also means that there is only one way. This time, Asina really has to leave this place forever. Regarding the map, Pija and Kratia are two hostile sides but in a friendly relationship. Only with the Cromwell Empire is a wary enemy. Moreover, the internal power struggle of Pija is quite fierce, and there are also many people supporting Bidad's side. Asina could not understand how things had turned out like this. Was it at that time? Or was it at that time? In fact, it does not matter anymore. Because Varine threatened Asina. I just need to expose your identity and accuse you of being a spy. If this is discovered, there will definitely be a bad ending. Varine also told her to think carefully. But can she betray this man? It is really unclear, and she also does not understand when he trusted her more than ever. No, Asina could not stand that. So she made a decision to leave Sihad. Pija includes autonomous territories, each ruled by a supreme leader who has power equal to that of a king in that region. Among these territories, Sohal has the closest relationship with central politics. It is home to many prestigious and wise families. This place also produces more than half of the officials in the palace. Maine produces highly skilled warriors, and Naya maintains peace and no internal conflict. Moscat is less influential due to its distance from the capital, but produces outstanding heroes. And Dara is the most barren territory. The people there are used to exploiting others. Dara is always looking for ways to expand its territory and waiting for an opportunity to conquer Moscat. Scene change. At this time Jakia is sitting with Asina. She suddenly called Miss Asina. Jakia thought, since meeting high-ranking officer Varine yesterday, she seemed sad, so she decided to invite Asina for a walk. Then, the two of them went out of the palace and enjoyed the cool breeze. This party has been going on for many days. Is not there a special envoy missing? Should we really be partying at this time? Suddenly, Jakia called Miss Asina. And tell her some important news. High official Varine wants to see her tonight. After hearing that, Asina could not stand still anymore. She immediately turned and left, and also told Jakia to relay the message to Varine, telling him that I do not want to meet. Just thinking about it made Asina feel troubled. On the other hand, Iman suddenly asked Nasir, "Do you trust Era?" This question was quite unexpected. Then Nasir hesitated and replied, "To be honest, she makes me feel quite worried. Sihad is a cold and wise person, not controlled by desires. He is truly the perfect god we always hoped for. But I saw him wavering because of Miss Asina, so I can't help but suspect her. But why are you asking?" Iman suddenly smiled. Then said, "Come on, you seem stressed lately. I just wanted to say do not worry. This is the first time Sahad has taken notice of a woman, right? Men are often obsessed with their first love." But when Nasir said that Sahad used his divine power because of Asina, Iman could not help but be surprised. Nasir also said, when Miss Asina ran away, Sahad used his divine power to catch her when she was hiding in a sandstorm. Saying that means, can you still be sure that Sahad is still calm? Time passed quietly. Asina just returned. As soon as she entered, she discovered. Seeing Iman sitting alone drinking tea, she asked, "What are you doing there?" Iman replied, "I came to see if your accommodations are comfortable." However, Asina secretly guessed that it was a lie, so she asked what Iman's purpose was in coming here. He smiled and replied, "The festival is in full swing, but you have no one to enjoy it with since Sihad is also busy. I thought you would feel lonely. We organize it to thank Sihad for not abandoning us. Have you heard about Ishmael, where Kuan goes on pilgrimage?" Ishmael is a sacred place in Pijan that only Kuan can visit, because it is located somewhere in Pijan, but no one knows its exact location. Kuan goes on a pilgrimage every year to visit Ishmael. The day Kuan leaves, the people of Pijan are terrified and begin to fast, praying that he will return safely. This inevitably made Asina wonder, Iman replied, because Pijan is a country maintained by Kuan's power. Once he leaves Ishmael, the water in all of Pijan begins to dry up. The longer he is absent, the more unexpected things happen. Due to natural disasters, the country gradually turns into a desolate land. That is why they organize this festival, to thank him for not abandoning them. Sihad's power is omnipotent and dangerous, so it should not be abused. Of course, the intention behind saying all this is because Iman hopes that Sahad should definitely not use his divine power just to catch a runaway woman. Asina heard Iman say that and curiously asked, "And why are you telling me this?" Iman smiled and said, "That is why we have done everything we can to keep Kuan in Pijan. We have given him the rarest and most precious treasures in the world, including precious wines, exquisite dishes, and precious gems. But the easiest and most commonly used method is to offer Kuan a woman." Asina immediately understood Iman's meaning. She secretly realized, "So you only see me as that. You want me to know my place and not disturb your king, right?" At this time Asina spoke up, "Sorry, but I am not from here, so I have no reason to cooperate with you in that way. If you are so desperate to keep Kuan in Pijan, find your own way." Asina confidently said that because she had made up her mind to leave this place. Seeing Asina's anger, Iman thought he had to leave now. Before leaving, Iman wished Miss Asina a good evening. After that, she was able to calm down again. But she could not stop thinking, "What the hell, why did he come here? I was already upset, and he made me even angrier. They really do not need to bind Beihai like that. He won't abandon Pijan, because he has a strong sense of responsibility." So does that mean Beihai will never be able to leave this place, until the day he dies? After hearing Iman's words, Asina thought this palace was like a magnificent prison. She herself had felt so trapped before. Remembering it suddenly made Asina's chest feel tight. She knocked on the door and asked the maids for a glass of cold water. But no one answered for a long time. Asina immediately opened the door to see. She searched all around, even Karim was nowhere to be found. Just as Asina was wondering where is everyone, someone suddenly appeared from behind and gagged her. Too panicked, Asina dropped her shoe. At another building of the palace, Sihad was still working hard, ignoring Iman's advice to rest. Suddenly Iman asked, "Do not you miss Era?" Which surprised Sihad quite a bit. "Why are you asking that?" Iman pondered, then asked, "Is Miss Asina very precious to you?" And Iman was sure that Sihad knew the intention behind that question. Sihad could not keep calm at this time. "So are you testing me? How arrogant. You know I am like this and still accept me as your attendant." In his heart, Iman really mocked that woman precious. Then suddenly Iman and Sihad were silent. No one said anything. Finally Sihad let Iman off. "I think I have the answer." Therefore Iman also left. He also did not forget to wish Sihad a good evening. Recently, Nasir asked Sihad if he wanted to send people to the northern continent. Nasir said it would be easy for them to find out Asina's identity, thanks to her prominent appearance. But he did not do that. And the reason Sihad did not do it was because of a very special person. On the other hand, Asina finally woke up. At this time she was very worried. Asina's hands and feet were tied. She blamed herself. She was negligent just now, so she could not even resist. If she had recognized the attacker sooner, she could have escaped. Asina had been imprisoned before, now she was kidnapped. It felt like she was facing all the challenges in Pigeon. Suddenly, Asina was released from the bag. The kidnapper also untied her. Suddenly a voice said, "My envoy brought you here safely, right?" Asina did not expect that it was High Official Varine. She immediately shouted and questioned, "How dare you order your servant to kidnap me?" Varine also said, "This is an empty room inside the harem. Since you moved to Sihad's bedroom, the harem has been empty. Sorry for this disrespect, but you were the one who dared to reject me before. Whether we meet or not is my decision, not yours." Asina immediately realized and asked Varine, "So you are angry because I did not follow your orders?" However, Varine said, "No, of course not. Do you remember what happened that night? When the moonlight shone along the corridor? Why did you change your hair color?" But Asina did not think she had an obligation to answer that question. Varine continued to reprimand Asina. Who would believe a woman with so many secrets? "Come here, it is still not too late. Do as I say." In that moment, Asina felt a little scared. He gave her goosebumps. She did not have the position to refuse him, but she really did not want to receive help from this man. Moreover, now it was clear. This man is Bidad's enemy, of course. Her answer is no. Rejected, Varine really could not believe it. "Unfortunately, that was Asina's last chance. The next time we meet, I won't ask for your cooperation anymore. It seems I have made a bad impression on you." Then Varine told Asina, "You can go now." And that servant came to lead her away. Varine stayed alone in the room with cruel thoughts. I want to squeeze her slender neck. But maybe I should restrain myself, because her will is still strong at this time. I must push her to the wall, make her feel more worried and insecure, until she has no choice but to take my hand. Only then can I take over her weak heart. After returning to Sihad's palace, that servant disappeared without anyone knowing. Just as she was about to open the door, Karim's voice suddenly rang out asking, "Where have you been? Who did you meet at this hour? Answer me." At this time, Asina could not help but be surprised. "That is the question I should be asking. I was kidnapped by Varane's servant just because you left your post." But Asina could not say it, so Karim had to endure. "Forget it, you won't answer honestly anyway. There has never been anything you have been honest about. From now on, I won't believe anything you say." Asina was stunned when she heard that. Scene changed to the next day. As soon as it was light, Asina asked all the maids why they were not present last night. Then they replied that, "We were summoned." The high official also said that he had sent some other maids to replace us. Hearing about the high official, Asina seemed familiar. She knew he was a bit hostile to her. He must have been the one who called Karim away. There was no one Asina could trust in this place. Just imagining it, she knew how trapped Sahad must have felt. Varine is watching from the east of the capital, and the Prime Minister is interfering in official matters in the palace. In addition, Beihai has to worry about Cromwell in the north and Karim in the Asina understood why he threw her in jail as soon as he saw her in the desert. At that time, Asina really hated him for that. "I am sorry, Beihai." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Miss Asina. You look tired. Looking at Jakia's face, Asina guessed that she was not in a good mood today either, so she asked, "What is wrong, Jakia?" But Asina called and did not see Jakia answer. Suddenly Jakia asked Asina, "Do you know why I became your servant? I was told that there was a suspicious woman next to Sahad, and I was sent here to investigate her. High official Varine is threatening you, right? I do not know how he reprimanded you, but I am sure it is something that could harm Sahad. You are someone who can only hinder Sahad." Asina knew that too, and Jakia offered to help her. "I will help you escape, so go back to the north." On the other hand, Jakia's mission was to keep an eye on Era, but for some reason her father said it was no longer necessary, and he had also thought of another suitable way to use her. When the mission is complete, Jakia's father will call her back to the capital. At this time, Jakia was too shocked that things had turned out like this. "I know what men in Dara, my hometown, are like. Even though they own the largest territory in Pijan, they still always want more land. And if they want something, they will take it from others. Their nature is always to want more and reach higher. I do not know what mission my father is talking about, but it is clear that it will harm Sahad. I can't fight my father, but I also want to help Sahad. In that case, Jakia will help Asina escape and leave here safely to the north." This made Asina feel confused. "Wait, Jakia. I thought you were on Varane's side." Unexpectedly, Jakia now offered to help her. Of course, it is all because she wants to help Sahad. Jakia will do anything to repay the kindness that Sakuan has given her, and aside from that, she really respects Sahad. When we leave the capital, Jakia will also arrange for someone to escort Asina to the port city. However, Asina was still hesitant. But when looking into Jakia's eyes, Asina suddenly felt that she did not seem to be lying, and it was also a good offer for her. "So why am I hesitating?" Asina waited for a long time but still did not answer. Jakia spoke up and said, "I will take your silence as agreement and start arranging everything. I will meet you in 4 days." Scene changed to a rather magnificent place. Ian could not help but be surprised. So this is the city of gods. It looks old but quite majestic. Little Asina would definitely like this place. Seeing Ian thinking about something, Nizan realized, "You are thinking about your granddaughter again, are not you? I heard she is as naughty as you. So where are we going now?" "Straight to the palace. Is that the place?" But at that time Dud spoke up, "Please wait. I think there is something plotting inside the palace." When all 3 of us were attacked, then Dud gave a solution. "First, I will enter the palace alone to see what the situation is. Then I will help you 2 sneak in at night. Please take this. This is the mark of Moscat. Give it to the innkeeper. They will take good care of you." After speaking, Ian bowed and thanked Dud, and he also said, "In the meantime, please be careful." Then Dud left. Back to Sihad's palace. Nasir was about to open the door. Then he happened to discover Kareem. So he asked him, "What is wrong? You seem upset." Kareem said, "I am here because I have something to say to Sahad." Finishing his words, Kareem rushed into the room and called Sahad, "I have to tell you something." Hearing that, Sahad asked what was wrong. The atmosphere at this time was very heavy. Kareem said that it was about Miss Asina. "No, it is about that woman." Hearing Kareem address her like that, Sahad glared angrily. Nasir hurriedly said, "Kareem, you should not call Era that," but he was sure that she was a spy. "Last night when I returned to my post, I saw her return after meeting someone." Hearing this, the atmosphere suddenly became gloomy. Sahad did not believe it, so he said maybe she was just taking a walk because she felt stuffy in the room. "I would not be surprised if she did that. Do not worry about it, Kareem." That time Iman also spoke up, "No, Sahad. Kareem is right. I told you before that I gave Varine a little servant. And she told me that she saw Miss Asina meeting Varine last night." Hearing this, Nasir was both panicked and scared. "I had suspicions about Miss Asina, but I thought she was just a spy from the north at most. Does that mean she is colluding with Varine? So it was all just a play throughout that long period of time. It is unbelievable. More importantly, Mr. Sahad, I do not know what you are thinking. More than 20 years ago, Alpesian, the 3rd prince, Bidad's older brother, was asked by his father, "I heard you occasionally visit your younger brother on the outside," making him surprised. Is father talking about Bidad? "That is right, that must be the name. It is that child. It is best not to pay attention to him. You should not devote all your care to that child. When you ascend to the throne as King Kuan, the other princes will surely have to die or be exiled. So, we must eliminate the dangerous seeds from the very beginning. Do you understand?" Of course, a prince cannot defy his father's words. "Then, father, why do you accept so many women? Why do you give birth to so many children? Are my brothers born only to be stripped away?" The prince vowed to himself that he would not become a man like his father, grabbing the hands of women and being joyful with them. Absolutely not. Meanwhile, at Sihad's castle, Karim was talking to Nasir as they walked. That woman has been suspicious from the start, and he knew it too. Then suddenly Karim said, but at least it is considered a piece of luck, which surprised Nasir, who asked what. Karim explained, it is because Lord Sihad is not wavering too much. He is truly worthy of the name Kuan, a rare name that only appears once in 1,000 years. Nasir was a little surprised to hear that. He could not believe it. The story of Lord Sihad. Meanwhile, outside on the balcony, Sihad looked melancholic at this moment. He asked the servant what she was doing. The servant replied, I heard she is just in her room. She has not been sleeping well lately. And she is not in the mood to do anything. Hearing that, Sihad felt lucky. If she could sleep soundly after making me like this, the blood in me would boil with anger. It is surprising that I am wavering so much. Even after being deceived once, I choose to believe again. Blinded by that pitiful appearance. Deceived, can it be considered that way? Originally, our relationship was nothing at all. At this time, Sihad sat and reflected on everything. Then suddenly, there was a sound of the door opening. Iman respectfully said, Sihad, aren't you going to leave? As soon as he finished speaking, Sihad asked, did you do it on purpose? Yes, it was intentional. I did not think I would actually get caught in the act like that. Are you okay? Sihad replied, is there any reason for me not to be? I do not understand why Lord Sihad cares about that woman. You are still hesitating even with clear evidence. Hearing that, Sihad glanced at Iman care. It is not like that. Don't speak carelessly. Sihad was so stubborn that Iman could not help but feel tired. I heard that in about 4 days, Miss Jakia will be leaving Alpesian. Sihad was quite surprised, running away. Gedik and Varine, they really know how to cause trouble. Then Sihad said to Iman, you will have something to do when the sun rises. Bring Varine here. After some time, Varine finally arrived. Greetings to the master of Pesian. The atmosphere was quite tense at this moment. Varine thought to himself, he called me today, so that means he must know about that day, right? It must be because Karim or Iman reported it. According to the plan. Iman, does he think I do not know he planted spies? Now, everyone will suspect Era, and the small favor from Kuan will also end here. Perhaps she will be tortured for being suspected of being a spy. Bidad, that merciless guy, probably won't forgive easily. The day Asina falls into my hands is coming soon. At this moment, Sihad asked Varn, do you know why I called you here? Sihad, I was worried when I did not see you appear at the banquet. Before he could finish, Sihad interrupted, stop speaking nonsense. Called you here today too. You will take responsibility for your sins. Bidad's anger made Varine understand the reason to some extent. He quietly admitted sins. I won't make excuses. Punish me according to the law. Attacking the envoy was an arbitrary act by the elders of Sharza. But I also have to take responsibility for not controlling them. Give me a chance. I will find the missing Cromwell envoy and bring him before Lord Sihad. After that, whatever the punishment, I will gladly accept it. Varane's confession made Bidad admire him a little. I thought he would make some excuses, but he is too calm. Varine rose to the position of tribal chief, thanks to the support of the elders, so if they are eliminated, he will lose all his power. This attitude is like he wants that to happen. Let us leave it there for now. If we touch an unripe fruit, we might never harvest it. And then Bidad spoke, I will postpone the punishment until the envoy returns. Obey. Varine softly replied, can I leave now? I allow it. Just like that, he quickly left. Unexpectedly, Bidad reminded him, it is getting cold at night these days. Those words made Varine pause for a few seconds. Take care of your health, won't you? Hearing that, Varine could only respectfully obey. When he left Bidad's room, he immediately changed his expression. Take care of my health, is it? Why is he suddenly angry? A man who never wavered in the face of any provocation. Why suddenly? Could it be? Is this a warning not to approach that woman? Instead of driving me away for collusion, he is showing off as if she is his own. Even gods can't be perfect. Varine suddenly chuckled and then pondered. He now revealed a cunning expression. At this moment, the Grand Vizier Gedik came and called out, Hey Varn! What did our noble Sihad say? However, he only received his interrogation, watch your words. Everywhere in this palace is a R.A. Kuan's person. Varane's attitude gradually made Gedik feel suspicious. Sometimes I do not know what he is thinking. Anyway, we're just taking advantage of each other, but sometimes I ask myself, is his real goal independence for Sharza? In that moment, Varine softly asked, what about Dara? Get it confirmed, peaceful. There will be fireworks soon. The sky will be dyed with all colors, brilliant and beautiful, just as we wish. Hearing that, Varine just smiled and replied, that is interesting. The scene is switched to dusk. This damn country, nothing is favorable. It is not suitable for this place, and this place is not suitable for me. Or should I just reveal my true identity and say that I am about to get engaged to Varine? At least that would embarrass that guy. However, Asina suddenly thought again. If I do that, I will be doomed too. Maybe I am really tired, always thinking about crazy things. The more she thought, the sadder she felt. Finally, I accepted Jakia's offer. We will leave together tomorrow night. Jakia softly said, got it. I will prepare. I do not have any other choice. Anyway, if I reveal my identity now, it will only make the situation worse. No one here really believes me. Kareem now looks at me with hateful eyes. Nasir seems disappointed in me. And Bidad. Since that day, he has not come to see me once. Even though I thought we had become close, the change in attitude in just a moment makes me feel really sad. Everything is my own doing. I can't blame them. Anyway, I am just a stranger in this place. Asina suddenly remembered the words that Badad had said to her. Don't worry, if you do not like it, I won't touch you. I will call you Moonlight. Asina now could only laugh awkwardly alone. Unexpectedly, Asina gradually became sad. I just want to see that man one last time. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. A new maid softly called her. However, when she saw Asina's expression, she was a little worried. What is it? If you are not going to say anything, why did you call me? A moment later, Asina left her room. The sunlight made her a little uncomfortable. Suddenly, something happened that made Asina extremely shocked. She seemed to freeze. Unexpectedly, Bidad appeared in this place. Asina was stunned into silence. Bidad's figure gradually approached her. At this moment, Bidad's presence made the atmosphere become silent. Even Asina could not utter a word. Then he spoke, breaking the atmosphere. Can't sleep. Bidad's eyes were full of warmth. You look tired. Asina shyly replied, maybe it is just a feeling. The cold tone was completely different from before. Hurts too much. But just being able to meet like this makes my heart unable to stop rejoicing. I want to smile and take his arm. I want to rush into his arms. I want to tell him how much I love him. If he were not the king of the enemy nation, I probably would have done it 100 times already. But I can't do that. I have to let go. Bidad softly asked, have you been waiting for me long? However, she denied it coldly, which seemed to be immediately seen through by him. Not honest, are you? This woman. I would rather kill her. My change started when I met her. If she disappeared, I would probably go back to the way I was before. But just thinking about the light in her eyes disappearing, the rosy cheeks losing their warmth, becoming pale, feels like a worse hell is waiting to come. Just imagining it faintly makes me feel suffocated. How can I? I clearly understand that I can't harm her. So please tell me the truth. Bidad gently asked, don't you have anything to say to me? Whether you are really Varane's spy or just a kind traveler, I will believe any word, no matter how unreasonable. This made Asina shocked. She seemed to become dazed. But after just a few seconds, she regained her composure. Then she bluntly admitted, nothing at all. Suddenly, Bidad raised his hand to Asina's face. Is that so? Then I have nothing more to say either. In the moment he left, she regretfully turned back and called out Bidad. Her heart ached when she no longer saw Bidad's figure. Switching to another location, Kareem was running anxiously to a room. He hastily pushed the door open and rushed in. Inside there seemed to be a meeting taking place. Kareem's appearance surprised his father greatly. The two immediately embraced each other. I thought you had died, father. Dad was stunned and questioned. You underestimated your father too much. However, he immediately denied it. It is not like that. The terrain of that canyon is extremely dangerous. I was lucky to survive thanks to someone's help. I want to meet Sihad. Is it possible to meet right now? If you go with Nasir, it will be possible. The sooner the better. Dad was finally able to meet Bidad. At the same time, Nasir also spoke. Please forgive us for visiting you so late. Dad's mood suddenly became worried. Sihad. Currently, Moscat is in danger. Dara has secretly imported a large number of weapons through Kratia. The border area with Dara has been completely burned down. Even so, Nasir denied it. There is no information about the smuggling of weapons at all. What was transferred from Kratia to Dara was food. Could it be that it was not food but weapons? However, Dad believed that I do not know the detailed smuggling process, but I know what Dara wants. They want to destroy our Moscat. Dara and Moscat share a border. Before belonging to Pijan, the feud has lasted for a long time. Dara has always harbored ambitions to expand its territory and has constantly been eyeing Moscat. Hearing this, Nasir was shocked. Has Jalil decided already? Isn't that Jalil's scheme? Dividing the tribe to keep Dud in check, and smuggling weapons in a sophisticated way. Clearly there is assistance from Bahrain. Karim hastily interrupted, Sihad, Dara's murderers will never be satisfied. After occupying Moscat, they will attack Naya and then Alpijan. And one more thing. The story about the Cromwell envoy. A little later, night fell. Asina had prepared her things to leave. It is almost time to meet with Kakia. Although the palace maid does not know, I was worried about avoiding Karim since early morning, but not long after that, he left his post. Suddenly someone came. A man slowly pushed the door open. Then softly said, Miss Jakia is waiting for you. Asina's mood gradually became sad. Switching to the outside. Jakia looked calm. You have arrived. Then let us go. Back at the meeting, Karim wondered, is the envoy still alive? Dud claimed that on the way to Alpijan, I was attacked by strangers. At that time, the people who claimed to be Cromwell's envoys saved me. Just like that, he returned safely. After that, I led them to Alpijan. Does the injury make you uncomfortable? It is okay, do not worry about me. It is understandable, the terrain of the canyon is treacherous. At that moment, Nizan had to carry Dud. It is nothing. They are currently resting at an inn in the city under my name. Suddenly, Bidad requested Dud, go meet the envoy first, listen to the situation briefly, and secretly bring them into the palace. Nasir, investigate what kind of weapons were smuggled into Dara. Even so, Nasir's eyes suddenly changed. It is frightening how calm he always is. I was worried he would be disturbed by Lady Asina. Maybe I am just worrying too much. In the silent room without a single person, even though it is a common sight, why does it feel different this time? Perhaps because the person who once filled this room with her presence is no longer here. Asina gently touched the window frame. Her heart gradually becoming sadder than ever. The first day I came here, I was very scared. But without realizing it, I have become familiar with this place. Even though she is about to leave, Asina still feels attached. Jakia spoke softly, the residents prepared for officials. I am here now. Lady Asina. Shall we go now? At that moment, Asina suddenly stopped. If I take her hand right now, I can escape the agonizing thoughts that have been tormenting me for so long. Just take it. Why are you still hesitating, Asina? Haven't you always wanted to escape this place? Haven't you always wanted to escape that man? So this is. That image will be the last time I see him. Whenever I remember Bidad in the future, I will bring out that image, repeating it in my mind over and over again. First it was fear. But gradually I became curious. Sometimes I felt happy. Sometimes I felt fluttery. The person who brought me so many emotions, the person I can call my first love. Can I forget someone like that? How can a memory linger forever? Asina suddenly called out to Jakia. So I can't end things like this. She choked out an apology. Maybe I have to go back. Can't say goodbye like this. I am really sorry, Jakia. Immediately, Asina turned around and left. To Jakia's astonishment, her subordinate asked softly, do you need me to bring her back? No. We will continue on our way. Just like that, only Jakia left this place. However, she always remembered one thing. When I was little, I expressed my admiration for Bidad, and he replied that I should give up. Although I still did not stop after that, confessing to him many times, but when I grew up I realized there was no place for me in his heart. But then a woman easily captured his heart. It would be a lie to say I did not feel jealous. But I can't force her back either. Lady Asina, you are more courageous than I thought. On the other hand, Asina is rushing back. If I go back now, there will be no one there. Then it will be as if this escape never happened. You idiot Asina, going back with a heart so full, what do you think you can do? Moreover, if I know that Bidad is in danger and still turn a blind eye, I will definitely regret it forever. Even if I can't help, I still want to be by his side. At that moment she arrived. Is there no one here? Asina softly went into the room. It was then that she panicked. When she saw that Bidad had been here all along, she immediately became afraid. Asina's mood fell into despair. Just then, Badad turned around. The wind will go where it wants, originating from the snow-covered mountain peaks on the northern continental border. The wind blows to the endless deserts in the south. The wind never stops in one place. It did not take long to realize that Asina had left. Amidst the chaotic situation in the palace, I realized too late that someone's shadow was gone. The painful truth that I had to face in this lonely room froze my body and soul. I longed to come and hug her, but I could not stop wondering what I would gain by doing so. I should let her go, it is the right thing for her and for me, she was never the woman I could keep. Bidad's mood suddenly became somber. He thought to himself, but I have to live without that shadow. Until the end of my life. I will wither away in loneliness. Until my children kill each other. I have never felt such pain, I just existed day by day and that was enough. But since I met her, everything has changed. For the first time in my life, I felt warmth and sincerity revealing so many emotions. Those things have made it impossible for me to go back to the way I was before. I thought I could persuade her to tell the truth, but it seems that I was the one who was persuaded. Bidad was so sad that he called Asina's name. He seemed to fall into endless space. At this most desperate moment I have to bring her back. If she is still in Pigeon, there is still time. At least I can bring her back here, and then slowly win her heart. At that moment Asina returned. Bidad gradually felt her footsteps approaching. Asina's heart continued to beat fast. At this moment, Bidad suddenly turned around. He said softly, I thought you had left. However, Asina explained, I intended to. But he still wondered, then why did you come back? Asina hesitated, I do not know. Somehow I could not bring myself to leave. Her heart began to choke up, what is wrong with me? Feels like I am not myself anymore. Immediately, Bidad rushed over. Then he hugged her and comforted her. It is okay now. It is okay as long as this warmth is here, even if I go to hell it is okay. Asina also hugged him tightly because of that. Her mood was now very confused. It seemed that Bidad also sensed that. What I could not get, is now safe in my arms, I will never let it slip away again. Suddenly Asina said, Bidad, I have something to tell you. My real identity. Hearing that, Bidad was immediately stunned. You must not tell anyone. He immediately took her hand, I promise. Just like that, she mustered all her courage. Then she revealed the truth, Asina Lysia de Weldon, is my real name. I am the only daughter of Grand Duke Weldon of Cromwell. The atmosphere also became somber from then on. Inside a small house. Karim suddenly came here, sorry for the inconvenience. Ian smiled and said, you know that is good, when can I enter the palace? His attitude surprised Karim as an envoy of the enemy country. He is so shameless, but I am grateful to him for saving my father. The guards of Cromwell will soon arrive in Pigeon. You can go with them. However, Ian was surprised, are they still alive, when will they arrive? About 2 days later. But he questioned, that is a bit late. Shortly after, moved to Asina's room. She gradually woke up after a long sleep. Bidad is not here. There are no servants in the room either, what is going on? Asina suddenly realized. There is something on my wrist. Moving to the hall, Sahad. Are you still concerned about Asina's identity? Let me send someone to the north. With such outstanding beauty, it won't be too difficult to find her information. It is okay, you do not have to worry about that, but why? Her identity is just an outer shell, it does not mean anything, it is not just her appearance that I want, but even more than that. I have a lot of time, so any amount of time is fine. I will wait for the day she tells me everything. Back to Asina, she was in a state of shock. There was something on her arm being worn. She unexpectedly had a precious bracelet on her arm. What is this? It looks like a bracelet, did Bidad make it? Platinum as bright as moonlight, gemstones as clear as the sky. It is a treasure so beautiful that people cannot take their eyes off it. At that moment, a knock on the door came from outside. Asina was very surprised by the presence of this person. The person who came was Nur. She was overjoyed, Lady Asina. The two immediately embraced each other. I miss you, Nur. Me too, I heard Asina release me, thank you, Asina. However, she quickly denied it. No, on the contrary, I have to apologize for having you locked up. At that time I had no other choice to survive. But Nur gave a piece of good news. I have been reassigned to be your personal maid, replacing Jakia, who has returned to Dara. Really, that is great, it feels like having a completely different maid. The two people talked together happily. Suddenly, Asina asked Nur softly, you just arrived, but can I ask you for a favor? What is it? Scene changes to outside the mansion. Here he is, the ambassador Sahad is waiting for you. Iman was shocked to see them coming. Kerm, why did the ambassador arrive so early? Did not I tell you to wait until the knightly order of Cromwell arrived? But Karim explained that. He said that one escort was enough, then suddenly rushed straight into the palace. Iman was flustered. Even so, you must stop him, Sahad. The envoy of Cromwell has arrived. Shortly after, the envoy was also let in. Ian said, first time meeting you. I am ordered by His Majesty the Supreme Emperor to meet the Master of Pigeon, Ian Syrian de Estatia. Bidad then said, you are the envoy of Cromwell. His Majesty the Emperor sent treasures to Arekun, but met bad people on the way so they could not be brought here. Please forgive me for not bringing gifts at our first meeting. Bidad also understood for Ian the road is not easy, but it is good to arrive safely. Duke Estatia, also the Minister of Finance of Cromwell, a figure standing at the pinnacle of power in Cromwell. A refined appearance but definitely not an easy person to deal with. Nasir thought to himself, if it were in our place, it would be like the chieftain come high priest. Bidad said, first let us rest, during the time here we will chat slowly. Tomorrow I will hold a banquet to welcome you, thanking you for the warm welcome. On the other hand, Nizan lamented, now I understand why the Cromwell nobility are always afraid when mentioning Pigeon, such a large country guarding the south of the continent. Ian softly asked, so how do you feel that Arekun, what do you think of those fiery red eyes? Hearing this, Nizan contemplated, honestly I was very surprised that overwhelming presence. Saying he is not human is more reasonable. But he is not divine either, clearly he is human but it seems that he possesses a type of power similar to magic. Because of the distance I can't determine it clearly, but it is definitely related to water. There is also a faint smell of earth and wind. Then is not he just a mage, not magic, it is like power is exchanged for a price. Hearing that, Ian gradually understood. The scene was brought to the evening. Asina unexpectedly went out, wearing a very luxurious outfit. Nur just arrived, but can I ask you for a favor? I want to know about the inner workings of the palace. If there are rumors among the maids or something bad happens, tell me immediately. Nur immediately agreed to her. But why did you ask that? Then Asina explained with tears, you also know that I have no connections in Pigeon. Currently I am the only one in the Empress's palace, so it is okay. But one day a new era will be brought in. My position will become dangerous. So I think I need to know about the situation in the palace in advance. Will you help me, Nur? Hearing that, Nur immediately agreed unconditionally. When I decided to stay in Pigeon a little longer, the tangled thoughts in me gradually became clear. And I decided, at least during the time I am here, I will do something for Bidad. The reason Jakia suddenly left the palace. After thinking carefully, I only have one conclusion. The high priest is an ambitious person. Such a person not only exploits his daughter but also kicks her out of the palace. Maybe I can find a solution because I have knowledge from the northern continent that they do not have if I understand more about Pigeon. Suddenly Asian felt uneasy. Unexpectedly, she accidentally encountered Varine. His face was full of cunning. You have lost a lot of weight. I thought you had escaped. At this time she thought to herself, if I had escaped yesterday, I would have been in big trouble, you know. What Jakia did is also in the palm of my hand. Varine asked sternly, why did you stay after all? As far as I know you have no reason to be here. How can you be so sure? Varine smiled and replied, are you really Arekuan's era? Sunset was also the time when Asina received a question from Varine. He saw the anxiety hidden on her face, but still continued to interrogate. I understand Sahad better than anyone else. A person who has everything in his hands, can he be satisfied with just one woman? When Asina asked the meaning behind those complicated questions, Varine honestly recounted, actually I once hoped you would escape. He thought that everything would be better. But the mysterious feeling that was once there has disappeared. Even so, why is he still attracted to the woman in front of him? Varine's mind is becoming more and more deranged. This is not good at all. He even wants to remove Asina from his sight immediately. Asina repeated her question, what do you want from me after all? Varine only replied mockingly. If I say it, will you agree? No, Asina replied decisively. If so, then I won't say it either. She does not understand what this hulking guy wants from her after all. Unable to advance or retreat, Asina immediately roared angrily. Stop joking, now threats no longer work on me. At this time Varine focused. He asked Asina, do you think Sihad trusts you? People even doubt their spouses. Do not put too much trust in him, Lady Asina. Then you will soon realize it. After finishing speaking, he glanced behind her as if there was something. While Asina was silent, she heard someone call her name from behind. Asina was startled and turned around to find that it was Bidad. He did not know he had been behind her all along. Asina barely cursed Varine before hurriedly turning to explain to Bidad. Behai, this is actually. Varine absolutely interrupted, greetings Sahad, then I will excuse myself. As soon as Varine left, Asina became even more flustered. Behai, you did not misunderstand, I really did not do anything, no, he was the one who started talking first. Bidad seemed unhappy with her answer. His eyes staring at her in silent questioning. Please believe me, really. But in the next second, Bidad's facial muscles relaxed slightly. Because he remembered the moment when they were intimate with each other earlier. Hesitating for a moment, Bidad still chose to trust the girl in his heart. He asked about the maid next to Asina because she was the only one appearing in this remote place. Asina said Nur was doing errands for her. Speaking of which, did you arrange Nur for me? What, do not you like her? It is not that, I am just curious. Bidad said, I thought that if you had someone to be attached to, you would have a reason to stay here. Asina was startled after hearing this. She probably understood a little more about Bidad's way of expressing his feelings. She hid her expression because she was embarrassed. So that is how it is. Every time I see sincere hearts directed at me, I do not know what to do. Next, Bidad said that he had something he wanted to ask Asina for help with. Tomorrow he will hold a reception for the envoy from Cromwell, and he wants Asina to participate as well. She was a little curious, is the envoy from Cromwell? Yes, I need you to see if they really came for friendly relations, or if they have other intentions. You do not want the two countries to have a conflict, do you? Asina was afraid that the envoy would recognize her identity, but Bidad had a solution to solve this problem. At the party tomorrow she would cover her face with a yashmak, a veil that only reveals the eyes. Hearing Asina agree, Bidad was very happy. He promised to pick her up tomorrow to go to the party. As he spoke, he stroked Asina's sweet cheeks. She shivered strangely. Why do I suddenly feel like I am getting involved with this man again? After a peaceful night. The reception for the envoy has also arrived. The atmosphere in the Great Hall has never been more lively than now. Even Ian was very eager to wait. The royal attire he was wearing had been prepared since last month. In the final step, Ian asked Nizan if the kid was done yet. Nizan peeked out from behind the screen, finally finished putting it on. Why is this outfit so difficult to put on? Ian said that he only needed to endure until our knights arrived. Late into the night, the two of them strolled around the palace. Nizan muttered some strange things. Hey, why does the emperor want to improve relations with Pigeon? Perhaps because this is one of Cromwell's long-standing problems. He cares about it, honestly. I do not care about relations with Pigeon, as long as there is no war, Ian replied. Nizan wondered again. I have always felt that this land is strange, as if it was created artificially, as if there is some force trying to maintain this land reluctantly. Ian turned around sharply, seemingly wanting to reveal something to Nizan, but he only replied very nonchalantly to brush it off. Scene change in Asina's dressing room. Her flowing hair fluttered in the room. Asina was carefully prepared by the maids from clothes to jewelry. Some did makeup. Others sprinkled flower powder on her hair for added fragrance. Finally, a living doll was born. Just as she was finished, a familiar call came from Bidad. It turned out that he had kept his promise to her, coming to pick her up to join the party. Asina hurriedly ran to Bidad. She put on an alluring expression just to ask Bidad, "What, am I too captivating?" Bidad decided to tease her a little. He did not react excessively but just rolled his eyes to admire her beauty. Seeing Asina pout, Bidad chuckled. He leaned into Asina's ear. "It suits you very well." In his heart, Bidad secretly thanked heaven and earth. "It is really lucky that I can hide your face. This woman shines. I only want to keep that light for myself. I want to take you somewhere and hide you forever." This line of thought brought Bidad back to the incident the other day, about the fateful encounter between Asina and Varine. Surely that Varine has the same thoughts as me. What is the emotion in that look? I know it well. But I will never let things go according to his wishes. Bidad gently touched Asina's hand. "You do not have to worry. In front of me, no one will dare to offend you, yes." Asina put aside all her worries. She went with Bidad to the party, in a place where Ian and the others had already begun to get lively. Very quickly, the party had the participation of many famous figures. The most special thing to mention is the eye-catching food decorated on the table. Nasir was in charge of receiving guests and entertaining everyone. It can be said that he was the manager of the whole party. Naturally, when Nasir glanced at the seating area, Mr. Vika, the chief of Sohal, has not arrived yet. Karim asked Nasir about the worry on his face. Worried about Mr. Vika so much, Nasir said that after all, he is old and he also has something to say to me, making me unable to not care. What is it? He said that this time he must tell Mr. Sihad, and emphasized that he must convey it himself. The conversation between the two was accidentally heard by a third person. Varine glared at them and then left. In a joyful atmosphere, Varine moved to Ian and Nizan's table. "Do you find the party enjoyable?" He introduced himself to Ian with his name and position, and also knew how to greet like the Northerners. Ian also introduced himself as Duke Estadia. It is the person that Akka warned about. Duke Ian is not an easy person to deal with. However, in Varine's eyes, Ian was younger than he thought. And strangely, Varine noticed that Ian had a lot in common with Asina. He became silent. At the same time, the door gradually opened with a huge sound. Mr. Sahad has arrived. As soon as Bidad and Asina entered inside, all the nobles from all over bowed their heads to show their appreciation. "Greetings, Mr. Sahad." Asina followed Bidad to the highest position. Asina shyly placed her hand on Bidad's hand, and this made Varine very uncomfortable. When the two were seated in the highest position, Asina kept looking around just to find something. That is right, she was looking for the envoy from Cromwell. Unintentionally, Asina became the focus of the story of the people below. They were all wondering who the woman Bidad brought in was. Bidad glanced at Asina because he saw her fidgeting and looking at something. Until Asina realized the envoy. He was actually Ian. The two made eye contact full of implication. Asina seemed to miss a beat. Her heart was beating so fast that her whole body trembled. Wait, is that Uncle Ian? No way, why is Uncle Ian here? Asina secretly prayed that Ian would not discover her identity. From below came a greeting from Varan. Did you have a comfortable rest? Thanks to your care I had a good rest. Then that is good. Today is a party just for you. Enjoy it. I am very willing. Unfortunately, Ian recognized Asina above. His face turned very serious. That kid, why is she here? Ian immediately asked Amon, Mr. Amon, I have a question. Ian looked at Asina and asked who she was. She is Era. Saying that she is the person loved by Mr. Kun would be easier to understand, the loved one. Do you know her? Ian awkwardly denied. No, I am just surprised that Pigeon has a northerner. Ian began to have doubts. The loved one, what is the situation? In his heart, he just wanted to take this kid away right now, but this is not the northern continent. He does not know what situation Asina is facing. Ian knew he would not be reckless. However, the problem still remained with Nizan. He even dropped the skewer of grilled meat he was eating. Muttering, that is, I did not see wrong, that is right. Nizan whispered to Ian, why is she there? Ian, what are you going to do? Now I have to find out. The atmosphere around Asina up there was still not any more comfortable. Evening came and the party ended. Asina returned to her mansion to bathe and rest. She was given a new, more comfortable royal attire by the maid. Naturally, Ian's appearance at the party was still something that bound Asina's thoughts. It was surprising that Cromwell sent an envoy. But why was it Uncle Ian? Why was it Ian out of so many nobles? At this moment, a shadow appeared at the window. Asina realized the situation, but she could not do anything. She told Nur that she would go out for a while. Nur refused because it would be very dangerous to go out at this time. Asina also understood because she had a long history of escaping, so leaving this place would also make it difficult for Nur. Therefore, she decided to tell Nur to wait outside for her. The two maids looked at each other in confusion. But then they respected Asina and quickly left the room. To prevent anyone from casually barging in, Asina used a wooden bar to completely lock the door. After preparing everything, Asina then spoke towards the window, the person standing there, please leave. Sure enough, the door immediately opened wide. It turned out that the shadow was Nizan. Is that you, Nizan? Hello. Long time no see, kid, why are you staying in such a heavily guarded place? This is a bit complicated. Nizan temporarily put this aside and urged Asina to follow him because Mr. Ian was waiting. However, the two encountered an obstacle because the glass was completely blocked. Nizan immediately understood. He told Asina to step aside, then used magic. Smashed the door in Asina's astonishment. She worried and questioned, what are you doing? What am I doing? I am opening a way out outside and heard the loud noise. Miss Era, what is wrong? The situation was urgent. Asina did not know what to do. Nizan then pulled her hand towards the window. Are you really going to run away like this? Asina asked Nizan to let go of her hand, which shocked him quite a bit. She said that although she was very happy that the two of them had not seen each other for a long time, she had a reason to stay here. Sorry, but please tell Uncle Ian not to pretend to know me. Nizan warned that Ian would be angry. I know, my uncle is very scary when he gets angry, I know. Nur's voice rang out from outside the door. Miss Era, open the door, quickly bring the tools here. Asina was afraid that everything would be exposed if Nur saw Nizan in her room. So she urged Nizan to leave quickly. He probably also understood Asina, so he went to the window and took out a pair of silver earrings and gave them to Asina. Take this. As soon as Asina saw it, she realized that this small thing actually had an extremely potential value. It is a treasure that only the head of the Estatia family can possess, the symbol of the head of the family, helping to protect the holder from danger. Asina was very curious why Nizan decided to give it to her. She only received the short answer that Ian asked Nizan to give it to her. At this moment, the wooden stick on the door was broken by the tool. Nur, Varine and the others appeared outside. They saw Asina anxiously by the broken window. Asina did not know what to do, so she just smiled awkwardly. On the other hand, Nizan returned to Ian's side. Ian's voice became worried and a little surprised after hearing Nizan tell the whole story. What? Asina said that he just knew how to hold his head and constantly complain. I have not seen her for a while. What is she doing again? Ian knew that with Asina's usual personality, it definitely was not a good thing. He just did not understand why she was involved with the king of the enemy country. More than that, no matter what happened, she would not reveal her identity to avoid embarrassing the family. Ian remembered what Asina once said, "I have a reason to stay here." Ian wondered if she would solve everything alone. Solving it alone also has a limit. What is the situation in Pigeon now? Nizan, seeing Ian's worried mood, also became negative. He asked while munching on a piece of cake, "Ian, what are you going to do?" "First of all, I have to hear the reason," Ian replied. Scene change. Bidad heard that something had happened to Asina's place. He angrily slammed his hand on his table. Someone broke into the palace. The messenger said that, "It seems that someone from outside was trying to break in. We have taken Miss Era back to the harem." Bidad asked about the reason why it happened. The messenger said again. Asina said that the wind blew and it broke by itself. This absurd reason quickly made Bidad furious. Suddenly someone knocked on the door and came in. It turned out to be Kareem. He came here to inform Bidad of some important things. Kareem said, "Maybe I have to go to Moscat, please allow me." "Why?" Kareem was silent. A few seconds later he said, "I received news that the situation in Moscat is getting worse and worse. If the head of the Jalil tribe returns to Dara, a war between the tribes will immediately break out. I can't let my father, who is injured, go to the battlefield. I have to go to prepare for war." Bidad understood Kareem's feelings, but reality is always cruel. It seems it will be difficult, whether it is in terms of weapons or number of warriors. Victory is leaning towards Dara. According to the rules, Kuan does not interfere in disputes between tribes, but it is necessary to maintain balance in the far west of Pigeon. Therefore, Bidad ordered the sending of tamers to the front lines as a warning. Kareem was a little stunned, but letting warriors leave Al-Pigeon is very dangerous. The Roms have left to investigate the assassination of the envoy. If more tamers leave, there will only be 5 teams left here. I know, but I can't let Moscat be lost. Sending troops is inevitable. The most important thing at this time is to maintain the balance of Pigeon. The harem that night was more peaceful than usual. Asina in gorgeous attire went for a walk around the grounds with the maids. She confided that finally after the party, she still could not talk to Bidad. Beihai was also busy, and she was distracted by Ian. "Ian, why did you give me these earrings? By the way, it has been a long time since I have been back to the harem." Asina half-believingly put on those earrings. "Knowing about the past of the harem, I feel that this place is very different. It is hard to believe that so many people have died here." A question was asked by Asina. Why did that prince kill all the women and children in the harem? After all, Asina still could not find the answer. She temporarily put aside her thoughts and enjoyed the moment of sublimation under the waning moon. The moon is bright again tonight. Until Asina felt like there was someone in front of her. She opened her eyes and found that there was indeed someone here. Ian had been waiting for her in the harem since who knows when. Asina looked blank. She stammered a few words. "Uncle. Uncle Ian." Instead of reminiscing about the past, Ian blamed her for her mischievousness and wandering into this dangerous place. However, Asina, because of her longing, hugged him tightly. "It is Uncle Ian, it has been so long, this is." At this time, she remembered that she also had something to say to Ian, so she woke up from the illusion in shock. "I told you not to pretend to know me." Ian denied this. He said that everything was fine because he sneaked in here himself. "Do I look very careless?" "Okay, let us skip that. Why is the young lady avoiding me? How did you become the beloved concubine of the king of the enemy country?" The more he asked, the more rigid Ian's attitude became. Asina knew very well how scary Ian would be when he got angry. She did not have time to think of a satisfactory answer. So she drew a very creative story and covered it up by saying that because the story was too long, she would tell it later. Ian was speechless. He skipped this and asked Asina about her next goal. "So what are you going to do, live like this for the rest of your life?" "Of course not, I am staying here because I have something to solve." The reason she said that was to cover up her feelings for the king in the enemy country. After saying that, she urged Ian to go back quickly. She would stay because of her reasons that were inconvenient to say. However, Ian asked directly about Asina's real reason. Suddenly a call came from behind. The suddenness made both Ian and Asina's hearts pound strangely. The sound of footsteps grew louder and louder. Bidad appeared in an extremely difficult situation for the two of them. He questioned Asina, "What is going on here?" Bidad got closer and closer to Ian. Asina once again fell into the most ironic situation of her life. She could not tell the truth but at the same time could not explain it to Bidad. "Beihai, this is..." Bidad, with a murderous aura, pulled Asina from Ian's side. Ian was afraid that the situation would worsen, so he could not act. He could only stare as his niece followed the king of the enemy country away. They went further and further away, until the gate slammed shut, leaving only the quiet night. At Asina's place, she was cornered by Bidad. "You always exceed my expectations." Asina, she was completely silent. Bidad began to tell, "I heard that someone broke in the other day, so I was worried and came to find you. But what I faced was..." The scene of Asina and Ian hugging each other. The fear that I had only vaguely thought of has become a reality. At that moment, Bidad could not believe his eyes. I do not know you from before you met me, so even when you are in my arms, I am always uneasy. I have no one to love, but you left behind so many people who love you on the northern continent, did not you? Gentle gaze. Friendly attitude, all of it proves it. And then when he heard Ian tell Asina what she was going to do, planning to live here for the rest of her life, Bidad remained hidden behind the wall, waiting for Asina's answer. Until she said that she was only staying here because she had something to take care of. Bidad's heart skipped another beat. The corners of his lips became indifferent. I thought you finally belonged to me, but it turns out it was all just an illusion. In front of his woman, Bidad asked Asina a serious question. Do you look down on me? That is not it. Bidad immediately interrupted. Do you know how much I have put up with you? Maybe now is the time for you to understand. The next second, Bidad did something that made Asina's eyes widen. He placed his lips on Asina's. The suddenness caught Asina off guard. Moreover, Bidad wrapped his arms around her waist. What is suddenly going on? Asina felt suffocated. The emotion transmitted through their lips. What exactly was he trying to tell her? Now she understood the feeling of holding back that he was talking about. Once it erupted, it would not stop. Asina heard footsteps nearby. She pushed Bidad away and rejected his sweetness. Stop it, someone's coming. Bidad became silent once more. The surrounding scene was only filled with Asina's panting. He intended to repeat his actions on Asina once more, but a voice from afar stopped him. Stop. Bidad and Asina glanced towards the source of the voice. Soldiers were trying to stop that person from entering. But it was probably too late. Ian had actually entered inside. Bidad immediately questioned, what do you think this place is, barging in like that? I barged in because I thought it was necessary, Ian replied. Asina, come here. Ian held out his hand towards Asina. Who are you to interfere in this? For a moment, Bidad thought of the man who had been laughing and talking happily with Asina. Could it be that he was? Bidad clenched his fist tightly. Ian also became angry. That girl standing there is my beloved niece. In an instant, Bidad short-circuited because of this truth. The whole space was filled with the sound of crows cawing. Can you two calm down and listen to what I have to say? Asina spoke up. The next morning, in the tea room at Ian's place, he pressed Asina. Don't you have anything to say to the person in front of you, my niece? Can you forgive me? It is not that. Can you give me some spending money? It is not that either. Out of options, Asina had no choice but to confess to Ian. There was a reason she was so afraid of her uncle, because Ian Estatia was a Grand Duke and also her maternal uncle, because he was her mother's younger brother, and because there was not a big age gap. The two of them grew up together like siblings. Nizan beside him asked Ian, what should we do? Isn't everything more complicated now? Complicated is probably an understatement. So we have to go resolve it now. Asina genuinely did not understand. Go where? Where can we go? To meet and have a clear conversation with King Pijan. Very quickly, the Green Knights were allowed into the inner palace. Their destination was the castle where Bidad resided. After some formalities, Ian and Bidad met in a private tea party. The two stared at each other without saying a word. Now that he thought about it, he did look a bit like Asina. He looked like he was in his 20s, but he was already 35. Was he jealous of someone like that? How ridiculous. After assessing him, Ian placed the teacup down. It was also the moment he opened his mouth. First of all, perhaps I should explain about Asina's family. Asina's father is Grand Duke Weldon, the younger brother of the current emperor. Even though he has renounced his right to the throne, he is still considered royalty. My older sister, the second daughter of Duke Estatia, took over the role of protector from the late empress, caring for and raising the princess. Asina is the only daughter of the two of them. And not long ago, Princess Isis, the emperor's only child, renounced her right to the throne. So, in the current situation, the person at the top of the list to inherit the Cromwell throne, Asina, is the only name. Ian continued, even though she herself does not know this yet. But to bring a noblewoman with such a high status, the precious jewel of Cromwell, to be imprisoned without good reason, and then brought into the inner palace as a king's concubine, that is a serious diplomatic insult, and could even become a reason to start a war. Do you know that? At this time, Bidad spoke up. He questioned Ian in return. So, are you going to threaten me now? As expected, this reaction was not outside of Ian's expectations. Just as he had felt before, it was indeed an incredible pressure. Ian took a long breath. Then he replied, no, with the tense internal situation in Pigeon. The fact is that Asina herself acted suspiciously first. The king imprisoning Asina is, in some ways, reasonable. But I do not understand. Why would not her family stop someone so precious from going on an adventure? Hearing this, Ian sighed with regret. How could they not? My sister used every means to keep her here. But you have already interacted with her. You know, it is no use trying to stop someone like her. Do you think you are God? Ian replied. I do not think that all ladies need to enjoy parties and socializing, living a life for their daughters and husbands. That life is not bad, but at least that is not Asina's happiness. The only thing our family wants is for her to live a brilliant life. Bidad seemed to understand a little more about Ian's initial decision. Live brilliantly. He suddenly saw Asina's radiant smile appearing around him. The clearest evidence was the strong beating of Bidad's heart. He asked Ian, so what is it that you want? Ian did not hesitate to speak directly to Bidad. What I want is. He did not know how long had passed. Layers upon layers of carriages appeared below. Asina and Nizan were excited. It really is the Green Knights. The Rakhen Knights are here too. Still alive, you guys? Nizan asked the knights. They became serious as soon as they saw him, Sir Nizan. But the one beside you is Lady Asina. She shyly waved to the knights. They gathered around Asina because it had been so long since they had seen such a beautiful woman. However, Ian came and shouted at them, get away, you smelly lot. Duke, Asina turned in surprise. Indeed, you are still alive. I believed it. Ian bluntly pointed at each knight one by one. Only you lot dared to be negligent when you lost the protection target. Asina met us by chance and came along. When you return to the country, absolutely do not say that you met Asina, got it? At this time, the Green Knight captain, Michael, called Ian back. Duke, did you come alone to enjoy yourself first? Nasir seemed shocked to hear this question from Michael, but he did not stop and continued to say, that is right. We have been leading the wounded in the outskirts until now that we were summoned into the palace, while you came early to attend the banquet. Are you not concerned about us at all? That is right. Well said, Captain. Nasir had only heard that Cromwell was more free than Pigeon, but he did not expect it to be so wild. If Karim was spoken to like that by soldiers, he would definitely teach them a lesson they would not forget. Anyway, with Karim, no warrior dared to resist. Back to Ian. He had to restrain his anger because the Green Knights did not bother with etiquette at all. Even so, Michael and the others still forced Ian to compensate with a proper drinking party. Are you trying to cause trouble in another country? Despite the noise over there, Asina called out to Nasir. I have heard about the relationship between the envoy and Lady Asina. Nasir replied. After he finished speaking, both of them fell into the darkest silence of their lives. I'm sorry, Nasir. For hiding my identity all this time. For lying that I was not from Cromwell. For making you misunderstand. Nasir bowed his head, expressing his acceptance. He replied, it is okay. Understand. Lady Asina did not want to affect her country and family. The envoy spoke with Sihad. He said that he would take responsibility for everything that happened. In return, he wants everything Asina experienced in Pigeon to be considered as never having happened. He does not want Asina to become the center of any controversy. I understood why, even when she was in danger of having a knife held to her throat, Lady Asina still did not reveal her identity. Your family really loves and cherishes each other very much. Nasir's heartfelt words made Asina a little emotional. That is right, is not it? A gentle breeze passed by Asina. Ian reminded her. With the envoy's intervention, everything between Ian and Asina had been resolved to some extent. So, Asina will leave Pigeon? Nasir asked softly. Her journey. Is it coming to an end here? Nasir turned and asked Asina, lady, are you planning to leave Pigeon now? Could it be that your journey will only stop here? The sky today was so blue and the wind was gentle. Asina was dazed when she heard that question. I did not want to end everything with Bidad that way, so I came back. Instead of returning and regretting for countless days, I wanted to face the current situation to the end, but look at everyone praising Bidad. Indeed, long live our Duke. Bidad did not care and only reminded everyone not to drink too much. Now that Ian has come, it is probably time for me to return to Cromwell, Asina thought to herself. She really did not want to leave, not even a little bit. Even if it was not for Ian, I would have returned sooner or later because my family is there. Close friends. And my home. Nasir understood when he heard those words. I knew from the beginning that you were not someone who would stay in one place. Nasir understood Asina's character too well. A kind and filial girl. But Lady Asina, if everything is too late, what are you planning to do? Switching to another scene, Gedik was walking alone to a certain place. Then he knocked on the door of a room. Varine, is everything about to begin? It turned out to be Varane's room. Then he coldly replied yes. As predicted, the arrow has already left the bow. The guard outside his room was also very careful. Pigeon is really about to become chaotic. Varine gave Gedik a piece of paper. Inside was news that Dud had entered the palace. Gedik held the sword in his hand. His face extremely dangerous. So it is finally my turn to act. Those hateful Moscat people. This time I will overthrow everything. See you later. Then he left the room. Varine thought it was time. He had to go too because the target was almost here. At this time, in Bidad's room, Dud informed him that, I heard that Jalil has returned to Dara. Bidad was very saddened to hear this news. Finally, everything has begun. War has arrived. Bidad said seriously, Dud, I will send the tamers with you. They are the direct army of the 7 gates where Karim serves. Dud asked in surprise, don't you trust me? It is not that I do not trust you, but behind Jalil is Varine. It will be difficult for you to deal with him alone. The tamers, with their desert adaptation capabilities, will help you stop them. Dud lowered his head and asked, will Karim also go with me? Bidad replied that he wished he would. In fact, he did not want it at all. Please let Karim stay with Sir Sahad. Then Bidad happily agreed. At a magnificent palace, Lady Asina, your new residence is on this side. Nur was leading Asina around to see the place. Asina's heart was still somewhat worried. Even though Ian said that he had handled everything well, she still felt heavy in her heart. Asina did not care, with a sad face. But she did not know that someone had been secretly watching her. Asina could not know if she would be able to meet Bidad again if she followed Ian back to Cromwell. Her heart was beating rapidly, as if something was urging her. Asina had reminded herself so many times that this relationship could not continue, but every time she remembered that person's face, all her determination collapsed. Even though she tried to erase him from her mind, he did not disappear at all. Asina really wanted to be with that person. She seemed to awaken when she saw the scene before her eyes. A painting was meticulously carved with skillful lines. Nur said that this was a mural telling the national founding myth of Pigeon, and then asked Asina, have you heard about the founding myth? I heard that a person named Sihad Kuan brought water to this barren land, making Pigeon fertile. Then who is this person? Asina pointed to the painting. The person standing next to Kuan. That is Sihad Kuan's empress. The name of the country Pigeon was also named after her. She used to be the female chieftain who led Sharza in the past. Asina finally understood. But Nur, is not this place too quiet? Asina knew that this was not Sihad's palace or the inner palace, so there were not many servants, but it was still too quiet. Nur wondered, wasn't there a guard just now? Asina had felt this unpleasant feeling before. It was really an ominous sign. Asina took Nur's hand and told her to leave this place. Which direction is the building in? Nur was also shocked by the scene before her eyes. She only managed to call out the name Lady Asina. Varine was already waiting at the door, but Asina did not know. His eyes looked extremely scary. Then Varine stretched out his hand, seemingly intending to grab Asina. At this time, in the magnificent palace, there was a person standing and observing the Grand Vizier Gedik from afar. Then he said to him in his ear, I heard that the Sohal chieftain was just attacked and is coming to the palace. Gedik calmly asked, they have acted already. Then the festival is about to end. Gedik suddenly smirked, not knowing why. I have to start preparing myself too. There was a loud call in the palace, medic. Umar shouted loudly, call the medic right away. Everyone was panicked, not knowing what was happening. Sir Vika. His body is covered in blood and is lying in one place. Why did things turn out this way? He was attacked right before reaching the capital, and all of us subordinates were knocked to the ground. Vika, the great patriarch of Sohal for 3 generations, had always served Kuan and was also the teacher of the 3rd prince, the previous successor. Moreover, he personally taught and cultivated outstanding officials and was respected by all of Pigeon. Everyone could not help but wonder who attacked him. It is still unclear, but the attackers all committed suicide. However, it is said that what Vika was keeping was stolen. Nasir looked very absent-minded. What Vika was keeping? He said he had to deliver it to Sahad in person this time and said it was something that could not be delayed. Could it be? So Nasir quickly asked, what was that thing, Vika? But he was so exhausted that he could not answer. The doctor turned and said, there is too much bleeding. Even with first aid he might not make it. This is terrible. If Vika dies in this situation, not only Sohal but all of Pigeon will fall into chaos. Bidad, looking worried, gradually approached. Who on earth put you in this state? Vika said in a weak voice. Fortunately, I met Sahad. Bidad said gently to him. Do not say such weak words. But Vika's eyes were gradually closing. He insisted on saying, Sahad, do not be. The shadow of the third prince bewitches you, which made Bidad pause slightly. His trembling hand raised high. Do not. Don't be trapped under that shadow. Forget everything. Their hands clasped tightly together. This is my last request. A lot of blood flowed from Vika's abdomen. From an old servant before he closed his eyes. Bidad's eyes were full of regret. So he did not make it. His hand fell limp. To everyone's shock and sorrow. The doctor had also tried his best. But he had to announce that he had returned to Ishamal. Bidad could not believe his ears. But that is how things turned out. Vika, what is going on? Bidad deeply regretted this. But there was no way to bring Vika back to life. At Ian's place, the light was incredibly beautiful. Ian asked, why is it so empty around here this month? Nizam quickly replied, I do not know either. Ian thought to himself, the Blue Knights said they wanted to drink, so they left. But there were still a few knights assigned to protect Asina here. This feeling is not good. Nizam, check it out immediately. Inside the palace at night. Nizam was carrying Nur in his arms, with Ian in front. In another place, there were several wounded knights. Duke, there was an attack. Ian replied coldly, I know that, so what happened? Shadows began to break in and kidnap the young lady. This shocked Ian immensely. They kidnapped the beautiful Asina. Can't you protect even one person? Ian said angrily. We are very sorry. With the wounded and the continuous days of marching, it would be a miracle to have kept her safe. Is there any clue about them? Not yet, but it seems they were very well prepared. And there were many of them. They wore the same kind of clothes as the ones who attacked us before. So we have been defeated by them twice now. Nur stood up trembling and said, I saw the ones who kidnapped Miss Asina. You two probably do not know because you are foreigners, but... Nur remembered that they had black hair and piercing blue eyes. It was the Varine tribe leader. He had incredibly scary eyes. Ian recalled what she described. It seemed like he had talked to that man before. Nizam stood with his arms crossed, pondering. Ian suddenly spoke. Perhaps we have to request another meeting. Everyone was gathering to solve the problem. Ian threw the door open, breaking the atmosphere, making everyone turn around in a daze. Ian's face was full of anger. Even Nasir could not avoid looking sad. Bidad looked very absent-minded at this moment. Perhaps he was thinking of Asina. It is unbelievable that Vika passed away like that, Elbhar said regretfully. Without a successor, Sohal will fall into severe chaos. Ismir suddenly stood up again and resolutely said, we have to stop Sahad. Elbhar seemed confused. Sahad, what are you talking about? Why would we attack Vika? They are trying to provoke him. Ismir felt very confused. Provoke him? Do you know how Sahad could easily become Kuan? Elbhar confidently replied. It is because he survived, but was immediately refuted. It is because Kuan obtained the Moonstone, which used to belong to the third prince. The Moonstone is also called Sahili. It is a family heirloom of Kuan, believed to contain the soul of the sleeping moon. It symbolizes succession. Legend says that the first god used it as a gift for his companion. It is the greatest treasure of Pasina. Elbhar asked doubtfully, are you talking about the third prince? What exactly happened between the two princes? They are brothers from the same mother, but I thought they had nothing to do with each other. What is clear is that this played an important role in creating the current Sahad. You must know. Given the right circumstances, anyone can go crazy even if they are perfect gods. Just given the right circumstances. Elbhar thought about it and felt it might be true. So he decided to go with Izmir. Varine had left the capital. Everyone was gathered in the palace. Ian spoke. Asina's maid said it was him who kidnapped her. I do not intend to interfere in Pijan's internal affairs, but I want to know what happened to my niece. This is an internal matter of Pijan. So Ian had to ask directly. What is your plan, R.A. Kuan? We received information that their base is in Kratia, so I will personally go there. To my knowledge, you have 7 military units. Since you can't mobilize the capital's defense forces, I guess you will use the unit under your direct command. Am I right? Everyone was shocked and said, how dare you? You want Sahad to mobilize his unit just to save a woman. You may be an envoy, but you have crossed the line. She is my person and a noble of Cromwell. Are you really going? So Ian said coldly, currently, I can't mobilize that many units. Troops must be sent to Sohal. After Vika's death, there will definitely be chaos. Yenazin and Jevish will go to Sohal. The guard will support Moskai, Raylems will advance to Sharza first, and Azami will stay to protect the capital. That leaves only 2 units left. So, I will help. I will hand over the command of the Rakhen Knights to you. Ian could only decide everything like that. Nizan said worriedly, Ian, that won't leave enough people to protect you. You know I am not invincible. Letting an opposing nation use our troops definitely has a purpose. Bidad coldly asked, what is the condition? Ian quickly replied, there are no conditions. All I want is for Asina to return safely. A person walked in politely and said, excuse me, Duke. The person whispered something into Ian's ear, making him shocked. Why now? Ian clenched his fist tightly. I am sorry, but I have to return to Cromwell. Bidad asked unhappily, what is wrong? Ian did not know what to say. His hand gently rested on a pillar. Please save Asina and bring her to me. Ian's eyes were full of anticipation, and Bidad seemed to be as well. So Bidad nodded in agreement. At this time in a prison, Asina was lying unconscious on the ground. She seemed to be gradually waking up. Her eyes opened with a look of fear. Asina did not know where she was. Her body felt so heavy, as if there was a pressure weighing her down, like when she was trapped in the ruins. Her hands were tied. A voice spoke, my lady, are you awake? A man appeared in front of her. None other than Varine. It was very dark inside the prison door at this moment. Asina still lay with her eyes closed, not responding. Varine stood there observing her. With that single emotion I dragged her along. Sharza wants independence. Gedik wants the power of the elder regime. Jalil wants to expand the territory of Dara. Kraisha wants to weaken Pijan. But I do not want anything. The only reason I interfered in this matter is because I wondered if this plan could dispel my endless boredom. It used to be like that, and it should have been. I did not expect there to be something that I crave so much. Varane's hand was approaching Asina. Her expression did not seem very good. Then she looked at the person lying there. Sahili Bidad is indeed an arrogant man. Why him? Varine still held a grudge like that. If I had met her in front of the desert, if at that time, would the look in her eyes be different? Asina wondered. What exactly are you doing? Varine sat leisurely in a chair. Do I look like I am doing anything? The silver thread undulates. The eyes are red like fire. If those eyes only looked at me forever, I could do anything. Why are you doing this to me? Who knows you have no grudge against me? Then Varane's hand began to touch Asina's face. So she pushed it away. What are you doing? Asina felt terrified. What on earth is he plotting? He is really hateful. Don't hate me too much, it is troublesome. If I turn you into a doll, will my heart be at peace? Varine wondered. Asina stammered, not knowing how to answer. Break her limbs, take away those beautiful eyes and steal her voice. Then will my heart be more at peace. Asina was put in an embarrassing situation. This scene is too heavy, gloomy and clinging. This is really not the kind of emotion I know. Asina was finally able to bravely reply. Do you think doing that can win me over? I really do not belong to anyone. I only belong to myself. Varane coldly said when he heard that. Then I have no choice but to destroy you. Then he rushed towards Asina and grabbed her hand. He was very cunning at this moment. Since when have I been exposed? Varine asked himself. If you beg for your life, I will spare you. Asina asked, what if I refuse? Then, Varine tightened his grip on Asina's arm even more. Just die with him. Do you think using me as bait will bring Beihai here? Varine laughed cheerfully. It seems you are misunderstanding. You are not the bait. But this is the bait. Then he held out some kind of scroll. Asina asked, what is that? Varine only said that Bidad is very similar to me. Someone who does not crave anything, who lives as he is. But this is the only thing he has ever searched for frantically. The secret of the third Prince Tariff. At another scene, Umar asked, has the envoy left yet? They really left behind that night order. There is nothing special about the night order either. What about Zihad? He has finished preparing to go to war. Because Kraisha is far away, he seems to be rushing to leave. Nasir said worriedly, but is Varine really in Kraisha? I still feel like something is wrong, but according to reliable news, their headquarters are in Kraisha. Is that so? But I think Varine won't be there. What do you mean, Izmir? Nasir asked. So he coldly replied, the land of Hamala, where the desert of death touches Sharza. Varine will go in that direction. Nasir felt very surprised. How did you know this? I am just a tribal leader who accidentally heard and saw some things. Nasir, has Sahad not changed his mind? Izmir tried to probe. So, then I can only come here. I will return to Maine to observe the situation. Elbhar also happily said. I also ask for permission to return. Good luck to everyone. So only the two of them were left here. If the Lord wants to go to the end, then it is the duty of the subject to follow. May Sihad's protection always cover this land. At this time, Asina's hands were tightly tied. She thought to herself, can I escape? The walls are too thick. I can't feel any movement. I do not know what is happening outside. Moreover, why does not my body have any strength? The movements are still fine, but what is going on? Varine assessed that she looked too docile. What does that mean? I thought you would be more uncomfortable. Asina deliberately asked, you know who I am, and you are not afraid, Varine replied softly. If this were the northern continent, maybe I would be. But really, no one knows. Asina looked at him with very hateful eyes. It is getting cold. I will remind you in advance that there is no poison. Varine brought a plate of food to Asina's face. But she turned away without looking at it. Varine had no other choice. I can force you to eat, but I can't hurt this face. Asina felt very confused. What on earth does he want to do? Even though I am imprisoned, I have thought a lot, but I still can't find the answer. If it is not to test Beihai, then why did he capture me? Could it be? A thought popped into her head. Do you like me? Asina could only think of this possibility. Varine seemed to have been guessed correctly. His face looked very flustered. I have never liked anyone, so I do not know. But I have also thought about killing you, but I also want to leave you alone, and I also want to watch you, and I also want to touch you. Is this the kind of feeling called like? Asina only replied that even if you asked me, I would not know. She is not pretending not to know, is she? Varine touched her hair. Then brought it to his nose, sensing the fragrance. Actually, I do not know the reason why I brought you here. Then why did you take her away? Just because you did not want to leave her there? When you were about to leave with Jakia, I thought it was simply to send you back to the north. But then I thought you would come back. Even your fearful look made me find you adorable. I want to see you being weighed and measured by that guy. You and the secret of the third prince, when standing between those two choices, what will that man choose? Varine raised Asina's face and asked, are not you curious? In another scene, while everyone was searching for Asina, Nasir was standing there with two other people. If Sihad knows what happened in Alpesian, then I have prepared for him to handle it. You guys are planning to go to Kratia. Nasir silently nodded. But we can't go to both Kratia and Hamala at the same time. But we can't give up attacking the base in Kratia either. Bidad coldly said, I will chase after Varine. Then he divided the tasks. Nasir and Umar lead the troops towards Kratia. Karim followed to protect Nasir. Hearing this, everyone was worried. Lord Sahad, what about him? It is too dangerous for him to go alone. Lord Sahad would rather let me go alone, Ragwi spoke up. Bidad did not allow it. This is an order, regardless of any opinions. I will listen after this is over. Nasir could not persuade him either. Then Iman, I will leave everything to you to take care of afterwards. Be careful. The sky was so blue before, but now arriving at another place, that appearance is gone. Everyone is in a hurry because of the plan. Bidad is determined to save Asina. From the moment he found out Asina was kidnapped, even breathing became a pain. The fear that he might lose her forever, regretting that he had not sent her back to the north sooner. Unprecedented emotions are tightening Bidad's throat. I just hope you are safe, otherwise I will really go crazy. Lord Sihad, this is Hamala. We have finally arrived. Have you grasped the situation yet? A group of people are guarding the cathedral building. In such a desolate and remote place, an abandoned city with no owner is truly a bizarre sight. Let us go in. Don't step in until I come out. If anything happens, follow the orders of the warrior leader. Everyone is going in to save people. Bidad's eyes are full of determination. A cold air enveloped the entire building. Is this the trap that Varine set to catch me? The footsteps are getting closer. You really know how to hide, Varine. He turned and said, I am not hiding at all. I am waiting for you to come. Bidad got straight to the point. Where is Asina? I thought you would look for something else first. This is quite surprising. She is somewhere in this building, more precisely right under my feet. Of course, what you have been searching for all this time is also right below. I have been thinking for a long time about how to trap you, how to make you lose control. But it seems I am the lucky one. You know what I want and still came yourself. Bidad knows clearly that he wants his life. That is the destruction of Kuan. The third prince killed all the children in the harem. The remaining members of the royal family were killed in the civil war, leaving only one person of Kuan descent. You should hurry, time is running out. They have set up an ambush. That Varine is truly insidious. Bidad truly foresaw his personality. Varine climbed onto his horse and said, Ragwi, I will leave the handling to you. What about that woman, Chief? Ragwi asked, puzzled. Varine heard that question and pondered for a moment. Then answered, if she is still alive, bring her back. The moon is very round tonight. In the prison cell, Asina is lying still. She seems to have no strength left. Her body is exhausted and weary. Asina does not know how long it has been. My consciousness is fading, I have to stay awake, Asina told herself. Her body is getting weaker and weaker. Her eyes can't open anymore. But suddenly someone hugged her. Asina was surprised and opened her eyes. Then discovered that the person hugging her was Bidad.